I call the May 4th, 2021 closed session meeting of the Fullerton City Council to order. Madam Clerk, could you explain how viewers might easily find information with which to participate in our meeting this evening?
Thank you, Mayor. We are operating under Governor Newsom's emergency COVID orders, which means we can do remote access to these meetings. You can find the information on how to access the meeting at www.fullerton.legistar.com, and all the information is on the agenda pages with the Zoom meeting ID number as well as the phone number to call in and instructions on how to use both of those devices.
Thank you. Would you please conduct a roll call?
Mayor Whitaker.
Here.
Councilmember Jung.
Present.
Councilmember Silva.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap and Councilmember Zara are not yet present.
We will now hear public comment on closed session items. Those who have registered to speak on the item will line up with social distancing at the microphone to my right. And the first speaker, would you please come to the microphone? Seeing no takers?
Do we have any Zoom comments?
Yes.
We do. I'm going to call on Jordan Cizon.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Jordan Sisson. I'm a CEQA land use attorney speaking on behalf of Unite here Local 11 regarding closed session items 1 and 3 regarding the anticipation of some unspecified litigation. We suspect short-term rental ordinance and the proposed amendment will be part of that discussion, including a recent letter submitted by a law firm threatening to sue the city on behalf of a group of homeowners of unknown origin and unknown backing. To be clear, their arguments are baseless and without merit. The letter comprises of conclusory claims and entirely irrelevant citations to cases. As pointed out in our prior comments submitted on April 20th, the case of Irving versus City of Carmel by the Sea is directly on point. There, the trial court and appellate court upheld the city's outright ban of short-term rentals in the residential zone, finding it was rationally related to the legitimate interest of protecting residential communities. In doing so, the court rejected similar claims that the ban was somehow unconstitutional on grounds of equal protection or uncompensated taking or other due process grounds. Other courts have reached similar conclusions as recently as last August in Central District of California Federal Court involving the city of Buena Park. Here, the amendment would ban only whole house rentals, which will avoid the unique impacts caused by whole house rentals on residential communities, the city's housing stock, as well as noise impacts. This is all supported by substantial evidence in the record as compared to the letter submitted recently. Additionally, the one-year amortization period that's already provided in the amendment is much longer than other amortization periods that have been upheld by other courts, as short as 3 to 6 months. Furthermore, the amendment would still allow homeowners significant profits in the ability to do short-term rentals as a owner-occupied. Please consider this as you go into your closed session. Thank you and best of luck in your determinations.
And with that, Mr. Mayor, no more speakers.
Thank you. With that, the meeting is adjourned to closed session. We have time available now for public comments, but I'd like to suspend that and hold it to the end of the presentation where there will be much more material on which to comment. So with no objection from the council, that's what we'll do. And with that, we have our budget director, Ms. Ellis Chang. Please, we're ready for your presentation.
Direction and preparation of submitting the fiscal year 21-22 budget for adoption in June. Tonight, Stephen Avalos, budget analyst, and I will present an overview of the citywide or all funds budget, an overview of the general fund budget, an updated 10-year forecast, an update on American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA for short, allocations and grant opportunities, and variations of the 10-year forecast with projected ARPA allocations. We will end with staff seeking direction from City Council to finalize the fiscal year 21-22 budget submission to be presented for adoption in June. Before we begin, I would like to thank Stephen Avalos, budget analyst, Taylor Samuelson, our administrative analyst, as well as all the department heads and all the department staff involved in budget development. So to begin, I just kind of wanted to provide a brief overview of the purpose of tonight's study session. So we are planning to present at a macro level the proposed fiscal year 21-22 citywide budget, which includes the general fund in advance of formal budget adoption, and for City Council to provide direction as to budget balancing options so staff may finalize the budget for adoption in June. No City Council action is requested this evening. However, City Council direction will be requested. I will hand the presentation over to Steve to review the citywide budget as well as a breakout of the general fund budget.
Thank you, Alice. On this next few slides, we will provide you an overview of the fiscal year 21-22 proposed budget for all city funds and the general fund, which is the city's chief operating fund for core city services provided to the community. On this first slide, the proposed all funds revenues budget across all major city funds is estimated at $211.5 million for fiscal year 21-22. As you can see from the charts, the general fund proposed revenue budget totals $100.9 million and makes up approximately 48% of all total revenues citywide. The general fund will be looked at more closely, but property tax, sales tax, and charges for services make up the primary general fund revenue base. The city's major enterprise fund, the water fund, accounts for 23% of total all funds revenue budget at $49 million. Special revenue funds such as gas tax, county Measure M funds, as well as all other grant revenues make up 17% of the city's revenue base at $35 million. These revenues primarily support the city CIP program, in addition to other specialized maintenance services. On this next slide, the proposed all funds expenditure budget totals $213.9 million. The proposed budget does include planned budget enhancements for fiscal year 21-22. As the general fund is the city's chief operating fund, this accounts for 52% of the citywide budget and totals $110.9 million. The water fund, which is the largest enterprise fund, totals $32.8 million in its operating budget and makes up 15% of the citywide budget for fiscal year 21-22. A large portion of revenues also go towards and supports the city's water-related projects in the CIP program and budget. This is about $9.55 million. The fiscal year 21-22 CIP, or capital projects budget, totals $26 million and is largely supported by special revenue funds such as gas tax, SB1, and Measure M for our street improvement projects, as well as the city's enterprise funds for infrastructure improvements. Overall, you will see an operating deficit of $2.4 million across all funds for fiscal year 21-22. However, this is largely due to the general fund projected deficit, which we'll discuss in more detail later. The majority of our other city funds are balanced for fiscal year 21-22. On these next few slides, we will now present an overview of the city's general fund. On this slide, general fund revenues are estimated to total $100.9 million for fiscal year 21-22. The city's major revenues are property and sales tax, and together make up over 70% of all general fund revenue budget. Property tax is the city's largest revenue and is projected to be at $48.9 million, which continues to grow steadily in light of the current pandemic and economic downturn. For fiscal year 21-22, property taxes are anticipated to increase by 3% in line with current growth trends. Sales tax is the city's second largest revenue and has been a revenue that has been adversely impacted by COVID-19. However, for fiscal year 21-22, sales tax is projected to come in at $23.6 million. This is an increase of $2.3 million from fiscal year 2021. TOT taxes, or hotel taxes, continue to be heavily impacted by the pandemic and will likely see a decrease of about $1.2 million and total $1.25 million for fiscal year 21-22. Parks and Recreation and library revenues are other revenues that are also impacted by the pandemic and will again be down for fiscal year 21-22. All other revenues, such as charges for services, which are largely development-related user fees, are expected to remain steady for the city in fiscal year 21-22. On this next slide, we present the first chart of the city's general fund expenditure budget, which will total $110.9 million in fiscal year 21-22. The general fund, again, is the city's chief operating budget that supports your traditional municipal services, such as public safety, public works services, such as parks and landscape maintenance, and parks and recreation and library community programming, to name a few. Please note that the proposed base expenditure budget does include any planned budget enhancements for fiscal year 21-22 and does not include any vacancy savings or other budget balancing measures. The city of Fullerton is a full-service city in which we have our own in-house public safety, which is our police and fire departments, in addition to all other full-service departments. As such, a large portion of the city's budget is primarily salaries and benefits, which reflect approximately 70% of total general fund expenditure budget. For fiscal year 21-22, salaries and benefits will total $77.5 million. A large portion of our salary and benefits budget is for Calpers retirement costs, which is at $25.4 million and make up about 23% of the total general fund budget. For fiscal year 21-22, PERS costs will increase by $3.2 million and is largely due to the city's two increases to the city's unfunded actuarial liability, better known as UAL obligations, which we'll discuss later in more detail. Operations and maintenance make up 16% of the total general fund budget. The remaining 14% of our budget are due to the internal service fund allocations. Our internal service funds are funds that support internal citywide services that benefit the whole organization. This includes the city's self-insured liability insurance and workers' compensation programs, our vehicle replacement fund, and information technology fund, to name a few. Again, these funds are supported by cost allocations to all department budgets. This next chart summarizes the fiscal year 21-22 general fund budget by department. The city has 10 operating departments, from your general government supporting departments, which are administration, HR, and finance, to public safety with police and fire, and to community and economic development and public works, as well as your human and leisure service departments, which are parks and recreation and library. As you can see from the charts, public safety makes up over 70% of the general fund budget and illustrates the effect of being a primary full-service city. Public Works is another large department for the city, but only represents 7% of the general fund budget, as this department is also responsible for city utilities such as water, sewer, and refuse services. The costs for other public works services are offset by other special revenue funds such as gas tax and various other grant programs. The remaining departments combine for 20% of the general fund budget. When looking at revenues and expenditures together, as you'll see in the second chart below on the right, there's a projected $10 million operating deficit in the general fund for fiscal year 21-22. Again, it's important to note that vacancy savings or budget balancing reductions are not reflected in these proposed figures. We will be seeking council direction at the end of the presentation to address the projected deficit and options to balance the budget for fiscal year 21-22.
I have a question, if I may.
Sure.
When we're looking at these deficits and these expenditures, we're making the assumption that the let's say, for example, our roads budget is what it is currently at, right? And I'm using roads because it's one of the more important things for our community. In trying to allocate funding here, where would we see this? I know it's spread over several funds, but because the roads alone, as I understand from different sessions, has a deficit by itself in order to increase our or improve the conditions.
So based on the study session on the streets and roads that was presented by the Public Works Department, I believe like a few weeks ago, the majority of the streets and roads costs are covered with our special revenue funds and are separate from the general fund expenditure budget. So there is, I think, little to no general fund expenditures directed towards street and roads repair and maintenance or infrastructure.
So because earlier you said that the other funds, which I'm assuming this, are balanced.
Yes.
When we're saying balanced, that means we're still at the status quo, as far as our roads are concerned.
The other funds as a whole are not individually, like each enterprise fund, so if you take water, sewer, the refuse funds, and the individual special revenue funds, they are not projected to operate in a deficit position. So the reality is, like when you look at gas tax, the majority of all the gas tax money will be expended to address the public works priorities for street and road repair and maintenance, and then Measure M monies for allocated CIP projects for different infrastructure for citywide services.
But at the level that we've been using them so far.
They are budgeted based on what we anticipate to receive from gas tax, as well as what we anticipated to receive from Measure M allocation, as well as any competitive grants that we are anticipating.
So it's budgeted based on what we will receive, not based on what we really need.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Just to clarify, those special funds, for those in our audience that require the clarification, because it seemed a little muddled in the last conversation, we're not spending what we don't have, correct?
That's correct.
We are spending all of what we get in those special funds.
That's correct.
That's all I wanted to ask.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, and gas tax will, provide for like street maintenance and a lot of salaries for that, and the CIP, that's a separate allocation for large-scale street improvements as well.
Right.
Okay, we'll now segue into the fiscal year 21-22 financial forecast. What is a financial forecast and why? A financial forecast is an important financial planning tool and sound fiscal practice to assess the city's current economic condition and fiscal sustainability for the years to come. It is typically a 5-year or 10-year projection of revenue and expenditures in the general fund, showing against projected reserve levels, often showing where it comes over and under our reserve policies, and even where we may go in the red in future years. It also serves as a financial guide for the City Council and all city management and staff alike. For the City Council, it is a useful tool for making informed policy and budgetary decision-making processes with respect to the general fund's fiscal condition, its future financial resiliency, as well as fiscal well-being. For management and staff, it guides management and staff to prepare and adopt realistic budgets, effectively plan its financial future with respect to best practices, its financial policies, as well as building viable reserve levels to operate the city. Financial forecasts also fosters and improves fiscal transparency for all, as it is a public document and financial plan updated annually for all staff, the community, and any interested parties, showing the city's financial planning efforts and projected use of taxpayers' resources. A sound financial forecast clearly defines and incorporates a set of assumptions or revenue or expenditure escalators derived from current or historical economic factors. A sound forecast should also be updated regularly to reflect any changes in economic conditions and/or assumptions. On this next slide, we outline the revenue assumptions that are factored into the forecast. The first bullet, property taxes, is the city's largest revenue, as you know, and this is the primary driver of revenues in the financial forecast. For property tax, annual 3% increases are built into the forecast, which are in line with current growth trends. For sales tax, the city is seeing a return to fiscal year 18-19 levels and factors in positive growth. Although sales tax revenues are returning to pre-COVID-19 levels, the city is still behind a year and a half of potential sales tax growth, and sales tax revenues would be higher had the pandemic had not occurred. For TOT and other COVID-19 impacted revenues, a conservative 3-year ramp-up recovery for these revenues are factored into the forecast. The last bullet, the last important revenue assumption is recessionary period, which is factored in every 5 years, with the first year of the recessionary period being this fiscal year 2021. During these recession years, there will be either negative or decreased revenue growth for all revenues.
Okay.
Sure.
Can you just elaborate a little bit what you said about we're behind 1.5 years in sales tax? Just me and whoever else.
Yeah, sure. So for sales, for our big two revenues, property tax and sales tax revenues, in fiscal year 18-19, we were at a certain level, and normally, sales tax would increase in line with the economy. Since fiscal year 1920, I believe, was the end of 1920 was the start of the pandemic, and then fiscal year 2021 being almost a full year of the pandemic, sales tax were projected to take a major downturn. By saying that, we're still behind a year and a half, normally, if the pandemic had not occurred, we would see sales tax grow in line with our current, growth trends.
In other words, if sales tax hypothetically were growing at 2% every year,
Correct.
we have 2%, then 2%, then 2%. But in this case, we had the first 2%, and then we went into the hole.
That's correct.
And now we get another 2%. We're still missing that middle layer, if you will, or missing that amount that we should have.
That's correct.
Right? Okay.
Yes. So essentially, I think that is correct. So I think if you had built in a normal economic condition without the pandemic, with steady kind of ongoing growth, we would have anticipated additional increases that would have compounded against the base sales tax revenue. But because of the pandemic, to your point, Councilmember Silva, it kind of reset at a lower level, and then the growth factors are based on what we had estimated because of the downturn and the impact on sales tax.
So even now, if we wanted to ramp up, we could only ramp up to 18-19 levels in terms of getting all our employees, the business, everything ramped up to the levels.
Yes, we actually, we utilize an outside sales tax consulting firm to help us kind of assess our sales tax estimates. And we did meet with them shortly before we finalized the sales tax numbers for the forecast. And they're estimating about very close to a return to the 18-19 levels without any additional growth factors built in.
And then just one more thing on the just a little bit more on the 3-year ramp up for TOT revenue. Is that the same thing that once, let's say on the hotels, once they open up, we're not going to be, at full capacity right tomorrow?
That is correct. I think we had built in based on the impacted COVID-19 impacts on TOT revenues. We had brought them down significantly when we looked at the 21-22 budget. That lower baseline of revenues is what we use as the base factor, and then we built in some escalators on that number.
Thank you.
Before we leave it, there have been two other offsetting factors, though, which have kept it from being the train wreck that it might be otherwise. We went an extraordinary period without recessionary activity, and now we have exceptional levels of stimulus, which are hitting the economy. So those are beyond our control, certainly, but they're offsetting factors and making this dip not as extreme as it would be otherwise.
The individual line items for like sales tax and property tax and then TOT and the other special charges, we do not have factors built in based on any federal stimulus because those are kind of driven separately.
Right, it's a wild card right
Yes.
now, certainly, yes.
But yes, sales tax is not as down as originally anticipated as of last year. So we are returning to, somewhat normal levels.
Right.
That's comparable to fiscal year 18-19. Okay. On this next slide, we now outline our expenditure assumptions. That's in our financial forecast. Salary and benefits are status quo, which means that only projected salary increases are step increases for eligible employees, as well as already approved MOA salary increases that took effect already. There are no new approved MOA salary increases built into the forecast. PERS retirement costs. The forecast does factor in the projected PERS increases that's built into our fiscal year 21-22 proposed budget. It also projects PERS costs through fiscal year 26-27 based on the latest Calpers actuarial reports. The primary driver and cost escalator for PERS pension cost is our UAL, which increases based on a 30-year amortization period for the city. As mentioned earlier, we'll touch upon this in more detail later in the presentation. Employee turnover and a shifting from classic members to new PEPRA employee members is also another important assumption. The city pays for higher normal costs for its classic members, and by bringing on new PEPRA members to the city will pay less in employee normal costs. This is helping to slightly temper the projected UAL PERS increases in our forecast. Lastly, the forecast does incorporate vacancy savings factor of 4% beginning in fiscal year 22-23 through the end of the forecast. For fiscal year 2021 and fiscal year 2022, the city's planned vacancies to hold and not hire amounts were utilized as the city used and will be proposing to use vacancy savings as part of its budget balancing measures. And now we head into the actual forecast, which I will pass the presentation back to Ellis.
Okay, thank you, Steve. So I know how much you enjoy these very small print slides, so I'm hoping what I do with the next two slides kind of helps with the visibility of some of these numbers. So I just wanted to start with a high-level overview. I know, and I apologize that the numbers are so small, but it was the only way to get all 10 years onto one.
They're better on our screens here.
Okay, good. So this slide essentially presents an updated 10-year forecast based on the assumptions Steve had just reviewed. The assumptions, as Steve had mentioned earlier, were developed via review of prior year forecasts, budgets, and actual. So we did kind of kick the tires on the forecast assumptions that we used to kind of build out the model. This forecast, as you can see, without any revenue increases and or a reduction to service levels, the forecast projects the city depleting its contingency reserve with each year of negative change in fund balance. And the next two slides are essentially a breakout of certain components of this particular slide, so it kind of eases the visibility for the viewers at home. And so with that, why don't we switch to the next slide, and we can go through that, and we can toggle back and forth as needed. So this slide breaks out the first three columns of the 10-year forecast on the previous slide, and I'll kind of walk through, begin with a walkthrough of the flow of how essentially the math works, because I think for me, that's the easiest way to kind of understand this. So if you start at the top, the contingency reserve is our 10% minimum based on city council policy. The city council did adopt a general fund reserve policy a number of years ago, and that in that policy, there is a minimum 10% reserve requirement, and with a targeted contingency reserve of 17%. That contingency reserve number in that first cell at the top of the 9.992 is predicated on the prior year's expenditure number, and we take 10% of that. The next number is the available unassigned fund balance, and that is what is kind of available for potential city council discretionary use or designation in a subsequent fiscal year. So that leaves us our available or beginning fund balance. That $10.2 million number there will not tie to the fiscal year 1920 CAFR because the 1920 CAFR ending fund balance number, which is kind of feeds into this beginning, includes restricted fund balance as well as assigned fund balance. So the restricted fund balance are restrictions based on designations from outside legal entities, and the assigned are things that City Council had previously designated for specific use. So that is essentially kind of no longer available as our beginning number. The revenues is predicated on the forecast and what we propose for the 21-22 budgeted numbers. This is what we had built in for the adopted 2021. The expenditure base budget, and let me walk through this section a little bit more in detail. The expenditure base budget is essentially what Steve had walked through earlier. If we look at the 21-22 column, that's the $110.8 or $110.9 million expenditure budget for general fund before any potential budget balancing measures. So as just as a recap, in fiscal year 2021, when City Council adopted the budget, it was right at the beginning of the pandemic. We had a deficit at that point of about $7.9 million. City Council authorized use of contingency reserves, but at that time also directed staff to kind of go back and see if we could implement some one-time budget balancing measures. And that's what's designated here on the slide. So that budget balancing measures, that $4.9 million, was essentially one-time budget balancing measures that were somewhat implemented during the 2021 year. And then the vacancy savings was kind of about that 4% factor that the city has historically used to balance its budget in prior years. That vacancy savings factor for fiscal year 2021 as well as 21-22 are, they're not quite 4% because we actually specifically identified particular positions to be held vacant to enable staff to better track and hold those positions frozen for the duration of these individual fiscal years. And that feeds into our operating surplus or deficit. So as you can see from fiscal year 2021, the operating surplus or deficit is neutral because our target was to implement these budget balancing measures. The next section is other financing sources and uses, and the reality is they kind of can be lumped into operating surplus or deficit. The transfers in there are, we have money that we received in a separate special revenue fund for traffic safety purposes, so that money is restricted for specific use. The majority of those traffic safety expenditures are actually incurred through the general fund. So once we receive that traffic safety fund money at the end of the fiscal year, we transfer what is received into general fund to offset the expenditures that the general fund had incurred. Based on our evaluation for 21-22, we are estimating that we will see a little bit of a dip in what we receive from traffic safety money. The next line is transfers out, and that this transfers out line item that we built into the forecast. Back in June, I believe, of 2020, City Council passed an ordinance to establish an infrastructure fund to address infrastructure needs throughout the city. And I think the primary intent at the time was to help dedicate some level of new or increased revenues dedicated for infrastructure. So that infrastructure fund ordinance essentially is going to take place in fiscal year 21-22. That $480,000 in the proposed 21-22 column is essentially 50% of the increase in their secured property tax above the 18-19 designated level, and then that's 50% of that, and the remaining 50% of that incremental increase would remain with the general fund. So when you take your operating surplus or deficit plus your other financing sources and uses, that end result ends in your net change in fund balance. So if you take that first blue column at the row at the top, beginning fund balance, plus or minus your net change in fund balance, that gives you your ending fund balance. And that ending fund balance then, from the prior year, the first portion of that is designated for use by the contingency policy, minimum 10% for contingency reserve, and whatever's left falls into the available unassigned row. Down below in that slightly orange column, there's a 10% contingency reserve minimum, so we've calculated that for ease of comparison as to whether or not we are able to meet that contingency reserve at the 10 or the 17% level, and we did calculate that differential down below, above or below that 10% contingency reserve. So with that being said, we kind of walked through 2020, 21, and for 21, 22, Steve did review that we are anticipating receiving about $101 million in general fund revenue with an expenditure-based budget of about $110 or $111 million. So there is already a structural deficit of about $10 million. With that, as part of the budget process, we asked every department to identify certain positions that they can hold vacant to help with kind of identify a vacancy savings factor. That $3.8 million is the result of what departments feel they can hold vacant without impacting too severely service levels. That $3.8 million equates to about 44.5 or 44 full-time equivalent positions. Even with that vacancy savings factor, we are looking at a operating deficit of $6.1 million of just revenues over expenditures with that vacancy savings factor built in. And then from there, you have your transfers in and then the transfer out to the infrastructure fund. With that, your net change in fund balance increases to a further deficit of a $6.4 million. Thereby, we are projecting to end 21-22 with an ending fund balance of $4 million, which is about $6.6 million below our minimum 10% contingency reserve level. So this is what the 21-22 proposed budget kind of starts out with, and then all the projections are driven off of that from going forward. Okay. Any questions on this slide or the slide prior? Okay.
Just a quick question, if I may, on the vacancy savings. This is just a proposal, but not necessarily a final number, right? Or I mean, a projected number, the 3.8.
That 3.8 is actually identified. We actually have a list of 44.5 positions that we have identified to hold vacant. Should City Council direct us at the end of the study session to hold them vacant, that's what we will do to yield that $3.8 million.
Got it.
In
Thank
savings. Okay. So this next slide is also derived from the very first 10-year forecast. The only major difference in this is the detail of the revenues, less expenses, less the budget balancing, and the other financing sources and uses is collapsed. So you have your beginning fund balance, your net change in fund balance, which feeds into your ending fund balance. But I wanted to kind of walk through this a little bit more so you can kind of see that we will be experiencing, I did snip it out these years because in these years our operating surplus, actually we are operating in a deficit position based on the forecast through fiscal year 26-27. But unfortunately, because it takes some time for revenues to kind of balance out, your net change in fund balance will be negative for a few years thereafter. But you can clearly see that we actually are going to be operating in a deficit position should no other future revenues be increased or reductions be implemented. I did want to kind of go back to the slide previously because I forgot to mention. Steve did kind of indicate where some of the fluctuation was between the 2021 base expenditure budget and 21-22. So as you can see in the 2021 column, we had a base expenditure budget of about $106 million, and our proposed 21-22 is increasing from there to about $111 million. Steve did mention earlier that a primary driver of that increase is our mandatory UAL payment or contribution to Calpers, and those UAL payments will continue to incrementally increase until the fiscal year 31-32 at this time. And I'll go through the Calpers numbers in a little bit more detail later. Some of that additional increase between the $106 million and the $111 million in the expenditure-based budget is also due to increased contributions to some of the internal service funds from the general fund. We have increases that we had to build into the liability internal service fund, as well as information technology and our vehicle replacement fund as we look at bringing fire-heavy apparatus into the equipment replacement program. Okay, so with that, are there any questions on these three slides before I move on to the next one? Okay. So in the next few slides, I'm actually going to segue a little bit into kind of a discussion about Calpers because as you can see from the projected forecast, The UAL is a very large driver of what's kind of impacting the city's ability to kind of operate in a balanced budget situation. And it is impacting service levels and operating costs across the organization. So just a little bit of an overview. Calpers is a state program which most local agencies participate in. Because the city does not pay into Social Security, the city provides its employees retirement benefits via a Calpers pension plan. There are two components to pension costs, normal cost and the unfunded actuarial liability, or in short, UAL. The normal cost is the employer contribution to fund the cost of active employees. This money will be invested by Calpers in order to pay benefits to active employees when they retire. This is similar to a private employer's contributions to Social Security for the benefit of their employees. The normal cost is calculated as a percentage of an employee's payroll. There is a portion of the normal cost, there is a portion of normal cost that is picked up and paid by the employees, and as can be seen in that top section of the table next to it, that total Calpers employee amount is how much employees pay into their pension. These are active employees. The next component of pension costs is the unfunded actuarial liability. The UAL is the employer contribution required to fund the projected shortfall between the Calpers assets and liabilities. This is the money Calpers projects needing to pay its retirees. A number of factors impact the UAL. The three largest factors are the discount rate, inflation, and mortality. The discount rate is what Calpers believes it can earn over a very long, about 10-year projected period of time from its investments. Inflation, which essentially impacts the real rate of return. So if you define the real rate of return as your discount rate minus your inflation, that is the true actual earnings that Calpers anticipates to receive on its earnings assumptions. And then mortality, obviously, if people live longer, the duration of the pension benefits increases, thus the amount Calpers is required to pay out also increases. It is important to note that Calpers will likely begin reviewing its actuarial assumptions. So while these numbers right now are already large, should Calpers look at increasing the inflation rate and or reducing its discount rate, the likelihood as those additional asks of participating agencies will be amortized over a 20-year period and added to that UAL requirement on an ongoing basis. So what that essentially will do with our forecast is where we think we might hit that peak and start ramping down so we can actually stabilize our base operating budget. They will push that out potentially a few more years depending on the assumptions that Calpers builds in to its next actuarial study. So I just wanted to kind of briefly review what the difference between the normal cost and the unfunded actuarial liability is. I did touch on it earlier, but the normal cost rate is determined by looking at the annual cost of providing benefits to active employees for the upcoming fiscal year. The normal cost should be viewed as the long-term contribution rate. The UAL is determined by looking at the market value of assets of the plan and comparing it with the accrued liability of that plan. To the extent that the assets differ from the liabilities, which is the situation Calpers is in now, the plan will be assessed an unfunded liability payment. The purpose of the unfunded liability payment is to get the assets and liabilities back to even over a period of time. And Calpers did, a few years ago, reduce that amortization period from 30 years to 20 years, which also put an additional pressure on its participating agencies to contribute more in their required annual contributions. The total employer contribution, obviously then, is the sum of the normal cost rate applied to employers' reported payroll plus the UAL payment. These two components are the required contribution amounts that employers pay Calpers to fund their retirees' pension benefits. The city currently has two pension plans, one for its miscellaneous employees and a separate plan for its safety employees. The combined UAL for both pension plans as of the June 30th, 2019 actuarial evaluation, and keep in mind that the actuarial evaluation is a year or two in advance of the liability we book in the CAFR at the end of the fiscal year, is approximately $267 million. That's the overall liability, and a lot of people kind of attribute that as to this is your total cost to, if you wanted to pay down your mortgage today, this is what you would have to outlay in cash to pay that out. That's different than the payments that we actually are required to make on an annual basis. And as you can see from the bottom portion of the chart above, what we're anticipating that we will be paying out to CalPERS in fiscal year 21-22 is $26.8 million. Okay, and of that $26.8 million, 6.7 is for the employer's normal cost contribution, and then the UAL is about $20.1 million. And this will become a little bit more apparent on the next slide. So this slide essentially depicts the UAL requirement on an annual basis. What we did was we stacked in the blue bars down below is what the miscellaneous plan UAL contributions are required. The city is required to pay, and then that yellow or orangish bar at the top is what the safety plan requirements are to make, for the city to make its UAL contributions. So as you can clearly see, this chart demonstrates the ramp up of the required annual UAL contributions, which at this time peaks with the June 30th, 2030 valuation, or in our fiscal year 31-32. I did mention earlier that the blue represents the UAL attributed to the miscellaneous plan, and the green represents the UAL attributed to the safety plan. The employer normal cost is projected to decrease over a long period of time, as Steve had mentioned earlier in his expenditure assumptions. As classic employees turn over with the new PEPRA formulas, and what we built into the forecast was a turnover of about 5% a year. As more PEPRA employees come on board and as classic employees separate or retire, we would expect that normal cost to come down over a period of time. Because PEPRA employees are required to contribute more towards their normal cost payment. And as I did mention earlier, it's important to keep in mind that these actuarial liabilities are predicated on current CalPERS assumptions, and the likelihood is they will be changing probably within the next year or two.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Ms. Cheng, can you, who is requiring this payment of our city?
It's CalPERS.
And who represents CalPERS? So our folks that aren't here, no government, just the rank and file folks in our audience are at home. Is it the state?
It is a state program.
So it's a state program?
That's correct,
Okay.
yes.
So it's a state program that we are right now currently holding the bag on $266 million, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Also, you would assume that based on these CalPERS projections, that technology and medicine is only getting better. We're just going to age more. So would you anticipate these numbers just to go up, right? Necessarily, they wouldn't go down.
I would anticipate, based on my own personal reading on mortality rates and economic assumptions, I would expect that the mortality rates will be increased, thereby putting additional pressure on PERS to make its outgoing retiree payments.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Just so on the discount rate, now, I know that a lot of people individuals who are playing the stock, and the stocks have been going up, increasing, and CalPERS in essence invest in the markets. Okay, I know that there was an investment committee meeting recently. Did they show any projections that CalPERS may decrease that discount rate based on the market, the way it's booming right now?
I don't really want to speculate what
Okay.
CalPERS may or may not do with regard to its discount rate, but based on what I've been reading in terms of the economy, I would anticipate that inflation will be increased and adjusted. And if that does occur, even if CalPERS does not decrease its discount rate, it will still put additional pressure on its real rate of return.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so these next two charts are essentially kind of mirror images of each other. The first one is for the miscellaneous plan, and the second chart, the next chart is for the safety plan. But I'll kind of walk through this chart, and then you can kind of see the difference between the two. This chart shows in the blue the normal cost, and the green the unfunded actuarial liability side by side for the miscellaneous plan, and the next slide for the safety plan. So as you can see that the normal cost is a much smaller portion of the payments that the city is required to make to CalPERS on an annual basis. It's really the UAL payment is what's seriously driving the impact and pressure on the city of Fullerton's budgets, and to be honest, most other agency budgets that are enrolled in CalPERS. And the next slide is essentially the same, but this is for safety. And you can see that the safety UAL numbers are significantly higher than the miscellaneous. It's also, there's a couple different factors driving that. It's their retirement formula and a couple of other things. But you can kind of see that the normal cost as we kind of turn over classic members for PEPRA members does tend to decrease slightly over time. Okay. And that actually kind of wraps up our CalPERS discussion. So if there's no questions. Okay, so we're going to switch gears now and provide City Council with an update with regard to ARPA funding before we review the forecast variations with ARPA kind of built in advance of seeking City Council direction.
Okay. The American Rescue Plan Act, better known as we're calling it ARPA, was signed into law on March 12th, 2021 by the President, and this provides $130 billion in funding to local governments, including county, cities, and smaller local governments across the nation through the coronavirus local fiscal recovery fund. This legislation made $65 billion available to metropolitan cities. These are cities with populations greater than 50,000 people using HUD's CDBG entitlement city allocation methodology, of which the city is eligible to receive a direct payment from U.S. Treasury. The city is currently awaiting for formal U.S. Treasury guidance for more specific uses of ARPA funds, but the statutory legislation did identify four broad eligible uses for the funding. The first bullet is to respond to and actively address the public health emergency or its negative economic impacts with respect to COVID-19 disease. The second bullet is to respond to essential workers with premium pay that are working during COVID-19. Third, to provide for revenue reduction or loss to local governments due to COVID-19. And the last bullet is to invest in water, sewer, or broadband infrastructure improvement projects. In participating in several webinars with the National League of Cities, as well as representatives from U.S. Treasury over the past few months, it was communicated that the intent of the legislation, the primary intent of the legislation is to provide financial relief to local agencies to stabilize local government finances. The city of Fullerton is estimated to receive a total of $34.7 million in two equal payments over 2 years. Per the legislation, the first disbursement is expected within 60 days of enactment, which is this month, May 2021, middle to later, late May. To reiterate, U.S. Treasury has not yet released formal guidance and guidelines, and we will know more information when these are published.
A quick question, if I may.
Sure.
Do we know the timeline of when these will be dispersed yet, or we still don't know that either?
Based on the legislation and what we understand, we're anticipated to receive half of the 34.7, so about $17.43 million sometime this fiscal year. We are still waiting guidelines as to whether or not we need to certify to receive those funds, or they will be just directly allocated to us, and then the certification may be after the fact. So we kind of don't know yet. I think everyone's waiting for additional information.
Right. And then the other question would be, do they define eligible workers? Are we talking about city workers, or was this just a broad term that could include other workers in the city?
It is a broad term, and we're also waiting for guidance on that as well.
Yeah, based on the initial statutory language, it's very broad right now. And it almost sounds like it's, discretionary to the city to decide that, but we'll know more when the U.S. Treasury releases their guidelines. Okay, so this next slide, ARPA also made available funding for several other grant programs and opportunities. The ARPA legislation identified funding for restaurant recovery, restaurant recovery fund for, to help restaurants, assist them with their businesses, and that's about $28.6 billion that's available for restaurant owners. $10 billion in state small business credit program, $500 million for low-income and wastewater assistance programs, we just identified a few program areas. There are also many other programs and financial assistance available to businesses as well as individuals. It is important to note that these funding opportunities are separate from the funding the city is expected to receive from the Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund. These grant opportunities are likely direct grant programs that businesses, individuals, and other nonprofit groups can directly apply to. If funding is made available to the city to offer to the community, it will likely come through the state or county via the pass-through allocations, which was similar to the way we received our CARES funding. Again, we'll know more once formal guidance is provided to the city. Are there any questions on this slide? Okay, so I will now pass the presentation back to Alice to discuss the financial forecast with ARPA relief funding.
Okay, thank you, Steve. So we actually have 3 scenarios or 3 options to present to City Council. I would like to caution that while our current estimation from the Department of Treasury, we are estimated to receive $34.7 million. We don't yet know what the certification process is and whether we will be able to substantiate need or use of fully utilizing all of that. So being in finance, I'm always a little bit cautious. So I know there's a lot of need and demand for that money throughout the organization, throughout the community, but until the money is received and we fully understand what we can spend that money on and whether or not we could substantiate the need for that, just kind of keep that in the back of your heads. Okay, so we did build out 3 options. So these 3 options are just different scenarios we wanted to put in front of City Council for consideration. We can build out any other models based on whatever direction City Council may want to provide us tonight. Or at, to be honest, any time during the fiscal year. So what we did with these 3 options, we took that base forecast number that we had shown earlier. The only difference in that is we built in the receipt of the ARPA money in fiscal year, half of it in fiscal year 2021, the other half in 21-22. And from there, we kind of estimated our contingency reserve levels and what we would need to potentially retain in order to offset future projected deficits in our general fund. These are just for consideration. If City Council would like to see any other projections or forecasts, we can bring those forward in whichever manner City Council designates. So the first option, just to give a high-level overview, we built in the ARPA, receipt of the ARPA monies fully, and then there was no designated use of any unassigned available fund balance, meaning we kind of let it ride. The second option is maintaining a 17% contingency reserve level over the duration of the entire 10-year period. This did allow us to kind of play with the numbers to say maybe in year 1 in 21-22, a certain amount could potentially be designated for use by City Council for whichever purpose it may intend, along with whatever guidelines the Department of Treasury puts out. And then you can see towards the very end of the forecast, there's a few more periods where the UAL comes down, our revenues start to exceed expenditures, general fund stabilizes, and then it builds an additional a little bit of cushion at the end as well. The option 3 is the same scenario as option 2, except that we are then eating into or reducing our contingency reserve level down to the 10% minimum, because we do understand there's a lot of needs for general fund resources. Okay, with that, we will kind of get into this. Unfortunately for these, I did not do any breakout slides, but I did kind of condense that net change in fund balance into one row, and we did eliminate all the revenues, expenses, and the budget balancing along with the other financing sources and uses, because those numbers didn't change in total.
Sorry, Alice, quick question. Did you say that the assumption here is that we would have flexibility in using this funds however you want? Is that how you built this?
Well, we built it in that it could potentially be designated for use, and of course, that would be at City Council's direction, so long as the directed use of these monies is in compliance with ARPA regulations.
Okay.
Okay. So as I mentioned earlier, option one is what we call our maximized stabilization, meaning we're going to let any one-time ARPA monies ride. So you can see that in the 2021, sorry, did I go back too far? Sorry about that. So if you look at 2021, you see that we receive about $17.4 million of ARPA money, and that ARPA is that one row in the middle that's kind of standing alone. Then what that does essentially, if you do the math, is that our ending fund balance increases up to $27.8 million. And then if you compare that against our 10% contingency reserve level and our 17% contingency reserve level, you can see where we're at above those contingency reserves. But as you are aware from the previous forecast, we are looking at deficit positions in our net change in fund balance through 26-27 based on the current forecast. And because of that, this option essentially kind of utilizes or does not designate for use any available unassigned fund balance by City Council, and we're just rolling that any excess over year after year to offset any future deficits. Once again, just to kind of reiterate, this forecast assumes no new revenues and also no other budget balancing outside of that 4% vacancy factor in the future years. So obviously this, if you want to describe this is obviously the most conservative. This next option two gives maybe ability, if and when the ARPA money is received and we understand what the guidelines are, it would potentially give City Council a little bit flexibility of direction as to what it might use some of these monies for. So in this model, we have the ARPA money again being received in fiscal year 2021 and 21-22. And right underneath that, highlighted in yellow, you can see where we've kind of played with the forecast to say, if City Council designate use of $4 million in 21-22, that would still enable the city to maintain a 17% contingency reserve level through 26-27. And then you can see as our UAL starts to come down, our revenues start to exceed our expenditures, and then that gives us a little bit of cushion as we go into 27-28 through the end of the forecast. Okay. And then option three is kind of maintaining at 10% contingency reserves level. So what we did here is the same type of scenario. You could, if this scenario holds, City Council would potentially be able to designate use of $7 million in 21-22. Additional $4.9 million of 22-23, while still allowing the city to maintain its 10% minimum reserve level. And you can see that on that second to last row at the bottom. You can see that our 10% contingency reserve holds throughout the entire model. And given this scenario, if we're looking at a 10% minimum contingency reserve, obviously towards the end of the forecast, you can see that it gives City Council a little bit more flexibility as to discretionary use of available unassigned fund balance in future years. These are just for consideration. And are there any questions on these three models?
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
So your projections don't include any new revenue, but they don't include any new deficits as well, right?
That's correct.
Such as the increase of liability of lawsuits, we don't have that.
That's correct.
Increase of liability of aging infrastructure, we don't have that either, right?
Correct.
Very well, thank you.
Okay. No other questions? Okay. So what we are looking for tonight is direction from City Council as to how City Council would like us to balance our budget for 21-22. We did indicate in our forecast that all the departments across the organization have identified about 44.5 positions to be held vacant at City Council's direction to yield some vacancy savings of about $3.8 million. But that being said, there is, even with that vacancy factor built in, there's still going to be a net change in fund balance of about $6.4 million deficit. So what we'd like direction from City Council on is how they would like us to close that gap. One option is to allow the city to build in use of contingency reserves, what that essentially does right now, given that we have not received any ARPA money, we don't know what we can do with it. That would require City Council direction tonight so we can build into the budget resolution authorized use to reduce our contingency reserve below that 10% minimum policy requirement. Another option, and we can use any combination of these or any other direction City Council would like to provide, is if and when ARPA money does become available, if we're able to use that to backfill revenue loss, as the legislation currently does allow, it would allow us to refill our contingency reserve levels. At a bare minimum, it would be helpful for City Council to provide staff direction as to how to just close that gap. If and when ARPA money does become available, though that money can be designated for use for backfilling contingency or for some other designation during the course of fiscal year 21-22, as budget adjustments and as new information becomes available. And that's kind of how we approached it with the CARES Act money. At the beginning of the pandemic, there were a lot of unknowns. We didn't know at that time how much or how we could use that CARES Act money. As that information became available, we consistently briefed City Council throughout the duration of the 2021. So that's the direction we're seeking from City Council tonight. And also whether there's any additional information City Council would like staff to bring forth and in what format they would like us to present that.
Mayor, if I may.
Sure.
As our residents and city employees can clearly see with this budget study, budget deficits are very real. While we find ourselves using or thinking about using one-time federal stimulus money to compensate for these deficits, they're just a short-term fix, and much like climate change, the chickens seem to have come home to roost now. So I'd like to give another reminder to everybody that's listening and watching that the city of Anaheim is in active discussion right now to borrow $200 million to offset their budget deficit. That should serve as an active cautionary tale that we need to be better stewards of the people's money. The $6.6 million projected deficit this year requires us to make some difficult decisions. I think we need to break the cycle of fiscal irresponsibility because in 2 years, if we continue to remain on this active hamster wheel, we're going to hit a wall pretty hard. Your option one, again, this is all pie in the sky, and I'm grateful for you doing the work to get it here. Seems to be a very large casino bet. Even the term "let it ride" just would signify that as well. I would like to see, with support of council, what it would look like if you brought back to us a 2% across the board cut, 5% across the board cut, and a 10%.
Would that be a cut from the general fund? Well, general fund, obviously, but would it be a cut for employees, I guess?
Across the board, sir.
Yeah. So we already have.
I'd like to see that, just so, again, these are all pie-in-the-sky numbers we're talking about. I would like to see what we're doing here because, even if we used every penny of this $35 million of American Rescue Plan Act money to Band-Aid our budget deficit, it's nothing more than putting our fingers in the fiscal dam as far as I can see, because we still have a potential liability of $250 million that's only going to increase because people are just living longer. And again, that's with no guidance being issued by the Treasury Department, correct?
That's correct.
So I would like to see that just so I have some idea of where we can be and where we know where we are. So thank you.
I would just kind of like to bring to City Council's attention, as Steve had mentioned earlier, 70% of our general fund budget is labor, and any cuts would be a negotiated item. So even if we initiate that process, it could take a significant amount of time to yield any of that cost reduction. So either way, we can obviously bring back forecasts with reductions across the board and these different increments. We can even go further if needed to see where we kind of hit that mark. But that being said, we would still need direction, hopefully this evening, so we can bring forth a quote-unquote balanced budget for adoption on June 1st.
Yeah, well, Mr. Mayor, if I may, I like to see that, I mean, initially I wanted to get us at, excuse me, at a 17%, contingency reserve, but I'd like to see us look at doing, using some of the ARPA funding to maintain that 10% contingency and then keep us going for a few years or the next year or so until we see what we can use that ARPA for. And then we can also look into other ways to balance, because we had, excuse me. At the end of the day, we still have to balance out, correct?
We do need to adopt a balanced budget.
Right.
There are a lot of factors driving the need to do that. We have debt service obligations. We have a lot of contracts that are predicated on the budget allocating resources to those contracts. It affects our credit rating, which essentially will affect the city's ability to borrow at some time in the future.
Yeah. So I would like to come back with that, using the ARPA at 10%, so that we could balance it.
What option 3 does, if I may, Councilmember Silva, is what this shows is essentially if we have our current budget the way it is right now, without any additional reductions outside of that vacancy savings, this option 3 does demonstrate what we would need to hold on to and what would potentially be available for city council designation and we still maintain that minimum contingency reserve at 10% across the duration of this 10-year forecast.
In 2021, we would have a $7 million what we can use, right?
This is based on our current estimate, based on the proposed 21-22 budget that's
Right.
before you today.
And so that would be something that we could say, take the 7 million, use it X, Y, and Z now, as long as it meets the criteria of the ARPA.
Yes.
Yeah. So anyway, I would suggest, let's look at that as an option, or bring that back, just because it'll get us into a balanced budget, and we can then proceed to shake the tree and maybe look at what Councilman Jung suggested, because we can still adjust as we go along, as we do with the CARES Act, right? We were coming back every month or a few months and saying, we got this money, we can tie it to this. Yeah. So that's one option that I would like to see, just so that we are balanced and we can move forward and not be in the deficit, because by law, we have to balance out, right?
It is ideal for city council to adopt a balanced budget before the beginning of the next fiscal year.
Our time is short, so I'd like to at least have each council member be able to make some brief comments.
Yeah,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, I'd just like to echo, I think what Councilmember Jung had to say, and assuming that no motion or second is required to see those changes, I think it's absolutely critical for us to get a look at what it would look like, with that, sort of 3 tiers of potential cuts to expenses. So I think, look, the reality is we've seen the projections, and we're not going to get anywhere without making those, cuts or adjustments. And so to the extent we can look at that, and then we can maybe understand where those cuts might come from and what that might look like, I think that would be most helpful. And I think it's absolutely critical for us to do it at this time.
I would like a little bit of clarification, if I may. When you're looking at the forecast built in with across-the-board reductions, you're looking at reductions for operating and maintenance and labor costs across the board. The reality is there's some contribution levels that really cannot be cut because we have liability and workers' compensation. So if I may, we might play with some of these things that we know that we have no kind of wiggle room in, if that's okay. All right. And then, and Councilmember Silva, you wanted to see a minimum 10% contingency reserve. We can build that in with each scenario at a 2%, 5%, 10% cut,
Yes.
and then see where that contingency reserve kind of fluctuates. And would you like to see this with ARPA and without ARPA, or?
Yes.
Both?
Well, both. I think we do one and the other, so we can compare. We would have both.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Councilmember, sorry.
I would personally rather see it without. I don't think we should count on this to balance our budget,
Okay,
obviously, 1 or 2 time,
okay.
we'll have both then. He can look at one and I can look at the other.
No problem. It's easy enough to do.
All right.
So,
Councilmember Zara?
yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think I mean I think it is. There's a lot of variables still because we don't really know where the money, the federal money's, how it's going to be allocated, and what restrictions there are, and then also I think that looking at cuts, I think it is inevitable, but I do want to make sure that we not compromise our services, because the more cuts we make, especially that our residents rely on us providing the service level that is required to run a city efficiently, and so I want to caution against jumping into such cuts so broadly, and then looking a little bit more in depth and more detailed about what impact it would have if we do pursue such cuts on the services, whether it's public safety, whether it's public works, and or other services that we provide. So I would caution, and I think this is going to require a little bit more precision and fine tuning when we look at these cuts, if this is where the council goes. Thank you.
Yeah, council members are, I think to your point, while we understand that kind of building in these cost reductions is, to be frank, a bit of a theoretical exercise because labor is the majority of our cost, and these are negotiated items. The reality is cuts across the board are going to impact labor, is going to impact service levels.
Sure. Well, in my opinion, it would be unreasonable to think that we aren't going to be impacted across the board. This is truly an emergency level, which has been predicted long ago. It's easy for me to analyze this and say that prospective cuts are being made to fund pensions, that primarily the cost driver that we don't have funds to balance our budgets with are coming from pension cost escalation, right? And back when previous councils voted in the 3 at 50, voted in escalation and retroactive costs on pension sweeteners around the turn of the millennium, when revenues were running high, when results in the stock market were really impressive, and it was projected by experts that it would never cost us anything, that it was essentially a free ride to maximize those pensions, and that there would be no consequence as a result. We're looking at the consequence, and it's been long predicted for that to be the case. There are some other methods that we could use, and I agree, some of this is more discretionary, some isn't. We need to really identify where the council has control over larger, not so much de minimis areas. But it does call for some form of an across-the-board reaction, I think, and it's really for the good of the organization. Pay freezes are an option for whatever period of time. It would change these projections fairly significantly. Use of attrition to restructure areas of city government to more closely match what the requirements are now. Some other governments are suffering the same things right now, and in order to stabilize through the lockdown, through the pandemic, more or less all of us have stuck with a straight line kind of approach, that this is another bump in the road and it'll get worked out over time. But I think what we're looking at here is large enough that no one should be looking at these funds coming from federal sources as being, mad money, because they aren't. And so any projections that we can get that look at some of those actions, because we're going to have to take a hard look at expenditures. We get pretty much straight line projections on these, and of course it would take council action to change that picture. And so we would want to be more surgical with that, and so the amount of information that we receive and how accurate that information is going to be essential. I see this next year, this next budget is going to be a very important step to the rest of your extended projections. But I think you've done a really good job of outlining what the challenges are And I think it should be evident to people that we need to make some hard choices at this stage and control what we can control. Granted, there are so many things that are beyond our control.
The UAL, to be frank, is something that was somewhat outside of the control of all participating local agencies and Calpers. When they decided, at one point when Calpers was superfunded, they said you don't need to make your annual required contributions. That essentially is now impacting us today.
And what else is clear from your examples here is that PEPRA is weak sauce when it comes to a reform effort on pensions. It's having some effect, but it's on the surface.
One more question, if I may.
Yes.
When the pandemic hit, we asked the departments to make a cut across the board, did we not? Or we asked for them to make a cut, right? Did we not?
We negotiated with all the bargaining groups to take a pay reduction for fiscal year 2021. That pay reduction sunsets at June 30th of 2020. So what we built into the 21-22 base budget is the salary reductions ending and going back to normal levels.
Okay, thank you.
So I would like City Council direction tonight, if possible. Is City Council open to us helping to rebalance our budget with holding those positions vacant to yield additional savings of $3.8 million?
Favor of that.
I'm in favor of that, and again, I think we have to get to that number, whatever way we can, so.
And then is City Council open to us bringing back the budget for adoption on June 1st with utilization of contingency reserves at this time while we look and work with the city manager and the other department heads to identify future cost reductions throughout the duration of 21-22?
I'd like to avoid using reserves if I can, Mr. Mayor.
I'd like to bring it back with that 10% contingency so we can have it balanced and then allow us a little more freedom, I think, to work forward and say, where can we, manage it? So that would be, I'd like to see us do that, at least a 10% use of that ARPA.
Before we work on a final budget, I mean, even I know that we have some deadlines here to work on, but I think we'd need to see the full array of the other options, and we're trying, I think, to give direction on what general policies that we would pursue. But of course, we have to agree among ourselves in open session so often with these things. It's we don't have the time currently. We're pretty much up against our regular meeting time.
For the additional forecast options, would you like to bring that back as a separate study session item, and if so, when?
It does sound as though, would we be open?
Or we can just provide it in a memo to City Council separately, but we will need direction before June 1st, which should occur at an open session, so we understand how City Council would like to balance its budget for 21-22.
Yeah, a study session?
Okay, so study session on the 18th,
Yes.
and hopefully at that time we can get some direction. Yeah, so, and Councilmember Silva and Councilmember Jung, I understand the intent, but I think staff really do need to be able to get some solid direction for budget submission on June 1st.
Well, Councilman Silva seems to have some wants that he has. I'm not diametrically opposed to them. However, I would like to see, cuts first, what it looks like on paper, and see where we can, if we have to make further reductions, and hopefully not. But again, I'd like to see that.
Okay,
So,
no
so
problem.
would we be able to show both, like what it would look like with the reductions Councilmember Jung's requesting?
Yeah.
Using the 10%, right?
Of course,
Take
yeah.
those two, and then we can.
And there are so many unknowns that I think in these extraordinary times that we would have to make use of corrections and or moving in to make, we're basing on assumptions right now. I don't like when a budget is a living document, but it may have to resemble that somewhat as we navigate through this year.
Yeah, and I think that's how we've operated in 2021. And I actually at this time anticipate us operating in that manner in 21-22, but we do need to bring forth a balanced budget for adoption in June.
So many unknowns still.
Correct.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a question?
Sure, please.
Ellis, what's the timing as far as how long you think it's going to take staff to get to?
We will have the requested forecasted numbers updated with the 2, 5, 10%, with a 10% minimum contingency with and without ARPA on May 18th for a
Okay,
study
I just want to
session.
make sure that you could do that.
That is,
Okay.
we will make it happen.
All right.
So it will be a supplemental, but we will make it happen. So.
We'll do the best we can. I appreciate all your efforts on this.
And I want to
one
echo
last
that
thing.
too. They've put in a lot of hours on this and with the living document like you're talking about, that may be kind of how we go, we approve it, and then we move on from there and decide how we're going to spend or not spend.
And we won't be alone. There are many, many other California cities in the same boat right now.
All right, thank you
I'm
all.
sorry, one last request. Would you be able to break down, would you be breaking down the vacancies so we know where they are as well?
We can bring forward the identified positions that make up the $3.8 million.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yes.
Thank you. And thank you for the work.
Okay.
All right, thank you. And with that, we needed to provide some time for public comment on this.
Do we have any Zoom comments on this item?
We're going to have to.
Oh, sorry, I got to flip you to the other screen. Then they'll hear you. Do we have any Zoom comments?
We do not.
Sorry, that was me.
All right, with that, we adjourn the study session, and we will take a short break. We're going to open regular session a few minutes late. To order the regular session of the Fullerton City Council for May 4th, 2021. Call the meeting to order. Madam Clerk, could you give a brief description of where people can find ways to participate in this evening's meeting?
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight's evening is operating under the executive order issued by Governor Newsom under the COVID-19 emergency protocols, which means that this meeting can be held both live and virtually. If you would like to access the meeting virtually, the instructions are on the agenda at www.fullerton.legistar.com. And the agenda will have the login and/or call-in information and instructions on how to participate.
Thank you for that. And would you kindly please conduct the roll call?
Mayor Whitaker.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap. Councilmember Jung.
Present.
Councilmember Silva.
Here.
And Councilmember Zara.
Here.
For the invocation to begin our meeting this evening, we have Shepherd Steve Hernandez, Fullerton Free Church. Please provide the invocation, sir.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing us to minister in Fullerton. We count it a blessing, and we are constantly in prayer for the city. Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you for this evening. We thank you, Lord, for this city and for allowing us to be here in this beautiful spot on earth that you have put us. I pray specifically for tonight's meeting, Lord, that you would give wisdom to those who make decisions. I pray for each item on the agenda. I pray for each concern. I pray for each viewpoint, for everyone that needs to be heard. I pray, Lord, that you would just give wisdom. I pray that ultimately you would be glorified. And I pray, Lord, that from this meeting, decisions would be made that would benefit the city and benefit its citizens. But most importantly, I ask that through this, that you would be glorified and that we would remember that you are God and that your will be done. We ask for wisdom again in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Thank you. And I'd like us all to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I would ask Councilmember Fred Jung to please lead us in that. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. City Attorney, do we have a report from closed session?
There's no report this evening.
No report. Thank you. Ex parte communications report from council members on any discussions that they've had?
Mr. Mayor, yes, I had a conversation with Mr. Dan Lancaster from the Firefighters Association and with the board of the Police Officers Association. Thank you.
Okay.
I too had a discussion with Captain Lancaster with the Firefighters Association, also Unite Here, I think, or Unite 11, excuse me.
Okay. And that's it. We have a proclamation this evening to make declaration of Drinking Water Week. I know for most of us, we have 52 drinking water weeks every year, but this is a time to single it out for the attention and the importance to clean, healthy drinking water. I would like to invite our Public Works Director, Meg McWade, and Water Systems Manager Dustin Ensminger to please accept this proclamation. I shall come down. And the logo on this, the logo on this is there when you need it. Drinking Water Week, May 2nd through May 8th of 2021. Is there anything you'd care to add or elaborate, either of you, on this?
Just, we thank the City Council for its support of water and water resources, and also the residents.
Well, thank you. I know that Councilmember Jung, our appointee to the Metropolitan Water District, and I right now with the Orange County Water District and also SAPA Commission very well understand the complexity and the importance of drinking water. And so what we'd like to do is continue this advantage that the city of Fullerton has had for a very long time. We receive all of our water for ratepayers in the city from groundwater. 77% comes from groundwater, from the aquifer, from the basin that we're fortunate to reside above. And the rest of it is imported water, mostly obtained from a Metropolitan Water District. On this proclamation, I just want to single out a couple items. Whereas water is our most valuable natural resource and only tap water delivers public health protection, fire protection, support for our economy, and the quality of life we enjoy. And whereas any measure of a successful society, economic growth and diversity, productivity, and public safety is in some way related to access to safe water. And whereas to ensure a reliable source of drinking water, the City of Fullerton maintains over 420 miles of pipeline, 12 booster stations, 9 active wells, and 7 active connections to Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. And there are many other facts here as well, but I'll stop at that. And I will present this. Please.
Thank you very much.
Okay. And here we go.
Very much.
Well, and thank you to our utilities workers in the city of Fullerton for maintaining some of the necessities of life during this strange period, during the pandemic and the lockdown. And I think it's only going to get better from here.
You too.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Take care. We have a second presentation this evening, Bridges Shelter, and that would be provided by Rusty Kennedy, Fullerton resident.
Thank you, Mayor Whitaker. If I might take off my mask, I am double vaccinated and far enough away from you, I think, to keep us all safe. I appreciate it. So I am Rusty Kennedy, longtime resident of Fullerton and retired nonprofit CEO. I've been serving the city for the last 10 years at the behest of various city councils. First, or in one capacity as chairing the post-Kelly Thomas killing task force on mentally ill homeless, and more recently as the chair of the Strategic Homeless Planning Committee in 2019 that the council appointed. And but today I'm coming to you to report back. I've been serving as your representative to the Bridges at Kramer shelter. The Bridges at Kramer is a multi-service shelter that the county runs, and the northern spa cities, including Fullerton, pay part of the money to run it, contracting with Mercy House as the provider. And I sit on that quarterly meetings now, I don't know, almost 3 or 4 years since it was put together. And by the way, I'm welcome if you'd like to place another volunteer on there, or one of you wants to serve on that capacity. Welcome that as well. Just very briefly, I'm not going to give you a lot of data, just a couple data points, but I wanted to give you one analysis that was shared with us at our last meeting that they thought the council should be apprised of. So in 2018-19, we had 811 clients that were served there. In 2019-2020, this fell to about 504. And that's largely due, I believe, to COVID. We dropped in capacity from 200 to about 145 because of the spacing and all the other things that are required under COVID. So permanent housing placements, which, I mean, the best thing we can do with the homeless is if they're placed in permanent housing, increased by 20%, to 20% to 89. Well, 89, that is, our place. So from 75 to 89, about 20% increase. But this is not a measure that our shelter is responsible for. So we have Larry Haynes from Mercy House reporting to us in this, and this is one critical point that we keep asking from the various cities for him to give us this information. But the fact is, he points out, I'm not responsible for placing people in shelters. We don't provide any permanent housing. We don't provide any permanent housing. Our job as your provider is to create a safe and clean place for emergency shelter and to prepare every one of the individuals that come in there with a housing plan for permanent housing. And he says we can do that within a couple of weeks, in fact. They're also stabilizing people, and there's a variety of other services they can get there, so it can take longer. But they don't provide permanent housing for people. That essentially is the crux of the issue. So we can't really expect them to be able to increase the number of people placed in permanent housing if there is no permanent housing or there is inadequate permanent housing. And that's his real point to us. Please don't measure my success by a data point that I can't really provide for and we're not contracted to be able to do. So essentially he's saying the system of care for our homeless is the outreach that CityNet type organizations do for us, Bridges and other shelters, and right now he says we have enough shelters. Between our Bridges shelter that we collaboratively have, and the Placentia and the Buena Park and the Illumination Center, Navigation Center that we have enough shelter beds probably to serve us, as well as some of the others, domestic violence and others. But so they have that part of the system is in pretty good shape. But and in fact, he would say our program is 100% successful in that every individual that they serve comes out of there with a housing plan for permanent housing over the long run. But there's the responsibility for providing the permanent housing. He's basically saying that's the city's responsibility, that's the county's responsibility, the planners, the state. That responsibility can't fall on a nonprofit provider. So that's really, kind of the core point I wanted to raise with you. And I don't know if there were any brief questions, but certainly be happy to respond or get back to you with information if any of you need more.
Okay. Anything at the present? we will be talking, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Appreciate it. We are at the point for public comment. For open public comment, those wishing to address the council may speak on items not appearing on this evening's agenda. And each of you have up to 3 minutes to make your comments. Please direct them to the council. And as always, I'd like to see respectable decorum in this chambers. And with that, Madam Clerk, anyone who wishes also to address the council, please register that you plan on doing so.
And we have 36 in-person speakers registered so far.
Okay. And how would you like to handle? Would you like to call up, or would you like call up a set of 5 or something?
I think we have some lined up already, so
Okay.
we can have them line up, or I can call names, whichever is the council's preference.
We'll begin. If we have the first speaker, we are ready to receive.
Live in an RV.
A little closer to the microphone, please. Yeah.
I live in an RV and I have for 16 years. Last week, I was helper us on Walnut. We did everything we could to get the RVs going and safe to drive. Not many RVs improved. My RV is 38 years old. Nothing works inside and the outside needs serious work. The old engine is really a disaster. I was able to move it a little bit today, and I didn't get a ticket from for the RV. However, my van got one, a $100 ticket. Everyone on the street got a ticket. How many are we going to get? One every 72 hours? So that'd be twice a week at least. And I'm trying to buy a house with 3 other homeless people, and so we can bring in a few others with us. And $200 a week on tickets is going to kill us because we're all in the street. And we're trying to get out because that's what you people want, but it's taken a lot of time. Thank you.
Mr. Long, please come to the microphone.
Hi, my name is Jason Phillips. I'm local pastor and help run a collaborative of churches called Fullerton Act. And I'm really just here to talk about our city manager, Ken Domer. And I'm very sad that he is no longer with us, but I wanted to share really what he, I think, brought to the city. He was incredibly open. He was very responsive to the needs. We have regular quarterly meetings. He had been at multiple of those meetings, sharing with our church leaders the needs and the desires of the city. And it seemed like he brought an incredible coalition together to get some things done. So just wanted to share that I felt he did an incredible job. And I hope that whoever you're looking at next is also very open, responsive, not reactive, and had many conversations with him over the years that he was here, and his deep desire to see Fullerton flourish, and which was refreshing. And so just wanted to share my disappointment, sadness, but also my incredible gratitude for what Ken did while he was here. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening, Mayor Whitaker and council members. My name is Barry Ross. I'm Regional Director for Community Health Investment for Providence, Southern California. I'm here this evening to request support for completion of the Union Pacific Trail Phase 2 with the Urban Greening Grant and City Match. 5 years ago, St. Jude Medical Center partnered with the City of Fullerton and others to address the increasing rates of obesity and diabetes in Fullerton with a focus on low-income neighborhoods. Together, we implemented Move More, Eat Healthy, an effort to create environmental, system, and policy change to make the healthy choice the easy choice for all residents. Over the past 5 years, St. Jude Medical Center has supported the city's efforts to build 5 outdoor fitness centers, help build Pearl Park, increase the number of miles of bike lanes, create safer ways for children to walk to school, and strengthen city policies that impact health. As a result, the percentage of children in the healthy fitness zone for body composition has increased. When I met with city officials 5 years ago, I asked whether they had an interest in applying for state and federal funds to promote active transportation in parks. They indicated an interest, but said that they needed support for grant writing. St. Jude Medical Center provided funding to support grant writing that has resulted in millions of dollars in funding to the city, including funding for the Union Pacific Trail. This project will encourage physical activity, easier access to the transportation center and jobs, and turn a blighted area into a community asset. Please support this project and the commitment to the health of the community that it makes. Thank you.
Vern Nelson, Anaheim. First, I want to give a correction and apology to Councilman Ahmad Zara for my speech at the last meeting. I was under the impression that Mayor Whitaker was the only councilman here who hadn't received campaign donations from the Fullerton Police Union, but as it turns out, Ahmad also hasn't. In any case, the point was that even if a councilman did receive money from the police union, that shouldn't mean that they should be afraid to vote for police transparency and accountability. Why should I be worried about Ahmad anyway? He did lead a big Black Lives Matter rally back in the summer, so I'm sure he also cares about the local lives of all colors that might be snuffed out needlessly and unjustly by those sworn to serve and protect us. My friends and I in the Justice for Hector movement have several demands, and I know you say that many of them you don't think you can fulfill until after DA Spitzer completes his endless investigation, going on a year now. I do think you can demand under SB 1421 the complete videos and witness testimony that the police are holding back. It's been way over 60 days, and that's at the point at which, to quote the law, if an agency delays disclosure pursuant to this clause, the agency shall, at 180-day intervals as necessary, provide in writing the specific basis for the agency's determination that disclosure could reasonably be expected to interfere with a criminal enforcement proceeding. The writing shall include the estimated date for disclosure of the withheld information. Information withheld by the agency shall be disclosed when the specific basis for withholding is resolved, when the investigation or proceeding is no longer active, or by no later than 18 months after the date of the incident, whichever occurs sooner. But why would the very transparent Chief Dunn want to keep stonewalling you like that? We're sure he has nothing to hide. So the council can at least ask. You could also ask for Officer Farrell to at least be taken off the street pending the results of Todd's endless investigation. But there are other measures this council could take that don't need to wait for the result of an investigation or a lawsuit. Do you know that nationwide, Fullerton, California is best known as the town where Kelly Thomas's murder went unpunished 10 years ago? The killing of Hector almost 1 year ago is becoming what Fullerton is second best known for. Wouldn't it make you much prouder if you were known as the first Orange County city that took meaningful steps to police reform, accountability, transparency, and what some call defunding the police, but we call reallocating resources? I'm speaking for myself because my coalition is reluctant to ask for a police review board because of the dismal example of the powerless board created in my city of Anaheim. But what if a Fullerton Police Reform Board had real power and answered directly to the council instead of the chief? What if it had subpoena power? What if its purview included recommendations on both policies and the reallocating of resources to keep Fullerton's residents safer, recommendations that could be voted on then by this August council? This is something you guys could begin having serious conversations about. The lives of Kelly Thomas, Hector Hernandez, and many others demand no less. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brianna Stickney, and I moved here to Fullerton in 2006. I was a young 17-year-old college student, and since then I have stayed here. I have two beautiful daughters that were born at St. Jude, and through this time here, I have come to love the city of Fullerton. And as some of you may know, homelessness is also something that I've become very passionate about. And about a year ago, I was actually on staff here at the city as a homeless resources coordinator. It's a very rare occasion for someone who loves their city to actually live here and work here, and I was so grateful for that opportunity because not only did it give me insight on obviously the realities of homelessness here in the community, but the reality of how hard these staff members here work for this city, not just in the ramifications of homelessness, but where I worked and where I sat, I got to see everyone and all the hard work they did, which included the city manager. And so I just wanted to, like Jason, share my appreciation for the work that Ken laid here in Fullerton. He stepped into a very, very difficult situation, but was always willing to take on the challenge. And I would ask, I don't understand why you want to be in this position, because oftentimes you're probably blamed for a lot of things that happened before you were here, but he was always willing to talk about how he was willing to accept a challenge. So that's always been an encouragement to me. And so I just wanted to also share my sadness at his loss, and again, hope, like Jason was sharing, for whoever is to replace Ken to share similar qualities as the ones that he listed. I also wanted to speak to something else. Mr. Mayor, you shared at the Fullerton Collaborative during your speaking about the city that the council is pretty divided right now. And I was the one that actually asked the question, in light of the fact that there's a lot of disunity here, what can we rally together around here in the city? And so I want to throw that question to all of you. I understand that there's a lot of differences in the room, but we are in this time where there's a lot of hopelessness, and you guys are leading us as the community, obviously representing each and every district. And even though you represent different districts, we're all still a part of Fullerton. And so I just want to ask if you guys can be working towards something together and help us and spur us as a community to work towards unity. I understand we all have different political views and backgrounds. I understand that. Obviously, working around homelessness, I totally get the tensions around that. But I want to encourage you guys as leaders to be leaders in that, because we're looking to you for that. We don't want neighbors to be hating neighbors, right? So thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Whitaker and Councilman. I'm Jessie Jones. I'm the Executive Director of the Center for Healthy Neighborhoods at Richmond Park. And I've been in the position for the last 6 years, almost 6 years now. And I'm an administrator at Cal State University Fullerton. This is a partnership between the city and Cal State Fullerton to have this center. I want to say that we really care about the health and well-being of all of Fullerton, but we are addressing mainly the disparities that we have in the city. We want to rise up the entire city. And it's because we know the economic status of our city is hurting right now. And we all have to work together to do that. The Union Pacific Trail that Barry Ross was talking about, and the millions of dollars that they have put into the city. Cal State Fullerton has also put in the last 2 years, over $2 million in South County to help these families and others, over 6,000 families that we have served. The ones that are hard to reach, the ones that are hurting, the ones who are trying to lift up their families, and the next generation in the city of Fullerton. I know that you care about the city, or you wouldn't be in the jobs you are, because it's hard. And you know, the job I have out in the community is hard too. I could have an easy life at Cal State Fullerton just being a professor or an administrator. But I'm out here in the trenches, and I see every day how much these residents are trying to improve their health and well-being. This trail will make a difference in their neighborhoods. It will link we don't have trails in South County. We want to link with South Fullerton. We want to link with North Fullerton. And this will, again, help in the overall well-being of all residents. So I urge you to pass this measure tonight. Thank you.
Estamos en la compañía Kroger para Food for Less y Ralph.
Good evening. We are here this evening because we work for the Kroger Company for Food for Less and Ralph's.
Y estamos aquí para pedir que nos pasen la ordenanza de que nos paguen $4 extra por hora.
And we are here to ask that you would pass the ordinance to pay us $4 extra per hour.
Como héroes que estamos trabajando cara a cara con los clientes, estamos en alto riesgo.
As heroes, we are working face to face with the customers and we are in high risk.
Sabemos que en otras ciudades ya pasaron la ordenanza y les han pagado los $4 extra y quisiéramos que pusieran atención también con la ciudad de Fullerton.
We know that in other cities they've already passed this ordinance. They're paying them $4 extra. We want you to also pay attention to us in the city of Fullerton.
Ha sido un tiempo muy difícil que hemos pasado por el COVID-19 y hemos seguido trabajando así cada día con mucho peligro y con mucho miedo de contraer la enfermedad para nosotros o para nuestras familias.
It's been a very difficult time with COVID-19, and we've kept working every day with the risk of contracting the disease, either ourselves or our families.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much.
How you doing? Hello, I am Jesus Negrete, a 52-year-old employee from Ralph's, Store 72 in the city of Fullerton, and I'm here today to ask you to pass a hazard ordinance. I've been working for the company for 31 years, and I've managed the seafood department for over 20 years. Throughout my time with the company, no earthquake nor fire has compared to the COVID-19 pandemic. Never have I seen so much concern, fear in management and fellow colleagues when coworkers showed symptoms of the COVID-19 virus. We all are concerned about carrying the virus home, potentially infecting our families or exposing or experiencing loss of family members. Some employees were forced to take leave of absence to care for the high-risk family members and elderly relatives, leaving them without financial stability. Every shift, I was worried that I might carry the virus home to my 2 daughters and wife. Since the beginning of the global pandemic, I have been consistently disinfecting my work clothes and taking precautions to prevent any infections within my household. As I stated earlier, I am a seafood manager, and during the COVID-19 pandemic, our jobs have sustained stress and mental pressures like never before. We have been expected to work at such a fast and difficult pace to meet customers' demands and to serve the families within the community. Due to the pressures of working as a Ralph's grocery store employee, I have put my financial, mental, and physical health and overall my life on the line for the company's record-breaking profit. For example, I nearly lost my life in March of this year when I suffered a stroke. It took me 2 weeks to fully recover, and I was very fortunate not to suffer long-term effects from the stroke. My fellow hard-working, valuable, and vulnerable colleagues and I have been working hard to make this company millions throughout the past year and are deserving of a hazard pay. My fellow coworkers and I are exposed to dangers every shift, such as customers without masks, little to no room of physical distancing, and overall serving hundreds of customers who shop at our store. Ultimately, the hazard pay is important for grocery store employees like myself who are working tirelessly and who could use the money for medical expenses, transportation, and other life expenses. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, and I urge you to support workers. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Lowell, and I am the resident director of social services for Care Housing. And can I move this up a little? Yeah. Well, I don't know. Is that all right? All right, let me start over. Good evening. My name is Jennifer Lowell. I am with Care Housing Services. I am the resident director for them, and I oversee the social services at the SRO, Fullerton City Lights, here on Commonwealth. And I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak tonight. I'm really here to request the City Council to reconsider the committee's recommendation for us on the CDBG grant. And I'm hoping they'll reconsider our funding requests. So I would just want to give a little brief background here, if I may. We have been involved with Fullerton City Lights for many years. And over the course of time...
Mr. Mayor, I think she's addressing item number 7 on the agenda.
Yes,
Oh,
we do
am I in
have
the
that
wrong
item
line?
on the agenda. I apologize. I should have stopped
oopsie.
you sooner.
Sorry. Oh, so I'm in the wrong... I don't know.
When
we'll
we
come
get
back
to
to
that
that.
item, you're welcome to
Wrong
speak.
public comment time?
Right.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll be back, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tardes, mi nombre es Verónica Morán.
Good evening. My name is Veronica Moran.
Señor alcalde, miembros del concilio.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council.
Primero quiero agradecer al jefe de la policía y a la policía en sí por trabajar con el CBI de la Universidad de Fullerton.
First of all, I want to thank the police chief and thank you for working with the CDI, with the University of Fullerton.
Y hoy vengo a hablar sobre el sendero para el sur de Fullerton.
I'm coming here to speak about the trail on the southern part of Fullerton.
Ya que sería muy importante que ustedes lo apoyaran.
It would be very important for you guys to support it.
Ya que esto traería actividad física para nuestra comunidad y toda la ciudad.
Since this would bring physical activity for our community and for the whole city.
Apoyaría al medio ambiente.
It would support the environment.
Y cosas positivas a la ciudad.
And positive things for the city.
Como más trabajos.
Such as more jobs.
Mejorar la economía.
It would better the economy.
Y también apoyar a nuestros jóvenes.
And it would also support our young people.
Por favor, les pido que tengan en cuenta y que no se pierdan esa beca para que nuestra comunidad siga avanzando.
So I please ask that you take this into account and that this scholarship would go forward, that our community would be able to continue advancing.
Gracias. Buenas noches.
Thank you and good night.
Buenas noches, Mayor, concejales.
Good evening to the mayor and to the council members.
Estoy aquí también para apoyar el trail.
I'm also here to support the trail.
Y darle gracias al chief de la policía, al chief de los bomberos por todo el apoyo que nos dan.
And to thank the chief of police and the chief of the firefighters for all that they give to us.
Y por favor, aprueben lo del trail.
So please approve the trail.
Es todo, gracias.
That's it. Thank you.
Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Gabriela Coronado. También como parte de la comunidad me hago presente.
Good evening to everyone. My name is Gabriela Coronado, and also as part of the community, I am making myself present.
En nombre también de nuestras familias, de nuestros niños, de nuestros jóvenes.
Representing our families, our young people, and our children.
Para que por favor sea aprobada el trail, the Union Pacific Trail.
So that the Union Pacific Trail would please be approved.
Muchísimas gracias por escucharnos.
Thank you so much for listening to us.
Buenas noches, miembros del concilio y al señor Mayor.
Good
Mi
evening
nombre
to
es Dayani García.
Dayani
Garcia.
Garcia is my name, and good evening to the mayor and to the members of the council.
Yo también soy miembro de la comunidad. Tengo viviendo 25 años aquí en Fullerton.
I'm also a community member, and I've been living here in the city of Fullerton for 25 years.
Y esta noche vengo a pedirles, por favor, que aprueben el Trail de Union Pacific para todas nuestras familias. Es muy importante.
And this evening, I'm coming to ask you to please approve the Union Pacific Trail for all of our families. It's very important.
Necesitamos muchas áreas verdes. Está comprobado que el mantener árboles reduce mucho el calor. Entonces, eso nos ayuda más a nosotros.
And we need a lot of green space. It's proven that having a lot of trees reduces heat, and so that is something that we need. Thank you.
And another thing, I wanna thank the chief police Don. He worked a lot with us with a group of CBI in our community. Thank you. And another thing, please don't forget us. We live in the South, but and we need a lot of things like that. Oh, sorry, I was talking in English. Necesitamos también los caminos, los trails, igual como las personas del norte de Fullerton.
We need the trails just in the same way as the members of the north part of Fullerton also need them.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much.
Mi nombre es Lorena Rodríguez.
My name is Lorena Rodriguez.
Gracias por escucharnos,
Thank you for listening to us.
porque sí hace falta mucho este sendero, porque yo vivo ahí cerquitas.
Because the trails are very lacking there, and I live close to there.
Y sí nos ayudaría bastante, porque sí hace demasiado calor ahí donde quieren poner ese proyecto.
That would help us quite a lot because it's way too hot there in the area where they want to put that project.
Y sí se los agradecería mucho.
I would thank you very much.
Ajá, y que ojalá se lleve a cabo.
And I hope that it comes to fruition.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Otilia Reyes.
Good evening, my name is Odilia Reyes.
Muchas gracias por la oportunidad de escucharnos.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to listen to us.
Estoy aquí para pedir que se apruebe el proyecto del trail.
I'm here to ask that the trail project would be approved.
Okay, muchas gracias por escucharnos.
Okay, thank you so much for listening to us.
If you support the Pacific Union Trail. So I always in my wheelchair so they can help me, to go through places. And thank you to the police and the firemen and all you. Thank you. Bye. Thank you.
More option to go out for walk with my children. Some park don't feel safe for my family. Thank you.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Gracias por la oportunidad que nos dan de escuchar nuestra voz.
Thank you for the opportunity for listening to our voice.
Mi nombre es Sonia García.
My name is Sonia Garcia.
Tengo 4 niños y creo que yo vengo a apoyar el proyecto de Union Pacific Trail porque creo que el aumentar estas áreas en la parte sur de nuestra ciudad es muy importante.
I have 4 children, and I believe that supporting the Union Pacific Trail is very important because it's something that's going to increase these opportunities in the south of our city, and we need it.
Para el crecimiento y recreación de nuestros hijos.
For the growth and the recreation for our children.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Buenas noches a todos.
Good evening to everyone.
Estoy aquí también para apoyar y pedirles de favor que apoyen el programa que se está abriendo para el sendero.
So I'm here also to ask that you would support and approve this project for the trail.
Eso es todo. Buenas noches.
That's everything. Good night.
Buenas noches a todos.
Good evening to everyone.
Mi nombre es María Córdoba.
My name is Maria Cordova.
Estoy aquí para pedirles que por favor aprueben el proyecto del sendero.
And I'm asking you here to please approve the trail project.
Lo necesitamos en nuestra comunidad.
We need it in our community.
Es todo.
That's it. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Karime. I live here in Fullerton for over 30 years, and I'm part of the community. I'm a community leader, and I'm here to ask if you guys can please approve the project for the trail. I think it's very important for our community to have that, especially it's going to bring a lot of things, like great benefits to our city. Like people are going to come when they look from another city trails to go. They're going to find a new one. They're going to get excited, come, and at the same time, they're probably going to go downtown Fullerton and get something to eat. So that's going to bring money too. Another thing, as you know, our side of the south, a lot of parents have to take 2 jobs and they don't have money to pay for a membership for the gym. So that'll be like a great way to spend time with their kids, especially they don't have to go all the way to the other side to a trail. As the council young left, I met him on the other trail, the Hillchurch Trail. So I think he knows how important it is to have trails in our community. Another thing, Mr. Dumplin, the first time I meet you, we are part of the Center for Healthy Neighborhoods. It's on Richmond Park, and I hope you have, once God willing, are open, you can come and visit our center because it's a diamond in your city. So, and I hope you take the time to go and visit us, get to know us so you guys can start working with us and have like a better understanding in our communities. And we need to become one, not north, not south, not west. We need to be one. Fullerton, one together. And I want to say thank you to Chief Police and the firefighters for all the time working with us. And this is what we need in our community. We need unity. We need to be working everything that is positive for our community because you guys are our leaders and we are our leaders of our kids. So we need to work together to have a better city. Thank you.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Rosalía. Al señor alcalde, concejales, quiero pedir en esta noche que aprueben el sendero de la Unión del Pacífico. Muchas gracias al jefe de la policía por informarnos de todos los cambios que podemos hacer juntos aquí en nuestra ciudad de Fullerton.
Good evening. My name is Rosalia, and hello to the mayor and to the members of the council. And I want to ask that you would approve the Union Pacific Trail. And I'm thankful to the chief of police for all of the way that you've told us that we can make these changes in our community.
Y estaríamos muy contentas aquí toda la ciudad de Fullerton si este proyecto se aprueba y estaremos también contentos todos por este proyecto. Gracias.
We would be happy throughout all the community of Fullerton if this project is approved, and we would all be content. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Laura. Good evening to City Council. We're here, as you know, we're here to for you guys to support us for the trail. And I think it's a really good idea. So we could like spend time with our kids. You know, we're all here for that. So we hope we have your guys' support. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Gabriela Reyes y estoy aquí también para apoyar el proyecto de Union Pacific Trail.
Good evening, my name is Gabriela Reyes, and I'm also here to support the Union Pacific Trail project.
Porque creo que sería bueno para nuestra familia, porque yo voy a caminar, pero tengo que ir al que está Coyote Hills, porque aquí no me queda ninguno cerquita. Yo vivo aquí por la Commonwealth y creo que eso sería mejor más cercas para mí. Es todo, gracias.
Because I believe this would be good for our families, because I have to go to the trail off of Coyote Hills because I don't have one close to me. I live off of Commonwealth. So I think this would be better for all of us. Thank you.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Pilar Maldonado. Cuando mis hijas cada tarde me dicen que van a salir a caminar, me da alegría, pero también me preocupa, porque ellas se tienen que estar atravesando las calles y a veces los carros no respetan las señales.
Good evening. My name is Pilar
Maldonado.
Thank you. And my daughters, they always ask every day to go out walking, and that's something that brings me happiness, but at the same time, it worries me because they have to be crossing the streets, and sometimes the cars do not respect the signals.
Y también el parque que nos queda más cerca es el Parque Richmond.
And also the park that's closest to us is Richmond Park.
Pero ese parque, por lo regular, está lleno de personas adultas tomando, tal vez consumiendo drogas. Ese no parece un parque, por lo cual no es seguro para que nuestros hijos vayan a caminar.
And that park is a park that is generally filled with adult people drinking alcohol, perhaps consuming drugs, and that's not considered a park or a safe place for our children.
Por favor, por el bienestar de nuestros jóvenes y de nuestros niños, aprueben el camino por el bienestar de todos. Gracias.
Please, for the well-being of our children and our young people, approve the path and for the well-being of everyone. Thank you.
Buenas noches, señor concejal, y señores alcaldes y todos los compañeros que estamos aquí. Mi nombre es Martín Madrigal, yo tengo viviendo 32 años aquí en la ciudad de Fullerton y estoy muy contento de vivir. Soy de la comunidad de Fullerton.
My name is Martín Madrigado, and good evening to the mayor and all the members of the council. I've been living here for 32 years, and I'm very happy to be a member of the community.
Y estoy aquí para apoyar la obra del Union Pacific Trail, que sería una obra muy beneficiosa para la ciudad de Fullerton y para toda la comunidad en la existencia de aquí con nosotros.
And I'm here to support the project of the Union Pacific Trail. It's a work that would be very beneficial to all of our community.
Y estoy muy contento del proyecto que están programado para la nueva aprobación de esta construcción y estamos aquí para apoyar 100%. Muchas gracias.
I'm very happy for the project and for the new approval. We are here supporting this construction 100%. Thank you so much.
Hi, good evening, everybody. My name is Janet Guillen, and I'm here as well as in support of the Union Pacific Trail project. I believe this is a beneficial project, not just for the community, but for everybody. I've been a resident here for almost 30 years, and I love this city. I moved out and came back, but I feel that if you guys approve this project, it will bring more people, more families, especially income, and I find myself with limited options in this city. And this project will bring options for me to stay here in my community where I feel I belong. Thank you.
Buenas tardes.
Good evening.
Mi nombre es Juana Suástegui y estoy también aquí para apoyar este proyecto
Juana Swastika is my name. I'm also here to support this project
por nuestra comunidad, por nuestros niños,
for our community, for our children,
porque tenemos muchos jóvenes que a veces no tienen el lugar adecuado para salir a correr, hacer sus ejercicios y la verdad, ese es un proyecto muy bueno para nuestra comunidad porque es una área donde van a tener aire fresco, un área muy verde y muy bonita, ¿verdad? Y eso yo creo que va a ayudar a darle a nuestra ciudad aquí de Fullerton más economía, ¿verdad? Y vamos a sentirnos más felices de tener un lugar seguro donde podamos salir con nuestros hijos. Gracias. Que pasen buenas noches.
because we don't have an adequate place for our young people to go out to run, to do exercise, and this truly would be something that would be a very good project. They would have fresh air, green space, a very beautiful place, and it would help the city of Fullerton. It would also improve the economy, and it's something where it would make us very happy and be beneficial for all of us. So thank you so much.
Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Miguel Armenta y
Good-
soy miembro líder de la comunidad de Fullerton de Richmond.
Good
Y tam-
evening to everyone. My name is Miguel Armenta, and I am a leader in the community.
También estoy aquí para apoyar el proyecto del trail
I'm also here to support the trail project.
y en nombre de nuestros jóvenes y de la comunidad del sur de Fullerton, sí les pediría que apoyaran el proyecto por favor a todos y muchas gracias por escucharnos. Gracias al Departamento de Policía y al Departamento de Bomberos. ante todo. Gracias.
In the name of our young people and of the community of South Fullerton, I'm asking you, all of you, to please support this project. And thank you also to the fire department and the police department. Thank you.
Hola, buenas noches.
Hello
Yo-
and good evening.
Yo soy Blanca García y pues la verdad ya mis compañeras han dicho todo.
I'm Blanca Garcia, and honestly, my cohort of friends have already said everything.
Todas nuestras necesidades por tener ese proyecto ya, así que yo creo que solo está en sus manos de ustedes poder ayudarnos, si no nos van a tener aquí cada martes.
And honestly, we've already expressed all of the needs of why we need this project, so now it is in your hands to do something. Otherwise, you're going to have us here every Tuesday.
Sí, por favor, ayúdenos, solo está en sus manos. Gracias.
Please help us. It's only in your hands. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Councilmen. My name is Eglenus, a long-time resident here in Fullerton. I'm so proud to be here with the Center for Healthy Neighborhood and all our leaders that are here representing our community in the south part of Fullerton. And we are here, first of all, I'm very grateful personally to Councilman Sarah. Thank you so much, Councilman Sarah, to acknowledgement the passing of my mom and all of you for your words on condolences. From me and my family, thank you so much. We are here as a community because we have this need. We want to change, but that change comes with all of us working together. Thank you to our police department. Thank you, Chief Dan, for being so proactive and bringing the community together, for bringing change. And we are empowering our leaders to create that change in our community, to make safer our neighborhoods, and creating this synergy between all of us when we can all help each other. Thank you to our fire department, too, because it's always proactive and helping us with the vaccination, making changes in our community. This trail, I was very blessed to be part of the panel that was for the state, talking to the state about the needs in our community. And we are so lucky to be selected for $1.7 million in grants, which is very hard to get, for uplift our south part of Fullerton, our neighborhoods. They need so much this help. Our families, they live in one-bedroom apartment. This pandemic it's been so hard for our families, and always we are here advocating in the name of our families. They need green areas. We're going to have 176 new trees in our city. They're going to reduce the green emissions. And you see the effect that we're having, the global warming. Please, listen to our community. We're going to be here, and we are always seeking for the well-being of our community. This is going to bring our families outside, doing exercise, bringing health to our community, and now it's in the hands of all of you. Make the right decision for our community. Our state, we're grateful to our state, and we're going to send a letter of gratitude for this money. 1.7, so many cities want to get this money, but we're lucky to have it here to help our families in need. Thank you so much, and of course, our gratitude to all of you, because you guys going to make the right decision for all our families in the south part of Fullerton, and unite the south and the north, because Fullerton is just one city, and I know that is the vision that all of you have. Thank you so much, and have a nice evening.
I'll just pull this up. Good evening. Just to confirm, number 4 on the consent calendar for short-term rentals, that's still consent calendar, is that correct? So I should make my comments now? It'll be pulled?
It'll be pulled.
So I should speak later?
I would speak later, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Jensen Hallstrom. I would like to provide an update in regards to my last City Council public comment regarding the unpermitted bike trail cutting that has been going on in Fullerton in our open spaces, including the Brea Dam Reservoir. And unfortunately, this activity continues, and most recently, a few individuals had actually gone out to the Lost Trail section of the Brea Dam Reservoir, which is just off of Brea Boulevard, just south of Bassentry, and unpermitted, of course. They used pickaxes, shovels, rakes to clear the hillsides for their trails, and also used a chainsaw to cut native elderberry trees down, and also hacked a native coast live oak tree as well, cutting off 10-foot tall branches, essentially cutting off 10 years worth of growth on public trees in this natural habitat. This activity needs to be stopped immediately, because these individuals are causing thousands of dollars worth of damages to public lands, causing erosion of the hillsides, cutting down vegetation, which is for wildlife habitat, and just bypassing the kind of public input that we all deserve to have in the kind of work that goes on in public lands. So I urge City Council to continue looking into this and hoping for a resolution soon so that this damage can be halted. I would also like to pull consent calendar item number 3. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Adriana, and if it hasn't already, I'd like consent calendar item number 5 to be pulled, please. That is all. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Whitaker and Honorable Council members. My name is Ryan Reza Farsai. I'm one of the owners of the Arco AMPM at 519 South Harbor Boulevard. And I'm here to tell you that, guys, we're about to make a sizable investment in the site to make it larger and to add 28 doors of beverages, adult beverages. So, and also we are probably going to be maybe changing brands. We're not sure of that yet, but I think that's going to happen. Lastly, I wanted to add that the Arco brand does not have any customer appreciation or anything, but we've been doing that for several years at our site. And tomorrow's Cinco de Mayo, so we'll be giving free tacos to all customers with any purchase. So please stop by between 11:30 and 2:30. And the other reason I'm here is very important. The reason I'm here also is because I've been talking about this for several years now in several cities that I do business in. And I started in the city of Huntington Beach, in which I stopped by there in 2018 and I dropped off 2 ballots for the state of Oregon and the state of California. So I know that you guys have been talking about this stuff for a long time now, for several years, and it's come to a climax over the last year with the elections. But again, I got 2 ballots in the mid-elections in 2018, and again 2 ballots in November. I did not renew my driver's license, and I still got 2 ballots again in 2019. So for 2020, for the elections, again, I got 2 ballots. I don't know how I got 2 ballots when I don't have a California driver's license, but I got 2 ballots again. So, and that's what's happening here, ladies and gentlemen. I brought these 2 ballots for you to see it. It's from the state of Oregon, Yamhill County, and Orange County. So it's very disappointing to me because I've been writing senators, governors, and the president. I wrote the Department of Justice. I wrote the Supreme Court justices, and no one has responded. So when you ask someone a question, it's either a yes, no answer, and if they don't answer, it means they're guilty. So that's basically what's happening, is they don't want to admit to you guys that our elections have not been kosher for, I'd say, probably 100 years. So the integrity of our country is at stake, and that's why I'm here to talk to you. It doesn't matter if you're a Democrat or a Republican. When you vote, you want your vote to count, and you want it to be fair and honest, and that's what we want. When we say in God and trust, that's what we need to do. So God bless you all. Thank you for the opportunity to talk this evening, and talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Mayor, City Council, I'm Curtis Gamble, an activist for the homeless and also for the veterans. And I just want to share with you that I think that you guys are doing a good job, and I'm just glad to be a part of the Fullerton community. And also, while I'm here, also, I kind of want to propose to you guys also, this is something that we're working on. I kind of wrote it down here. It's the American Rescue Act, the funding, $35 million. That funding is supposed to go to the homeless, also, and it's supposed to be included. We would like tiny homes for the homeless. We would also like to have the OCTA bus drivers to be a part of this, because I'm a former bus driver of 14 years, because they their hours of work are from 4 a.m. in the morning to 2 a.m. at night. They work 7 days a week, and they deal with homeless all day, 7 days a week. We have left them out of the cycle, and they can be very helpful. We also like Goodman Center. Goodman Center is in our SB2 zone. It's on 201 East Orangethorpe. It's in our SB2 industrial zone, by right, the overlay zone. We can have emergency shelters there. As a matter of fact, I would like to have one of the Goodman properties. They have 4 buildings that they're building. I would like for one of those to be the emergency shelter. Now that we have $35 million, we can afford it. And also, I just like to add this, the safe parking RVs. I'm 60 years old. Basically, we all at retirement age, we want mobile homes. That's where we live at. So to make them move and not put them in the SB2 zone, those are homes. And also, I like to add Judge Carter, mention him. He's over in L.A. He's getting tiny homes for the people over in L.A. I'm sure you guys have heard about that. Tiny homes, shipping containers, everything is going over in L.A. Judge Carter is not playing around. And he's over there bragging about Fullerton, what he's done in Fullerton, how he moved 700 people off the riverbed, how we accomplish it. We need to keep doing things. We need to keep moving. We can't stop, because we have, around 15 shelters now, which is great. But we need something for the people who are not ready to go to the shelters, which are the tiny homes. And they can be in the SB2 zone, which is, again, is a by-rate zone. So let's help Judge Carter straighten out LA. He's bragging about you guys. He loved what you opportunities that you've given him. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. There are no further requests to speak.
Do we have any Zoom comments?
We do. Just want to remind folks to please utilize the raise hand feature on your Zoom app. If you are on your phone, please press *9 to notify us that you would like to speak. Diane, you now have permission to talk.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Diane Venna, longtime resident of Fullerton. I want to address something that I feel is a total disconnect between what we are being told regarding our budget, not having money for all kinds of things, that difficult decisions need to be made. That's one thing. The report from the what just transpired at the budget study session, and then what occurred at the special closed meeting last week, where three of you, the mayor pro tem, and Councilman Jung, voted to terminate the contract of Ken Domer as our city manager, separate and apart from what any personnel issues that you considered in making that decision. By making that decision, you threw away a minimum of $100,000. And I ask you, how can you justify that? And the timing of this, when it comes at the time that we're making a budget, that the decision was made at a special closed meeting where not very many people heard the result, even though we're hearing it afterwards. That was $100,000 that's coming out of our budget that could be used for many desperate needs. Councilman Jung, at that study session, you said you need to be good stewards of the public's money. People are talking about freezes, going to all the departments, making cuts. How can you justify that $100,000 plus? And that occurred because Mr. Domer got a severance package, which included 9 months of pay. Then you're going to be paying an acting city manager or recruiting a new one. So double pay. That decision did not have to occur. And I feel that many people are not aware of this. To be honest, the result of that for me has been very demoralizing. It's lessened my trust in what you tell us, in the decisions you make about our money and how we use it. The wonderful public speakers tonight expressing all these needs, that $100,000 within that budget, when you look at millions of dollars, okay, it doesn't sound like a whole lot. It's a lot, and it could do a lot. And I think you all of us, an explanation of why you made that decision. It did not have to happen. Mr. Domer was under your direction. You could have directed him and kept him until his contract expired. And so I would really like you to give us an explanation and okay, thank you.
That's 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, next speaker. This is caller with the last 3 digits of their phone number 860.
Good evening, Tony Bushala. I would like to pull item number 5 so we can discuss this in detail. Thank you so much.
And with that, Mr. Mayor, there are no more speakers.
All right. Thank you very much. Thanks for all those who addressed the council this evening. I wanted to, at least on a housekeeping, before I bring the discussion back to the council for council member reports. First of all, we have a tradition of asking our city manager. We do have our acting city manager with us this evening. And is there anything, sir, that you would care to address in terms of what the speakers brought up as far as items?
No, nothing at this time, sir.
Okay, thank you. And The housekeeping item that I was referring to earlier was that I've been informed that item number 11 on our agenda, the very last item this evening, is not readied at this point and will need to be carried forward. It will not be discussed this evening. So I failed to mention that earlier, but before we get into any agenda items, I wanted anyone who was planning on speaking to that will not be discussed this evening. And with that, we will bring the discussion to council. If there's any council member that wishes to provide comments at this time.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Silva.
Just quickly, I want to give thanks to a couple of an organization and an individual. I want to thank Ellen An and Mr. Choi and Mr. Kim and the Korean Resource Center for helping provide some help to 30 of our residents. They were able to provide some monetary funding for them to help them through in this pandemic period. So thank you, the Korean Resource Center and Mr. Kim and Mr. Choi. And then one of the speakers here, Ryan, I forget his last name, I want to thank him also. I think I did early on when COVID pandemic hit. I was able to talk him into helping me purchase some gas cards for some of the residents who were laid off and didn't have gas money. And I bought a few and he donated a few, and we were able to give, I believe it was $250 worth of gas cards to the community. So he left, but I wanted to thank Ryan again for his generosity. And that's it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Junk.
At the request of Mr. Mayor, Council, at the request of our city clerk, I want to let our community know that at-large committee membership recruitment is being accepted right now. Applications for these at-large vacancies on the Active Transportation Committee, Investment Advisory Committee, Parks and Recreations Committee, and Transportation and Circulation Commission are due May 21st. Interviews will take place thereafter. So I look forward to seeing many, many applicants. Please, if you have the willingness to serve, we certainly want to have you apply. Also, today is May 4th. It's National Teacher Day. Wanted to thank all the wonderful teachers in our community, like our fellow council member, Jesus Silva, whose timing is incredible, just left, for educating our future leaders in our community. Also, Cinco de Mayo is tomorrow as well. It's another chance for us to celebrate Mexican-American culture. As a grandfather of 2 Mexican-Korean grandchildren, our cultural diversity should inspire us all. Certainly enhances our culinary palate and helps shape our wonderful city. This Sunday is also Mother's Day, a reminder that over 2 million women have dropped out of our nation's workforce to provide daycare for a child or care for an elderly family member during COVID. April 29th is also the 29th anniversary of the Los Angeles riots. It's important to remember that during the 92 riots, over 10,000 businesses were damaged, burned down, or looted. Of that, a third of those ruined businesses and lives were Korean American, caused over $700 million of damage, half of which directly impacted Korean Americans in our community. It is equally as important to think back at what prompted those riots in the first place. The jury had found police officers who had beaten Rodney King innocent. Nearly 30 years later, the LA riot stands as a testament to what happens when communities are pitted against one another and when law enforcement lacks noble leadership. Lastly, 40 years ago in 1981, my elementary school had their annual reading contest. Who could read the most books during the school year? I was in the 2nd grade, and having read 786 books, I was confident I had won. That face was reaffirmed when the principal announced that the 3rd place reader had just read a little over 300. But before he announced the winner, I recall him proudly saying how 2nd and 1st place winners were record numbers for the school. When he reported the winner, a 5th grader had read nearly 1,000 books. My heart sank. I knew I'd lost. I was devastated. That evening, my mother came home from a long day of work to see her son crying in a corner. But expecting comfort was not realistic. It wasn't her way. Next year, read an additional book every day and you'll win, she said. The only award that's displayed in my home today that wasn't earned by my children is that 40-year-old 2nd place trophy. It's just as a reminder to me that hard work sometimes only amounts to 2nd place. And reading that extra book a day is the difference between winning and losing. It has forged my competitive nature and my willingness to put in the work. Now, why do I say this? Because a choice was made recently via the public commenter who was concerned to go for more transparency and more efficiency, to move away from cognitive dissonance of Administration's past, for some in our community, is a long time coming, because while homeless concerns and marginal communities received a lot of attention, others did not. Equality and justice are often confused, but they are not the same. If you want equality, that means everybody gets the same amount of attention. Justice means those that are underserved require the focused attention. So, while some may perceive this to be chaotic in nature, the choice for me was taking an opportunity to break the habits of previous councils. It's an inflection point upon us to move our city forward without the anchors of previous agendas. As a nation emerging for a once-in-a-century pandemic, it's important for Fullerton to take a better path forward for its residents and its businesses. It's an opportunity for one of the oldest cities in Orange County to lead again, and I look forward to that opportunity. I encourage all of those in our community that are concerned about transparency or the money that was incurred or the budget issues that they are, contact your councilman and allow us to be part of that discussion. Last but not least, Mayor, may the 4th be with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilmember Zara? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't really have anything to report. I just want to thank the community leaders that came out to speak today in favor of an item. I think there was a little confusion because this item was later pulled, so they spoke in advance of it as if it were on the consent calendar. But I do want to thank the Center for Healthy Neighborhoods, St. Jude's, for playing such an important role in our community in mobilizing leaders and also in providing the support system in order for our community to thrive. So I'm always grateful for them, and a special shout out, of course, to a force of nature, Eglith Nulsi. So thank you for that. I do want to just make a request from council. I know there were some folks who came out and spoke on heroes pay or hazard pay, as it has been called. And I know that some other cities have looked into this, and some have passed ordinances as well in that regards. I'd like to see if any of my council colleagues would consider agendizing this item, just so that we can get an idea of what other cities have done, and maybe even consider looking into it ourselves. So I don't know if anyone would second me on this.
An informative session to see what's going on?
Yes, just an informative session, get an update on what other cities have done, what exactly this would entail, and so on. And it would be great to see it at the next council meeting.
What is our next council meeting pretty full, or is it?
It is pretty full.
I mean, out of courtesy, I'll give you the second. Could we manage it the next council meeting?
I think that may be the question for the city attorney. Would be able to see if this is complicated to get some information on this.
We can provide information. I think probably it might take longer than 2 weeks, given the fact that really it has to be in a week before the council meeting. So I suggest going out at least a month.
All right, fair enough.
All right.
No further comments from me. So thank you.
Okay, you provided that direction. In the interest of time, I think the Mayor Pro Tem and I will pass on any comments. We'll make up a little bit. There are some events that we've attended, but we'll catch up next meeting, unless you've had a change of heart.
No. The only thing I would like to just pull items 3 and 4.
Okay. So we had a caller pull item number 5. We also have items 3 and 4 from the consent calendar have been pulled. Is there anything further on the?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, anything further that the council would like to pull?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to pull item 6.
You pull item 6. Hey, we only have 2 items left. Does anyone want to pull those? All right, so we've got 3, 4, 5, and 6. So I would accept a motion on the balance, items 1 and 2.
I'll move the items.
Okay. I'll second.
Moved and seconded, and please a roll call on this.
Councilmember Jung.
Aye.
Councilmember Silva.
Aye.
Councilmember Zara.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap.
Aye.
Mayor Whitaker.
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
And I think it might be wise for us to take some of these items out of order, in particular, item number 4, the short-term rental regulations amendments, second reading of the ordinance. Is that, without objection, we will do that. Yes.
I was actually going to ask for a continuance of item 3 just to get some additional clarification, but that's fine.
Okay. Got it. So, item number 4, we will, let's see, who requested the pull? Was that you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem? Sure.
I just, for the record, we're coming back with a second reading and approval of this item. If the council wants to reconsider any changes to that proposed second reading, you could do so at this time.
Right.
Great.
This item had received a vote of support the last time that we visited it, and now this would be a vote to further empower it, make it a valid ordinance. So,
Sure.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Sure. Obviously, this was an issue that I was, I guess, opposed to the first time around. I've had the opportunity to speak with some additional property owners, specifically short-term rental owners here in Fullerton, who were, negatively affected by the elimination of whole house rentals. And so I was hopeful that we could bring it back for discussion today to see what kind of compromise could be made, potentially surrounding a limited number of whole house rentals here in the city. So I guess with that, like to maybe open to discussion, I guess related to the ordinance.
Sure. Before we ask for public comment, I would ask other members of the council if they have anything to add at this juncture, if they'd like to wait until we hear from the public. Okay. All right. We will do that then. We'll ask for anyone wishing to address this item number 4, to please come forward. Those who would wish to speak further, please register to do so. Yes, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for your time. My name is Drew. I wanted to ask for your reconsideration of the ordinance and give maybe a different perspective, the perspective of a homeowner who has been running for about 5 years now, occasional short-term rentals out of our home. I feel like it's easy to have an opinion about this topic, and lots of cities are discussing it. A lot of people don't like it for fear of their neighborhoods being changed or parties occurring late at night. But from my perspective, which I wanted to share with you briefly, that has not been the case at all. We've lived in Fullerton for about 10 years now, love this city, absolutely love it. I'm sympathetic to the trail conversation because our property backs the Hilcher Trail, and it's just such a gem to be able to walk on that trail and then go into a unique downtown. But we like to travel as a family, and so like many of you, we have used Airbnb or VRBO rentals when we travel. Lots of people prefer that to hotels for lots of reasons, and if you've done it, you probably have experienced some of those reasons. So about 5 years ago, we had the idea to, when we would travel, open up our home on those platforms, and it's been fantastic. In 5 years, we've had over 30 visits, stays. We're meticulous about interviewing the people who come. We don't just open it up to anyone. We ask who's the group, what are the ages, what are they coming for, and they're all the same. They're families coming from out of town to go to Disneyland, to go to Knott's, to go to the beach, to enjoy our pool, and it's always families with kids, and we've had 0 complaints from the neighborhood. And trust me, we would have complaints if there were issues, but I want to represent what I think a good operator has done, and I believe should have the right to continue to do. We feel like it's a good thing for the city and for the neighborhood. It's bringing in outside money. They're spending money in the city. We're giving them suggestions for restaurants in the city that they can enjoy. It's bringing in revenue, and we believe that it's our right to enjoy the revenue that comes in from that personally. And now that we're accustomed to it, it was surprising that that was going to be banned. I feel like bans lack creativity, and so I would ask that you be open to creative solutions. Lots of cities are dealing with this in different ways, and I would suggest that just outright banning it is lacking what a really good solution would be. Solutions of limit the amount that are out there. You could limit the amount of days in a year that we can operate. I wouldn't be a favor of an outside corporation buying homes sight unseen and renting them out full time. I don't think anyone's in favor of that. But there are really good solutions here that when some thought goes into it and you manage it properly,
Thank you.
that it's
Thank
a
you
good thing for the city.
Yeah, thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay.
Mayor and Councilman.
Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for your time. I'm not a homeowner of the Airbnb. I'm a house cleaner for the Airbnbs. I live in Fullerton. I'm a resident of Fullerton for 7 years. I feel by you guys wanting to close the Airbnbs, it's going to take not only money from my family, but from the owners of the Airbnbs too. And just like the gentleman said, it does bring people from other states, maybe other cities, visit here. It brings in money. And me personally, as a house cleaner, I sanitize. I take pride in my work that I do. I clean 4 Airbnbs. And I just feel that it's a benefit for everybody here in Fullerton to have Airbnbs. I actually live next to an Airbnb, and I clean that Airbnb too. So it's not only the partiers that we get, it's families, nice families. And thank you for your time.
And if anybody else would like to speak on this item, please line up at the microphone.
Curtis Gamble, activist. I just like to speak on this issue. I think when I heard you guys talk about this item last time, I think you rushed to make a decision without thinking. You thought about what was best for let's just say for you overall. You didn't really think about what was better for the lower income people, basically. This is an excellent opportunity for income. As a matter of fact, I travel thanks to the Navy, been around the world twice, and it always come to if I had a place to stay, I could go. So we shouldn't take this opportunity away. I want people to come from around the world, and visit and be able to have a place to stay that they can afford. Let's say the income is for example, you rent your house out, right? Let's just say that's let's say $1,000 or whatever. I just think that's a great income. That's extra money that they can pay their bills. We have to stop thinking about how poor we are as a city and start taking some of these opportunities to bring in income. Because even if you bring in a small amount of income, which is just not small compared to even parking, I saw you got past the parking. Well, this brings in way more income in just one night than you're going to get even with the paid parking. So take this issue and think about all the advantages for the homeowner, the college students, the travelers that's coming from afar, and give them this opportunity to be able to come and not be broke when they pay for their rooms. And I think that's about it. Oh, and also when a person rent out his home, if you look at what LA is doing, LA they have tiny houses now. They have shipping container homes. They have all sorts of different things,
Mr.
different
Gamble,
opportunities that we must.
if we could stick to the topic of short-term rentals, that would be helpful.
Short-term, thank you. But short-term rentals, they do include, opportunities for, again, low-income, homeless. It's for everybody, and it gives everybody an opportunity. It don't leave anybody out. So don't even think that it doesn't leave out the homeless people. It includes everybody. I just want to say this last thing is that the low-income people, it's a great opportunity. Don't take that opportunity away from them because you feel comfortable with your income and where you are. Look at theirs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Marilyn Shataram, and I just want to thank you all for your service and just share with you my experience. I've been a Fullerton resident for over 30 years, and when I was a young adult, I worked for Fullerton Community Services with the disabled youth, providing recreational activities. I love our city, and I have only had positive experiences living here, working here, and raising a family. I just wanted to share with you that my husband and I purchased a second home for relatives who were planning to immigrate from Iran. Our plan was to support them in their transition to the U.S., and as you know, a travel ban was imposed, and our reunion with family was dashed after waiting for them for over 15 years. We've had to pay the mortgage on the second home, and having a short-term rental has afforded us the ability to keep the home and not foreclose, as well as keep our dream alive to eventually reunite with family. I'm sharing these details with you to paint a couple of things. My husband and I are just normal people who want to have a family. We've had to work hard for this home and these dreams. We're both educators. I've taught special education for 28 years. We've put our blood, sweat, and tears into our property, and especially this one, to make it a gem in our neighborhood. I've heard many people speak before you say that that people who own a second home like we do have a lot of means, or I even heard the terms that were morally apprehensible. I'm saddened to hear such judgments and statements by the union employees who are being paraded in front of you to stop short-term rental operations in Fullerton. And I'm saddened that the city of Fullerton hasn't been clear in its intentions about the process of owning this short-term rental. As I said, I love Fullerton, and I'm saddened and disheartened that some council members may be short-sighted in viewing us as some type of mega millionaires who don't care about our city. My husband and I do care about our city. We take great pride in welcoming visitors who need a larger space to visit families for funerals, weddings, vacations, graduations. I would really like our city to continue to be one that honors its word, and it recognizes the citizens who own a property and values us as property owners, rather than saddling up with outside union groups. I urge you to act in a responsible and transparent way that supports reasonable and responsible citizens like ourselves.
Your time's complete. Thank you.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
I am a resident of Fullerton. Actually, I'm her husband. We bought the property next door because we wanted more space, as she said. But I think the issue is not what is being painted as a tourism issue. I think it's a housing issue. I think the opposition is painting it as that tourists are coming, they're making the neighborhood bad and dangerous, or the parking is issues. But really, when you look at it, that's not the case. I remember a couple of meetings before, the police chief was asked, has there been any issue with short-term rental? And he pointed out, no, he can't think of any. People come and talk about the parking. When we have a whole rental, the house is sometimes empty, or the guests come rent an Uber, or they come with one car. If I rent that property, there's going to be 4 or 5 cars there. So we actually reducing congestion and parking. Or the opposition comes and says that they ruin the neighborhood. As I mentioned, the police police chief hasn't seen any problem. Or they might say that it's taking home from young people who want to purchase home. Really, if the market is made it so expensive, what we're providing is a housing for people who might need it temporarily. You know, if people live in an apartment and relatives are visiting, where are they going to put their family? And I think short-term rental actually helped that solution. So really, it's not a tourism issue, but I think the hospitality industry is painting it as a tourism issue. They're trying to stop this Airbnb or short-term rental because that's a competition, and nobody wants competition. And they're going to fight it all the way as far as they can. And they're going to use the example of saying that, you heard it last time, that Santa Monica banned it, Irvine banned it, and Fullerton should ban it too. And if you do that, they're going to use Fullerton as an excuse to ban it in the future cities as well. So you really need to look at it that there's a huge force that's trying to stop this, and they have a deep pocket, and it's affecting people. And they bring union in front of you. I'm hiring people. I'm paying $40, $50 an hour to my cleaner. And that person doesn't have a union representation. If union cared, it would come and invite those people to join union. But no, they're using it as a Trojan horse to scare people of their coming, taking union job. But really, we are creating job. Hospitalities can't provide what we're providing. We're providing a space for people to come bond with their family, relatives, which they can't do that in a hotel. If you ever gone to Airbnb, you know what it's like. It's a different experience. Hotels cannot provide it, and you pass the ordinance. As a resident, I don't want bad actors being here, and you pass the ordinance, and you said you have to have permit. If you're a bad actor, we're going to take the permit away. That's wonderful. I'm happy about that. I want that to be stopped if somebody's really doing it for money and not really putting heart and soul in it. So you pass that ordinance, that's great, but suddenly, out of the blue, this union group comes and change your mind. Anyway, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
City Council members, Mr. Mayor, good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Ada Tamayo. I am a lead organizer with Unite Here Local 11. We represent over 30,000 members in Southern California, thousands of them here in Orange County, hundreds that live here in the city of Fullerton. I am going to thank you for the strong stand that you have taken against STRs. And I'm doing that thank you personally. I consider myself a citizen of Orange County. I'm not going to say city because I am a renter. I do not own a home or a second home. I rent. The last time that I have moved was April 19 of this year. I was asked by my landlord to move in November. I could not find a home. I was competing with people, 50, sometimes 60 people, trying to get a home. I looked everywhere. I say I'm gonna stay in Orange County, and I'm going to look in any city in Orange County. I went through Zillow, I went through all kind of different places, and I could not find a home. The gentleman just said something that is very true. It does affect homes. It's an issue of homes. We are needing more homes for us to rent. He also says something that is very true. It does affect my workers, because there is people that have been 30 years giving it to, I represent all the workers at Disneyland, all the 3 hotels in Disneyland. I represent the Hilton in Anaheim. I represent the Sheraton. And all these people have worked, giving their life to an income that is very strong, because we are a tourist city. You get that income from our hotels. Workers that have spent 30 years, they have union benefits, health benefits, free medical insurance all through the year. They have good salaries, and they are being affected. He is right. They are being affected. And also people like me that rent homes, we are affected because we can't find nowhere to live. We need those homes so that we can, right now, what I did, my last resort was talking to one of my grandson's friends because her mother had been replaced. I ended up living in a mobile home, which I love. The mobile home is fine. I paid $2,950 there. And that is because we don't have enough homes available. What about our kids? We are destroying the fabric of our neighborhoods. Schools are very important. My grandson is sick and tired of being online. He's looking forward to get to a school. Our schools get affected because there are no children. The tourists are not going to put their kids in the school. Our schools get affected by the lack of people living in homes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate
Your
it.
3 minutes are up. Thank you. Yes.
Good evening, Mayor, Council persons here. My name is George Manguia, and I'm actually a resident here in Fullerton. I've been here for 58 years. I'm 64. That's my whole life. I love this city. I've grown here, gone to all the schools, Wilshire, Fullerton College, and I've seen change. Change is good. But when you don't know who's next door or somebody comes in, and of course, like this gentleman says, some people are good, but what about the bad ones that do come in next door and they're peeing on your lawn because there's a good party happening? You know, college kids, they're not here long term. They're not here building a family. People that have to rent can't find a home. Rent them for people that have families. You know, we have people come on vacation, beaches, mountains, beautiful. Everybody in the world wants to come here. Disneyland. But another thing happens, there's a lot of hotels. There's residents here that work at hotels that don't have jobs. Right now, pandemic, but then having people short-term rentals come in and take jobs away. I'm glad this lady has a job doing that. But what about the families that have been living here in the community? Buying, living here, buying everything here, going to the restaurants here. The residents that here, they need those jobs at the hotels. And these people are taking money away from these people, families that live here. Okay, so make sure you guys do the right thing. We need, short-term rentals are not going to help the community as much as somebody that lives here and works here all the time. Long-term rentals, if that's what we got. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you again for your consideration. My name is Jonah Breslau. I work at LANE, the Los Angeles Alliance for a New Economy, and you've heard from me many times about this issue, and I want to thank the entire council for their thoughtful discussions on this matter. Whatever side you're on, I really have appreciated it. I think, I want to thank the council again for taking a strong stance to defend housing, to defend neighborhoods, and to defend working families. I firmly believe that this measure, as amended, is the right path forward. And as you've heard, this is a measure that other cities have adopted, that has withstood court challenges, and that is regulating a fundamentally commercial activity that is taking place in residential areas, and that was not permitted, in fact, at any point. And so we urge the council to stay strong and to adopt this measure as amended. I really urge as well, for all those who are engaging in this, that they can continue to operate as long as they do home sharing, which legitimate home sharing really does help people stay in their homes. It helps promote tourism, but it also preserves the long-term housing stock that is such a challenge in the whole region. And protecting 300 homes tonight is going to make a difference for 300 families that could be living long-term in Fullerton. So please stay strong and pass the ordinance as amended. Thank you very much.
Hello, good evening. My name is Veronica, and I'm organizing. Also, I represent Disney workers, Anaheim Convention workers, part of the Hilton, and basically I'm doing the echo to my team worker and also support the STR's ordinance. Thank you.
Hello, council members. My name is Jimmy Hong, and my associates and I are represented by Gaines and Stacy Law Firm. My wife and I are responsible short-term rental homeowners here in Fullerton. I've been attending these councils all of last year, majority of last year, to fight for the homeowner rights, and it ended in a compromise with rules and regulations that we all agreed. What I don't understand is how this council quickly, just last month, added an amendment to ban something that was already discussed for a long time without consulting both sides. We were never notified. We don't think that's fair or just after how long of an issue that this was, and we came to a resolution that was fair for both sides. We compromised, the other side compromised. So I have to strongly disagree with that. And there was this lady, I have to point out, there's a nice lady who spoke before me. I do understand the issues that they have, but the facts are very misleading. There are approximately 46,000 units in housing units in the city of Fullerton. We're talking about 300 whole home rentals. That's 0.006% that we're talking about. That does no way affect housing prices. That doesn't affect housing issues. Housing prices we're in Southern California where not just this country, but all over the world, wants to live here. The supply and demand is what affects housing prices, not 0.6006% of homes affected that we're talking about. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Council members, Mayor, my name is Rokatsi, and I'm a homeowner here in Fullerton, and I wanted to, first of all, thank you for your time and attention to this matter. And I wanted to let you know I'm one of the folks represented here with Gaines and Lacey with regards to the issues that we're having after having filed the application. We're obviously very surprised that this is being pulled back. And I wanted to share with you a little bit about how we vet our guests very thoroughly. They come through platforms that also do a lot of the vetting, Airbnb, Vrbo, and we do over-the-phone reviews of all the guests. So these are not just anybody that's coming into our home and into the community. We do face-to-face check-ins. We have cameras in front, in the back. We monitor for noise. We have very strict rules to try and get everyone inside the house like by 9:30, 10 o'clock. We don't park on the street. So very, very rigorous rules to make sure that we blend into the fabric of the community. And, during the pandemic, we were forced into doing more of 30-day rentals, longer-term rentals. And interestingly enough, it's harder to control, 30-day rentals. It's harder to control college students roommating, as opposed to a family who we cater to that have maybe allergies, that can't go stay in a hotel or go to restaurants, they want a home. And these folks are staying for a short amount of time. And, after having been, if there is a problem, we can control it much more easily as you would with a long-term or 30-day tenant. And it actually, we've learned that we have more issues with 30-day or more renters than we would ever have had with the short-term tenants. So that was just an interesting learning that came out of the COVID period where there was less short-term guests that stayed with us. The other thing I wanted to share is that a lot of these families would not be able to stay in hotels because they have special needs. And that's how we cater our home to as families with children, whether they're medical issues or food issues. This is not taking away from the hotel industry. It's just an additional sort of a need that is now available to us because of technology and sharing economy. So I just wanted to make sure that was definitely understood. And we do have a lot of control if there are problems. And as a community, with a lot of the other short-term rentals, we're sharing best practices amongst us to see how we can blend into the community better and make sure that we're managing the properties with all of the rules. And if there are bad actors, you have the control to kick them out and take away their license. And I think the revenue that's generated to the city for community services, I think will help, in all sorts of different ways, whether it's teachers or firefighters.
Thank you, sir. Your time has ended. Appreciate it.
Hello, my name is Arisbeth. I've been operating a short-term rental here in Fullerton for almost 2 years now. Throughout this time, we've housed many travel nurses, families coming on vacation, and some professionals who prefer to stay in a home rather than a hotel. For obvious reasons, that is more so the case today. We always recommend Fullerton restaurants and local businesses, and we always get feedback, so we do know that our guests are choosing to dine and shop and support Fullerton businesses. By banning whole home rentals, we are simply pushing these people to choose homes in surrounding cities and to give their business to those cities instead of Fullerton businesses. Not only that, some of our cleaners are Fullerton residents, and by banning these rentals, you're technically banning their source of income. A lot of these people do depend on our cleanings for that extra income that is much needed today. When the ordinance was passed in December, it provided a resolution to the issues that were brought up. The due diligence had already been done when the ordinance was voted on, and all of us were more than willing to comply if given the opportunity. So with that being said, we do ask that you reconsider this ban on whole home rentals. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Alex Fung. I am an engineer by trade, so a lot of my decisions that I make in the engineering, software engineering trade are based on data. So I implore you, council members, to try to make data-driven public policy decisions. And so a couple of things that I noticed that one is that unfortunately, I was not informed of sort of the decisions that were made the last month, only by the sheer fact that I have friends who are also Airbnb owners that I was informed about this. So to me, this is an opportunity for me to come down and to express my concerns about the entire process. But so I'm thankful that we have a second chance to consider this. Now, in terms of a little bit of data, as Jimmy mentioned, there are 45,000 residences or homes in Fullerton, of which if we talk about 300, it's a very small percentage. But in terms of whole home rentals, it's even less than that. So as a percentage, it is very, very small. In terms of how it affects the hospitality industry, the hotel industry, I don't have numbers on that. But if you look at the number of hotels and you count maybe 100, 150 whole home rentals out of the number of hotel rooms, it's again very, very small. So I believe when you take that perspective and you look at the data, you can kind of see that the percentage, there's a very vocal minority that is making an argument, but that's not substantiated by the data when you look at it overall. I do understand the plight of individuals, but I think when you make public policy decisions, it has to be based off of data that you can actually back your policy up. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Isela Guzman, and I'm here just to share my story about my experience with the short-term rental, having we use Airbnb and Vrbo. Well, it has been, to us, me and my husband and our family, it was a godsend because when this pandemic started, my husband lost his job and my both children did also. And this supplemental income kept us from actually, even getting to the point of losing our home. So I'm very thankful for this supplemental income that Airbnb provided us. We have been living here since 1995. We moved here and we love the city. And we hear a lot of rumors about the parties or people, how just a lot of little rumors are just rumors. Because any homeowner, do you know what I mean? I don't know the last time that somebody said that somebody gave them a home and then you were just going to destroy it. I think when you have an Airbnb, you have a lot of care and love that's put into your home, providing it for others to come. My experience has been that during this COVID, we had we had a couple from China that actually came from China to adopt a child here because it was actually cheaper or easier for them to adopt. So they stayed with us till they got their little baby. So that was a wonderful experience. And for them just to even take back that, you know what I mean, people, Americans, when they go back to their country, to say that they were so open and loving, do you know what I mean? And opening up your home and giving, and just having different experiences. We've had people from all over the world stay. We've had people from Korea, New Zealand, Germany, and I think that we've given them not only, we've given them kind of like we've accepted them like family, because even when families do come and stay with us and they use the bikes and they go through the neighborhoods and they feel that warmth that even neighbors were giving to them, and then they go back to Europe or whatever, and showing them that we are good people. Because of course everything that's in the media right now has been really negative, but when they come to us and all the Airbnbers, everybody takes pride, right? Their homes need to be on point. Our house, because of this, we were able to fix it up, even look better. It even impulsed our neighbor to fix his house, and he really put a lot of money and effort into his house. And even our older neighbor from down the street even painted his house. It was just wonderful to see that.
Thank you.
When you
Thank
take
you.
pride,
Your time
people
is up.
notice. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, council members. My name is Ken. I'm a 50-year resident, and I'm one of the Fullerton homeowners here tonight, represented by Gaines and Stacy in this matter. As a matter of fact, all of us are. Government isn't perfect. Compromise isn't a dirty word. Sometimes you work as hard as you can and you only get to second place. But we do aspire for our government to get its priorities straight. And in this case, especially following the budget session we had this afternoon, I hope we can all agree that short-term rentals are not in the top 10 problems top worst problems the city has right now. Short-term rentals are not the reason that people can't find housing. In fact, short-term rentals have become a scapegoat for essentially decades and decades of intractable, dysfunctional housing policy here in California. But don't get me wrong, the city is definitely in a crisis. It's a crisis of historic dysfunctional mismanagement that's led to a virtuous cycle of civil deficiencies and liabilities, which over time have sadly, and at no small cost to its residents, metastasized into a culture of it somehow being okay. This despite the ardent efforts of Mayor Whitaker and more recently Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap and Councilmember Jung. Yet, here we are, with an outsized amount of energy expended thanks to an outside influence of an incredibly well-oiled political machine whose stake in the community, while a legitimate one in the form of hundreds of members living here, is no less or no more legitimate than the stake of hundreds of Fullerton property owners who choose to rent out their homes less than 30 days, especially those like me who live here also. The other side has demonstrated their willingness to throw around meritless lawsuits that everybody knows could have been simply cured by doing an initial study. On the other hand, we have here honest operators who've only been trying to get permits. And can we, for just a moment, stand back and look at the hypocrisy that one of the other side's greatest benefactor, namely Marriott Corporation, by itself, is one of the world's largest short-term rental operators through their Marriott Homes and Villas division. They have over 16,000 units, and that's just in 20 months. So I think some of the members, the union members, might want to know more about that. And I'd invite them to Google Marriott Homes and Villas. And yes, they do have listings here in Fullerton. Go figure. So to wrap it up and to come back to this idea of government imperfection and compromise, it's an incremental thing, and I have hope. And I believe in your ability as a group to do the right thing and vote no on this item so we can revert back to what we all devoted so much time and energy to just 6 months ago. Thank you.
Seeing no more in attendance, Madam Clerk, I guess Zoom callers?
Do we have Zoom callers? We are ready for Zoom callers.
Apologies for the delay. I was on mute. I'm going to go ahead and call the first speaker, Fred Gaines.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, honorable council members, my name is Fred Gaines with the law offices of Gaines and Stacy. We represent 40 homeowners in the city of Fullerton that have homes that are used for whole home short-term rentals. City Council is given wide discretion in matters relating to adopting ordinances, but that discretion does have limits. And that when you adopt an ordinance after a full public hearing process, then refuse to implement that ordinance, then do a 180-degree switch of an important piece of the ordinance involving people's property rights, that's exactly when you bump up against the legal limits of what the city can do and when you start to damage people and violate their constitutional rights. In this case, the City Council, after adopting through a full ordinance process, a comprehensive ordinance, is now considering prohibiting whole home short-term rentals entirely, not because of any new or different evidence of neighborhood problems caused by such rentals, but in response to the threat of a legal challenge by a hotel labor union. The tactic of labor unions improperly utilizing CEQA litigation to achieve non-environmental incomes is well documented. You will notice that once again tonight, not one iota of their testimony had anything to do with any environmental issue or CEQA-related issue. And we respectfully urge the City Council not to allow for the blatant abuse of CEQA litigation and not to capitulate to a special interest group for some unknown benefit to the city. In this case, the action that's being contemplated is unconstitutional and violates the constitutional rights of the property owners of your city. It's a violation of equal protection. Specifically, hosts that propose to rent out portions of their homes may apply for permits, but hosts that prefer to rent out their whole home on a short-term basis will now be prohibited from applying for the permit. Such an amendment treats similar situated homeowners in an unequal manner, a direct violation of their equal protection rights. It amounts to a taking without compensation. The amendment's proposal to amortize whole home short-term rentals after 1 year contradicts the 3-year permit period of the original ordinance. Our clients have made substantial investments in their properties in reliance on the terms of the ordinance. A sudden reversal of the city's position on whole home short-term rentals is an interference with their reasonable investment-backed expectations, tantamount to a taking of private property without just compensation. I've cited to you in the letter provided on April 27th the case law where the courts have found that exactly this
That's 3 minutes. The 3 minutes are up, please.
Damages.
Thank you.
Jordan Cizon.
Good evening, Honorable Council. Jordan Sisson again, Council to Local 11. As mentioned earlier before your closed session, the legal claims against the amendment are legally baseless. Similar claims were rejected outright by the court in Ewing versus City of Carmel by the Sea, when it upheld the city's entire ban on all short-term rentals.
Sir,
These cases is a sponsor.
Sir,
yes.
If I may, you already provided your comments on this item, a little bit out of order, but we've heard from you already, and we can't hear from speakers more than once on an issue.
With all due respect, I believe that was a closed session item, not the public hearing on this.
No, you spoke in closed session, but you spoke to this item.
I spoke about an unrelated matter. We didn't know if it was going to be considered or not. I would respectfully request the 3 minutes in response to the legal counsel's recent disparaging of my client. So I'd respectfully reserve a request, humbly, that I
Now,
can
we can't open the door to double comments on this, so I apologize for that if you had a misunderstanding, but we've received your testimony on this item, so we appreciate that.
Lori S.
Yes, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, great. I wanted to say that my husband has, he grew up in Fullerton. He's lived there probably since 1960 or 62 years. He said he's here too, but he's too shy to talk. So he and I, the house that he grew up in is the house that he owns now, that we own now. And we are intending to actually use this as a home that we would live in most of the year or part of the year at some point. But right now, he has bought this house from his siblings because he wants to keep this Fullerton house in his family. And like I said, he's been to all the he grew up there. He went to Sunny Hills High School and Golden Hill and Wilshire. And so we have this vacation rental now, the house that he grew up in, because we need to keep it in the family, and we stay there when we come to visit Fullerton. So we can't rent it out long term because we have to have it for ourselves, because we want this to be a home that we will always have in our family. And so we really need the opportunity to have this short-term rental, because it's very important to us to keep this childhood home in our family and to use for ourselves as we get older and are retiring. And so please don't ban this opportunity, because we have a mortgage because we bought it from his siblings so that it wouldn't get sold to an outside party. We wanted to keep it in the family. And the guests that we've had coming, they wouldn't be staying in hotels anyway, because they're looking for a home environment, like many have said, and they bring in income to the community. And we've set up, cameras to watch and make sure, and we've made stipulations in there. And we feel like that we want to comply with all the directives, but we don't want it banned entirely, or this would be a devastation for us. And we only want the best people, with the family people that are respectful, and that's what we look for. And we want to be able to keep this opportunity so we can keep this home in our family, and we can still be Fullerton owners and residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Harmon C. Carmen, if you could please unmute. Carmen, I do see that you are unmuted, but unfortunately we cannot hear you. We will move on and get back to you at the end of the rotation. Ken Weeks. Ken Weeks, if you could please unmute.
Thank you. I appreciate you giving me an unmute button. Ken Weeks here. I own a rental property in Fullerton, and I thought it was interesting to see tonight that I have not heard a single complaint from any resident saying that that they've had problems with with a short-term rental in their neighborhood. In fact, I contend that our place is more neighborhood friendly, being a short-term rental, than when it was just a long-term rental. And one of the reasons is the garage is always empty and available for two cars to park. When I have residents, they're always parking on the street, and the street parking is very impacted. Also, our short-term rental is run by a very professional superhost type company that does corporate rentals, and boy, they just did incredible things to the house, furnishing it beautifully, and it's just an unbelievable property now. One of the things they do is they put noise sensors in the house, so that if the decibel level gets above the preset amount, they get an immediate text message, and then they call the guests and let them know, hey, you've got to keep it down. And if it happens a second time, they boot them out. So it's certainly, I don't believe, has a negative impact on the neighborhood at all. Also, the type of people who stay in a hotel versus the type of people who stay in a short-term rental. If somebody is going to come to Southern California and wants to stay in a short-term rental, if Fullerton doesn't have any, then they will not be staying in the hotels in Fullerton. They will be finding a short-term rental in a nearby city. And their business, all of their economic activity is going to go to businesses around that. I think Fullerton should be taking that revenue. And also, I think it's a great idea to license them or have permits and be able to revoke those.
Thank you, sir. Your 3 minutes are up. Appreciate your comments.
Rosa Merritt.
Here. Hello there. Good evening, everybody. City Council members, Mayor Bruce Whitaker, and city staff. Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. I see that the struggle is real on both ends here, and I just am going to give my input from listening to what I'm hearing. I am a homeowner. I live in my home. I don't rent out my home. It's usually just my family. And luckily, I haven't had any issues because it is family, and I am concerned about renting out anything else, especially since we need it to live here. And I have been here all my life. I do wonder about the effects of it becoming, if it was to continue to be allowed, if it got out of hand. And I think that's the problem. A lot of us have been here for a long time, and my kids will eventually, not always, have to be here at going through college or raising a family or trying to get off their feet, because I did get behind economically as I was raising my family. And now it has helped us having the property that I have. If we have outsiders coming to our homes and trying to purchase them, I'm fearful for the fact that even my kids trying to purchase a house or other children in the future of Fullerton do struggle to buy a home. I know it because it's real. It's happened to us. And I have heard people share that before. And at the same time, I do want to be able to rent out my place short term if I ever needed to in the future. I think the concern would just be that it would get out of hand if we were to have it turn into not people that are here that have an extra home, maybe limit it to one extra home and just make it a compromise and not turning it into a huge moneymaker from big corporations purchasing homes and taking them away, and kind of finding a balance. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Danielle Wilson.
Good evening, Council. This is Danielle Wilson on behalf of Unite Here Local 11. First, I just want to say it is outrageous that opposing council would criticize our union and members for advocating for our members with public officials. Landlords, developers, and other wealthy special interests lobby public agencies on CEQA all the time, and whoever tells them they don't have a right to. Protecting our members' interest in the environment and the availability of housing is part of our core function, and we should be proud to hear the voices of working people on these issues. Next, I just want to address again the baseless legal arguments of the other side. First, the public interest is served by the proposed amendment. Here, the amendment will protect 325 units of housing from becoming de facto hotels. This is more than half of the 628 affordable units the city still needs under its current housing element. Second, this amendment does not violate the Equal Protection Clause. Distinguishing between occupied and unoccupied rentals is rationally related to protecting the city's housing stock and residential communities from noise impacts. The amendment is a creative solution that allows significant profits for property owners while avoiding real impacts. Next, there have been no substantive or procedural due process violations. The amendment is a legislative, not a quasi-judicial action. Substantively, property owners do not have a vested right in a whole house rental that was unpermitted prior to December of last year and only allowed after securing the appropriate permits. Courts make clear that cities can amend its zoning laws and discontinue non-conforming uses in a timely manner when they rationally relate to its police powers and provide adequate amortization periods. That is the case here, as you know, where the 1-year amortization period is much greater than the 3 to 6 month periods upheld by the courts. Furthermore, procedurally, property owners are given the same notice and opportunity to comment as the general public. Next, the amendment is not a regulatory taking. Courts have already found entire bans amount to a minimal diminution in value. Here, this is an even less, given the amendment would still allow owner-occupied rentals. Next, I just want to say the other side's CEQA arguments are baseless, unlike ours that have real evidence. The opposition challenges tonight's amendment without any facts, evidence, or explanation of what CEQA impacts will occur if whole house rentals are banned. In contrast, Local 11 challenges challenge to the ordinance passed last year and provided volumes of substantial evidence highlighting specific facts, personal observations, case studies, and expert comments of CEQA impacts made more likely by whole house rentals. The ban would avoid these impacts and embrace the restrictions that existed prior to the ordinance's adoption. This falls squarely under the common sense exemption consistent with the state's high court opinion in Muzzy Ranch. Their claims for
damages
are
Thank you for
also
your comments. Thank you.
Carmen C. Carmen, I'm getting a notification that you have an outdated version of Zoom. Try updating your version. You may be able to participate in tonight's meeting. We'll call on the next speaker. It's a phone user with the last 3 digits, 144. Seems they have left the meeting. Daisy Castaneda.
Hello, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good evening, Mayor and Councilor. My name is Carlos Castaneda, and I am a citizen, I'm a resident of Fullerton, and we have a triplex that we were able to buy with all the hard work with my wife and I. We actually saved to actually provide for a retirement. So I was not aware of the previous meeting when they banned these Airbnb short rentals. So what I'm actually hearing right now, it is a lot of the people that is opposing this this ban. It is people with education, people they actually have that's what they do for a living. Mainly they actually work for a hotel, for the hotel industry. So which I think is not fair that you that we as a owners, as the public, as a residents, we didn't have the chance, or we were not notified about the previous meeting. So okay, so now back to the subject. So on this house that we have, we actually put a lot of effort into this property. We actually make this property look look nice, and also a lot of the neighbors, they follow. They actually did a lot of remodelings. By actually doing that, we actually provide work for for the handymans, for everybody that actually participate in the construction, and now by having this Airbnb short rental, it is giving us the opportunity to make a new business, and this new business, I'm sure that it's going to take us a long way, and who knows, maybe sometime in the future we'll be competing with the hotels. But by taking this opportunity away from us citizens, it is basically cutting our small businesses like a family business, and it is cutting the opportunity for us to grow and make something bigger. And we actually make enough money to pay all the tax and to pay everything that needs to be paid, all the permits, and Airbnb actually it give us enough, to do whatever it needs to be done. So I would like to, if you can actually consider the facts on what is affecting the community, if you can actually go more deeper into the facts, because we never actually had any problem with the neighbors or police, or it was we never had to involve the police at all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
And with that, Mr. Mayor, there are no more speakers.
It's a bit irregular. Okay. No. Okay. No, I appreciate that. We try to get out standard rules that we adhere to, so I apologize. But with that, we have heard from numerous speakers on this item tonight, and I will bring the item back to the council for discussion. It's clear that there are very strong opinions on both sides of this issue, and over the last several months even, we've heard a great deal about this. So I see Council Member Jung.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor and Council, to address comments made earlier about short-term rentals benefiting low-income residents or homeless seems suspect in real-world data. We may need to examine that a little bit better, but I don't believe the data would even indicate that. Having said that, there are two concerns I have. Most importantly, the stakeholders in our community all seem to share in their lack of outreach from the city staff about what may significantly impact their livelihood. Again, this is another example of previous councils addressing an issue that wasn't a problem to begin with, and now we're left holding the bag and having to deal with it. As far as I can see, sir, whole house rentals, if the engineer gentleman that was here asking for data-driven policy, Airbnb, for all my counts this evening, less than 3 dozen. You want to put whole house rentals in there, it seems even less than that. VRBO or Verbo or whatever their pronunciation is, less than 2 dozen, and that's owned by Expedia, if you want to know the parent corporation of that. So again, I don't see even more than 100 that would ever be reached right now or impacted by what the decisions that we make. I'm disappointed in the attorney throwing around unconstitutional as words regarding city ordinances that only amplify overstatement. These are the kind of hyperbole that get us all in trouble and make the public overreact. So I would caution our attorney gentleman to not use unconstitutional because that's what municipalities do, draft ordinances. So again, I'm willing to compromise on this to some degree just to get this done. And I think I have some council members here that are willing to do that because CEQA, which is a California Environmental Quality Act, the state passed this to examine environmental impacts from a place of good. But what has happened is everybody uses this now to file lawsuits. Now it's become completely derogatory. And now we're dealing with this. So I think just to comfort those in our audience that are stakeholders in our community, I'm willing to come to a compromise so we can move on. 300 is a number that is ridiculous. We don't even have that many. So why even have that as a number? It's arbitrary. And data-driven, it's not. So let's come to a compromise. I'm willing to sit at 100, and if we can do that, we can move forward. And hopefully we've got other councilmen here that agree.
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Sure, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
First of all, I will say it was nice to see and it was nice to hear from Fullerton homeowners and Fullerton property owners who very clearly, I think, aligned and mobilized to come and speak in defense of their rights as property owners. This to me personally has looked like and sounded like, nothing more than government overreach and a total infringement on private property rights from the get-go. It's interesting. There were a few comments made tonight that I'd like to address, but what I think is most interesting is that, we should not be looking at this as though it's a taking from hotel owners, because the reality is it's a taking from Fullerton homeowners or Fullerton property owners, because it's Fullerton homeowners and Fullerton property owners who are having their rights taken away, by this entity. But I also think with that, it's important to note that there is room for a compromise here, because there is the potential to put forth a balanced initiative or a balanced ordinance, and it shouldn't pit hotels against homeowners. That there doesn't need to be that conflict, and I think it's unfortunate that it's gotten to that. But that's simply the way that this was, that this was brought forward, and so, again, kudos to the Fullerton homeowners for standing up to defend their rights. I think given there was a comment that that short-term rentals were not permitted in the city, and that's inaccurate. The reality is short-term rentals were allowed, and there was this ordinance that was proposed and came forward that was ultimately challenged. There were no limits and there were no regulations related to short-term rentals, so they were allowed to legally operate. It wasn't until we attempted to, as a city, enact these regulations to create the ordinance that, created this, this dialogue or this discussion surrounding the policy. I think what's important to note, because again, there's been a lot of speculation and conjecture as to, this significant impact that a potential removal of even 350 housing units would have on rent prices within the city. And again, at 0.007%, that is really a minimal amount of the city's housing stock that would in fact disappear if in fact they were all rented as short-term rentals. So again, there was I think Councilmember Jung had talked about limiting to 100. I'd like to ask the city attorney, my intention and what I'd be prepared to support right now, if possible, is to strike down the amendment so that we can go back to the original ordinance that was, would that be the case? We would reject the amendment to allow the original ordinance that, that passed?
You could do one of two things. We could simply start all over by going back in 2 weeks with a new ordinance that simply modifies the existing ordinance from 300 to 100. That's a simple way to do it. Or we could take this ordinance and attempt this evening to amend it as presented, making that change. It's not really in a final document form here tonight, so it's a little more problematic. If the council is willing to delay it for those 2 meetings, we would bring it back in a clean form, going from 300 to 100 for a first reading in 2 weeks, and then 2 weeks later for the final adoption if the council's comfortable with that process.
Very well, thank you. Councilman Silva, would you be in favor of that, sir?
Well, no, the compromise I made last time was to give them 12 months to allow them to rent and then, sell their homes or keep renting it long-term, keep using it. And at this point, like I said, we had a whole lot of time on this prior to this, and then we came with this. And at this point, I think what we got here, it's good, and there was 3 of us that supported it last time, and now we're making a change. So I would move to just move the item and proceed with this ordinance and read the second ordinance at this time. They've got, the property owners do have 12 months to amortize and make their investment back. I know that with the pricing of housing right now, if you've owned that house for more than 6 months, you're going to reap revenue. So at this point, I just like to go forward with it and have the second reading tonight.
I think we're really overstepping our bounds as a council if we're going to tell people, what kind of financial decisions they can make, the tax decisions that they're going to have to make based on an ordinance that was enacted and ultimately adjusted. And so, I'm prepared to support rejecting the amendment to allow the original ordinance to stand. And in fact, I would move to reject the amendment and allow the original ordinance to stand.
I would second that motion because we've gotten ourselves into a situation here where this is being pressure politics applied each time that we delve into this topic. And Mr. City Attorney, I appreciate your recommendation that we come back with a clean ordinance, but we would have another very prolonged meeting, probably with
Mr.
larger
Folks
groups.
just advised me to, fortunately, when we adopted the 300 number, we did it as a resolution to the ordinance. So therefore, coming back, would only require a resolution, not a new ordinance, so we could come back in one meeting, which would be in 2 weeks, and simply adopt a resolution amending the prior resolution from 300 to 100. So Mr. Folks indicated that could be done, and could do it in 2 weeks.
Okay, we would hear from the public on it, and under these circumstances, we'd have to take an extraordinary move to limit the time that speakers have to address this item.
Or the alternative, you could simply, as Mr. Dunlap has made this motion, reject this amendment, and the original ordinance with the resolution of 300 would stay on the books.
And with that, I see Councilmember Zavra is ready to speak to this. I am as well, Mr. Zavra. You want to go next or last?
I just want to say a couple of things.
Okay, go ahead.
There's an Arabic saying that we came to the conclusion that it's water after much debate over water. There was a lot of blame on the past council, but may I remind this council that this was brought back. The original compromise of 300 was brought down from 800, one number that was suggested. I believe it was our mayor, Whitaker, who had just suggested that. So there was a lot of debate over this. And I empathize with and sympathize with everybody on both sides. However, my initial instinct has always been that we need to support a full and robust housing stock. While I do believe that there is some of the property owners who are operating these may feel at this time that there are some restrictions put up on them, but there is an alternative always. I mean, long-term rentals is an alternative, and I know there were some specific cases, but looking at a policy in general, I had a chance to speak to some of you folks, and I really appreciated the civility and the openness in which you've showed up here and stated your cases. I'm though inclined to stay with this current ordinance at this time, and I would move forward with and second Councilman Silva's original motion to move this forward.
We didn't have a motion, actually, did we? Right.
When I spoke, I had moved the item as is.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I missed that was formed as a motion. I thought that was what you were stating is what you would rather see. Okay. Okay. At this stage, it just seems like you make a Solomon-like decision which riles both sides very extremely. But I like to step back and take a look and say, which is more wrong or more right? To have people referring to something as housing stock? Who exactly owns housing stock here in Fullerton? Who is making this decision over properties that they don't own? These properties are privately owned. These people pay their mortgages and their taxes, and they do upkeep on the properties. It seems to me in deference to property owners and trying to encourage property ownership, which it sounds like those who want to ban whole house rentals are advocating. It's much better to preserve the rights of those who are actually in possession of and own these properties than to have some nebulous protection about a housing stock, which in our experience, it has not had a major impact. Housing prices are high for a lot of other reasons, not this. This hasn't aggravated it. There's one other item in the discussion that is disturbing to me, because there may be whole house short-term rentals which operate that way year-round, but it seems like in that diminished number, probably closer to 100, as Councilmember Jung said, that even among that 100, there would be those occasional short-term rentals. And we heard from some of them tonight as well. So this runaway rampant business, turning neighborhoods into commercial corridors, we haven't experienced that. I don't see that. I'm not really fearful of that. But the idea of actually taking away now people who've made investments and people who are being responsible, taking away their rights to conduct this activity, which, again, in our experience, we've had very few complaints or claims of the sort that are being magnified here all the time. Data-driven, that's true. I mean, if we really look at the data, most of all these fears are not supported by the data that we have in actual experience here in this city. So that being the case, I do still very much, I second Mayor Pro Tem's motion, and we do have two motions on the floor now. So this.
So Mr. Mayor, Mr. Sills with the original motion, Mr. Dunlap's would be a substitute motion.
Right. So in that case, is there any further discussion before we take a vote?
Are we voting first on the substitute?
Let me
substitute would come
first.
Could you clarify the substitute?
The motion you'll be voting on is a motion to deny the adoption of the proposed ordinance.
Right. So this would be a no vote on this item, basically.
Well, a yes vote would support.
A
Mr.
yes
Dunlap's,
would support a no. Thank you.
Which would be to not support the proposed amendment.
Right.
And Mr. City Attorney, if it passes, then it would revert back to the original
That is
ordinance
correct.
that's on the books. Okay.
So we'd come a long way to be back where we were originally. And
then Mr., just not to add confusion to it.
Sure.
Mr. Zhang may very well make a motion to bring back a resolution changing the number at that point in time.
Okay. In order to preserve this council's right to complete an agenda in a reasonable amount of time, I don't look forward to that, should that happen actually. But right now we're considering the substitute motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap. And with that, please conduct a roll vote here.
Councilmember Jung?
City Attorney, you had me at hello, but what happened again? We're voting yes is what? No?
If you vote yes.
Yes is no. Only in this council chamber would yes be no.
Yeah. So in this particular situation, if you vote yes.
I understand.
You're going to keep the current ordinance as it is in place, and the proposed amendment would then fail.
Understood. No.
Councilmember Silva?
No.
Councilmember Zara?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap?
Yes.
And Mayor Whitaker?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2 to keep the ordinance in place.
No.
The motion.
It failed.
Let me clear. The
2
motion.
to 3.
The motion.
3-2.
Again.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
The motion
And a
failed.
Remember
and
when
now we're back
council
to the
chamber is
original
not the
motion
real
by
world.
Mr. Silva to adopt the amendment.
All right.
So this.
Again, I'd like to make a friendly amendment to get this done. 100, cap it out, let's be done with this. I think that's fair. I've given you data-driven numbers that prove that it's fair. But let's move on, because this is.
Well, can't we accomplish that by a rejection of the ordinance or rejecting the amendment and then basically reverting to the ordinance that was in place and making a resolution to limit that number? Is that correct?
So we have a motion on the floor, right?
Correct.
Yeah. I'd like to call the motion.
Yeah, I seconded that.
Are you ready for roll call?
Yeah, I don't think there's any other commentary on this.
Okay, Councilmember Jung.
Now, this is, this yes actually means yes, and the no actually means no, correct?
Correct,
The
to
answer
adopt
is
the
yes.
resolution on the books, yes.
No.
Yes is the adoption of the ordinance.
Okay. So that was a no. Councilmember Silva.
Yes.
Councilmember Zara.
Yes.
Councilmember,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap and Mayor Whitaker.
No.
And this fails 3-2.
Again, I'm happy to make the motion of 100 as the number so we can move on and move on with our agenda.
So just to clarify, that's essentially a rejection of the amendment with the limiting of total whole house rentals at 100?
Well, what I would suggest is Mr. Zhang's motion should be to bring back a resolution modifying the original ordinance from 300 to 100.
Very well, as the Mr. Attorney suggests.
Okay, I'll second that.
That's all you need, because that's direction to agendize.
Right, I was just waiting for anything else.
Thank you.
Right. And we have still some remaining consent calendar items. I suggest that we just
actually,
push
well,
through those.
Can we maybe, because I think I could be quick on number 3. I actually just wanted to ask for about this is a surplus property declaration. Had some concerns because I talked to nonprofit associated with the property, Crittenden Services, and I noticed in review of the designation of this as surplus property, it didn't account for, I guess, a parking arrangement that's in place and has been in place since, I guess, the widening of Harbor Boulevard. So if the council would support a 2-week continuance so we could get some additional information on that, because there's absolutely nothing about it in the staff report, and I know that's impactful to that group. You guys supportive of that?
Certainly.
Okay.
So we need to hear from the public on this item now. So anyone wishing to speak to consent item number 3?
I just a point of clarification. Was this a motion to continue?
That's what I had asked for, yeah.
And therefore, the action, do we have to take a vote on it?
Vote
to continue, and then...
We do have to vote this up or down, one way or another, and we do need to hear from the public if we brought it back for discussion.
Because if it's going to be continued, are we hearing on the continuing?
Yeah, I mean, there's no point in hearing it twice, so that was kind of
We
my
would
intention.
hear on whether it should be continued or not. That would
Right, that's
become
right.
the public comment.
That's right, yeah.
So the public comment would be specified to continue.
It's limited only to this motion, the comment on this item.
And,
at this stage. Pardon?
Clarify something.
Yeah.
Well,
So
I'm sorry, I was talking to
essentially-
Mr. Folks about it.
Yeah, we
So
could
there's-
appreciate your help.
There's some facts missing from the report. This is a surplus land, designation, and I was contacted by a Fullerton nonprofit who's affiliated with the property, has a parking arrangement that's in place. It's not a significant issue, but I think since there was no mention of it in the ordinance or in this the report, would like to get some additional information on that before voting, and so I had asked if we could just continue it until the May 18th meeting, so that hopefully we could have.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Do I need to entertain public comment in this regard?
Only to the extent that they could address the continuation question.
That was my-
Not the merits of the motion,
Yeah.
but the merits of the motion to continue.
But
Okay,
I also do have a question for Mr. Folks, if I may, Mr. Mayor, on this item. Would there be any delay in the intent of this? Would a continuation cause any issues?
Councilman Czar, only to the extent that no action will occur for the next 2 weeks.
Okay. And then may I just inquire about on which nonprofit is this, and if there's a way to resolve the issue with them and provide them adequate parking without actually having to delay this item?
Well, right. So they had reached out to me concerned that they were not contacted about it. They have a parking arrangement in place, so it's Crittenden Services. Has been affiliated with the property, for quite some time, actually going back to the time where Harbor, this was widened, and I think they've got about 11 parking spaces that have been assigned to them there. And so they were concerned that this could potentially impact them. They were also concerned about what this designation would mean. And so because they sort of learned about it just by stumbling upon the agenda, they had concerns and reached out to me in the hopes that, hey, they could continue it for 2 weeks so that they could find out a little bit more about what this means to them, how it potentially affects them.
Mr. Mayor.
Because that is parking they rely on.
Are we having the discussion here, or are we just continuing this item?
Thank you.
Well, because I wanted to clarify a few things, because if we ought to continue the item, I just wanted to clarify if there's any issues continuing it. So it is about my decision on whether to continue or not.
We can still hear from the public first,
Yes.
and we could still have some commentary, but if we could at least dispatch with that requirement at this point.
So we have a motion, a second? Did we get
Yes.
Okay, and the public comment, again, is only to the issue of whether to approve the continuance.
Right.
Sorry, and can you clarify who was the second? I didn't hear.
That was me.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember John. All right, we're prepared. And please limit to that topic.
Good evening, City Council and staff. And I would just like to voice my support for the continuance of this item so that the public may find out more information on the matter, including the nonprofit, and so that there could be potentially more public outreach and notice of this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Any Zoom
Do we have any Zoom comments on this item?
We do have someone with their hands raised. Rosa Merritt.
I apologize. I don't need to speak on this. Thank you.
And with that, no more comments.
Thank you. We'll bring the item back to the council. And we do have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any further discussion on the item? I would add just this. Anytime that there is alleged a lack of notification to interested parties or parties who clearly might have an interest, that is a little troublesome. And so provided that there's no real damage from a 2-week delay, I think it's always the better part of our decision making to allow that to be clarified. So with that, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Jung.
Aye.
Councilmember Silva.
Aye.
Councilmember Zara.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap.
Aye.
And Mayor Whitaker.
Aye.
Passes unanimous.
Okay.
Hey, thank you for that. I was, hopeful it would have been a little quicker, but we got there.
Mr. Mayor, who says there's division on council?
We have 2 more consent items. Let's go for hopefully the low-hanging fruit first. Let's go for item number 6, business registration charges.
Mr. Mayor and council, if I may, I had this item brought forth during a few study sessions ago. We've had so many I've lost track at this point, but a few ago, we had a councilman on the dais that asked for solutions. This was one, and the hyperbole used was that indeed small business owners would be impacted negatively and instill panic in our public and our small businesses. When all I asked would that our city do their research so we can be commensurate with other county cities that are equal to our size, that we should avoid operating as a municipality based on nothing more than the Tinkerbell effect. That's a expression derived from the Disney character that if we just hope hard enough and our audience believes that somehow we'll just be revived from certain death. And that seems to be the case here. A lot of it is just the Tinkerbell effect, so I wanted some practical realities that we face to meet with numbers that we could actually examine. And having done so, I think everybody here has received that item. It turns out we aren't commensurate with other cities our size. We're far below. So if you're looking for revenue that we can generate, here it is. And considering there are some here that supported a sales tax measure that made us the second highest in the county, I think being commensurate with everybody else seems like a fair thing to ask. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and that was a receive and file item. So absent any motions, we'll move on from that. The other, pardon?
Mr. Mayor, may I make a comment on this?
Sure.
You know, in the hope that we achieve unity and move our city forward, I really hope that we stop blaming each other. It seems like there's a lot of playing this blame game every single meeting. So I really hope that we can dispose of these petty remarks and just move forward in a more
Mr.
civilized
Mayor,
manner. Thank you.
there's plenty of blame to go around. What I would expect you to do is perhaps examine our own failures past, acknowledge them, learn from them, and move forward. Not just, hey, let's not play the blame game.
As I said earlier, thank you, gentlemen. We'll move to the last of the consent calendar items, which is item number 5, Union Pacific Trail Phase 2 Grant Award. And this would be an action to approve receipt of Urban Greening Program grant for Union Pacific Trail Phase 2. We had a caller who pulled that item, right? That's
I believe Mr. Bushala.
right.
So,
And
do you want a staff
make a
report from Mrs.
presentation?
Loya, or do you want
Personnel.
Mr. Bushala's
Staff
comments?
wants to make a presentation first?
Sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
We
Mrs.
can do
Loya
that.
would make the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm Alice Loya, Parks and Recreation Department. This item was for a trail grant that we applied for last year. We were given approval by the previous council to go ahead and apply for this grant. And this was just to update you and show you what the concept of the trail would be, where it started, how much it would cost. The grant is for $1.78 million. The city's responsibility would be approximately $330,000 from the Park Dwelling Fund, and those funds had already been approved as well. So if there's any other questions you have on the trail or the history of the trail, I would be happy to answer.
I have one. Do we have a good estimate of what ongoing maintenance and upkeep of this trail, this area would be?
Well, this trail has a concrete bikeway and dirt path. So there's not a lot of maintenance with that. We also have some landscaping on the side. And we would treat it the same that we would treat the other trails, where we don't do a lot of maintenance on it. But there will be an additional maintenance cost. I do not know the answer to how much it would cost to maintain that trail.
And there's decomposed granite as well, use
The
in these trails?
decomposed granite would be there. When that decomposed granite goes away and it just becomes dirt, we leave it that way. We don't add more decomposed granite to our trails. We just leave it as dirt.
I know on many of our trails which have changing elevation, that when we get heavy rains, that it does create huge depressions, and those have to be dealt with, right?
That's true, and luckily this trail is relatively flat.
Okay, so you're saying that maintenance and upkeep would be de minimis to the city, right?
It would not be a large amount, anything more than we pay to maintain the other trails. I would be ask Meg, I don't know if she knows the answer to that, on how much it would cost, how much we spend on the maintenance of the other trails, but it is a minimal amount compared to how much we spend to maintain our parks.
Well, I'm a big supporter of trails, but this is a little bit unusual, an urban trail of this sort, so that's why I'm asking some of those questions.
Oh, yes, this is a new trend to green up industrial areas and neighborhoods that would be considered in the disadvantaged communities, to provide an urban greening element and to provide a pathway of recreation. This trail will take you from Independence Park to the transportation center. We have plans for some time in the future to continue this trail along the Union Pacific right-of-way, which goes up Bass and Cherry, along the Bass and Cherry Greenbelt all the way to Imperial. So it is a segment of a larger potential trail.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions at this stage? Seeing none, we will go to the speaker on this item.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council, Tony Bushala, Fullerton resident for just about my entire life. I'm really curious about why I was not notified. My family, we own about 7 properties alongside this trail that the staff is proposing to spend over $300,000 of the general fund money and another $2 million of grant money. Why were we not notified about this meeting tonight? I know there were several speakers here earlier tonight at the public comments that spoke on this, and it seemed as though somebody had kind of gotten to people just come here and speak about this. But please, before you make a decision on this, go over there to the existing trail between Harbor and Highland and look at it and see what it is. It's actually a no man's land. The city spends lots of money cleaning it up. It's adjacent to industrial buildings, and if you continue further west, it's industrial and residential. It's a hodgepodge. It's a pie in the sky. Please do not continue down this path of wasting taxpayer dollars. Myself and my family has ideas and proposals, and we've done some good things here in Fullerton. I think nobody can argue with that, about what to do with this property that was purchased by the redevelopment agency, not by the city of Fullerton, but by redevelopment that is now awashed and they're gone. So put it out there, let people make proposals to the city council to see what can be used. And I would like to welcome our new city manager, Mr. Danley, to Fullerton. Thank you so much.
Are there any Zoom callers on this, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Jane Reifer.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and council members. Jane Reifer. I have become very confused about projects in this area. I hear that there's a rail district project, then I hear there's a second rail district project. I'm sure I have the phrasing wrong. And then, of course, the trail tonight and so forth. I would love to, maybe it's too much for too little maybe for a study session, but I would like to start understanding how the pieces all fit together, because I'm thoroughly confused at this point. And I also would like to say that, of course, this is going to throw a big wrench into everything, but there was discussion at one point approximately 10 years ago about taking the UP right-of-way and turning it back into a trolley to take people from the Sunny Hills area by Independence Park into the downtown, to the train station, and also the reverse direction from the train station up into Sunny Hills, where there's currently really no public transit to speak of. And the route does go all the way up, ties into La Habra and other lines. So I would, before things happen, I would just like to see what all the possibilities can be and understand the project better. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
With that, Mr. Mayor, no more speakers.
We'll bring the item back to council for discussion.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
This item we had voted to proceed with the grant back in August of 20. And I think prior to that, there was discussion on what to do when the city or the redevelopment agency bought the property. And I think by the outpouring of the community that it's a trail path. It's I think it's gonna liven up that area there and maybe take it from a hodgepodge of nothing to something. And then as far as the funding, there was a comment about using general funds. We're actually using park dwelling fees, so we're not hitting the general fund. So with that, I would move the item.
I would second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any other comment? I wanted to make a couple observations on this. Not very long ago, this council looked at plans for this area, this extended area, and a majority of the council decided that one key proposal at the park would be, sustainable farms is what it was, is maybe not the appropriate one of the elements, one of the pieces of the puzzle for development plans in this area. Similarly, what we're looking at here is something that needs to be part of a larger picture, in my opinion. So I think it does bear looking at a little bit more closely or a little bit longer. Items like this that appear on consent calendar are troublesome, in my opinion, because once again, if you have any notification issues and or if we're piecemealing what is potentially a larger specific project area, that it may be irreversible, the course that you launch on. So I personally would rather see us carry this item over to another meeting for discussion at that time.
Is that a motion?
Mayor, if I may.
Yeah, I would make that motion, yes.
Okay, and I would second that.
Just so I have an understanding, Director Loya, this is basically just approving receipt of the grant, correct?
It is, but that would be paramount to following through and spending it accordingly.
Yes, the grant has been awarded by the state.
Okay, this is just to receive the money.
It's just to receive the money.
Okay.
Yes,
This
that's
isn't
right.
to do anything with the money. It's just to receive the money.
Well, when we receive the money and we enter into a grant contract, then it is assumption that we would be doing something with the money. But there is some time between signing the grant contract and when the performance period starts and when the performance period ends. But
So there's time, then, you're saying, for transparency's sake, between receiving this grant money and deciding what to do with that grant money, correct?
Absolutely.
All right.
There is, however, conversely, too, we could postpone the authorization to receive it, and it would still be there for some time as well, right?
There is a 5-year performance period that we can take to do it. Although if we change what we were doing with the grant funds substantially, we may have to return the funds because it was awarded based on the application that we submitted with that concept plan.
Right, yeah, I understand. We'd also have time to make that decision.
Mr. Mayor, one other point that I want to make sure I clarify.
Sure.
Sir, if you don't mind. This is a grant from what agency?
It's from the California Natural Resources Agency from the state.
So from the state?
From the state,
All right,
yes.
It's a state grant. We hardly get any money from the state, so.
Well, they gave us 1.78.
I'm so glad. All right, very good.
Thank you.
You know, I would like to add before we vote, I kind of echo the mayor's sentiments here because, we have, I think, in the past 2 months, we've looked at, I guess, a rail plan that incorporated, some different concepts of housing and things of that nature. We looked at UP Park, I think it was 2 to 3 weeks ago, and here we are today looking at this other piece. And so, again, part of the concerns that I shared with the former city manager and also with Mr. Folks when we had an opportunity to meet and discuss is that, you look at a plan like this and you expect it to be completely put together and inclusive of, I think, all different types of real estate or all different types of places within this particular community. And so I think we're really doing the community and ourselves a disservice, by looking at these different pieces of it. It's like, trying to put together a puzzle without having all the pieces together. And so, I think that the more we can, as a council, together with the community, have all of the pieces in front of us so that we can put things together, ultimately that's going to be the best picture, and I think ultimately the best, the best for the community. So, seeing as we want to obviously receive the funding that's been granted, willing to support it this evening, but I do want to make sure that ahead of any action that we look at this in conjunction with, I think, a bigger plan for that, for that particular district location and what have you.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, is that a motion that you'd like to make, sir?
Yes,
I'll second that.
You've already seconded the other one.
Okay, sorry.
I made that motion.
So you
right,
withdraw,
motion.
fine, mine, okay.
Excuse me.
Yeah. And then just to, anyway, I think part of the reason, and I would agree with the Mayor Pro Tem that we want to put everything together, but I think in this case, because we weren't sure we were getting the grant to do this, but I think this trail was in there with all the other projects. Whatever we were going to decide, there was going to be a trail based on grant availability. So, I do appreciate that. We would like to bring everything together, but sometimes it just doesn't. So,
Just so I have clarification, it is the original motion just to receive the grant, or are we now on the Mayor Pro Tem's motion of receiving the grant, but we'd like to see what we're talking about?
And to make that even more fun, the original motion was to accept the
Madam City
recommendation to
Clerk.
approve the grant. Then there was a substitute motion from Whitaker, seconded by Dunlap, to continue this item, which I have a suspicion might be withdrawn. And then there was another motion from Dunlap and seconded by Jung, I apologize for just using your last names, to approve the recommendation with the forthcoming review.
See, this is a great example of what I'm concerned about here. We need a clear picture of what it is we're voting on.
Who's on
and
first?
Even the nature of this shows me that there is great confusion, at least in terms of what we're doing with that area, with that larger area.
I think the first motion will receive it, and it will still allow us time to look at it, but as long as we receive the money, right, because I think Ms. Loya said there's time to.
Let me make the suggestion that the two substitute motions be withdrawn, that Mr. Silva's motion be approved to accept the funds, and then if you want to consider further direction from the Mayor Pro Tem to come back and discuss the overall project, you could do so. Again, legally, the city cannot proceed to spend those funds without council approval in any event. But really, there's two separate things here: accepting the funds, Mr. Dunlap's discussion about the broader discussion about what we're doing.
And that to me was critical. So, Councilmember Silva, if you would be, if there is the appetite to withdraw those two the secondary or substitute motions, if you're open to an amendment to include that, that this does come before council, in conjunction with, I think, a bigger plan for that district, I'm willing to support that this evening.
Well, I think we can vote on this motion and then give staff direction to bring something back. That would be just a first and a second. It wouldn't need a vote.
That's fine.
All right. So were the two motions withdrawn?
Mine's withdrawn. It appears to have no support, so that's fine. And with that, I guess I hear no further comment, Madam Clerk.
And we will do roll call on the original motion to approve the staff recommendation. Councilmember Jung?
Aye.
Councilmember Silva?
Aye.
Councilmember Zara?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap?
Aye.
And Mayor Whitaker.
Reluctantly, yes.
Motion passes
Yes,
unanimously.
yes.
Does the mayor want to give us direction to come back and discuss the overall area discussion?
Mr. Mayor? Yes?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Councilman. And we have completed our consent calendar. Now, we do have item number 7 next. It's a public hearing item for fiscal year 21-22 annual action plan. I was considering a short break before we launch into this. Does that sound acceptable?
It's up to the mayor, of course.
Okay. Okay, all right. We'll take, can we try to adhere to about a 5-minute break? All right, let's do it. Zoom, Ms. Fritzl, item number 7, public hearing item. Go.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Tonight we are here to adopt the 2021-2022 Annual Action Plan and funding recommendations for the Community Development Block Grant Awards. I'm going to try to remember to advance the slides. Don't count on it. The Annual Action Plan carries out the goals of the 5-year consolidated plan. The current plan is 2020 to 2024. The consolidated plan sets out the overall priorities for the annual action plan. So all projects that are awarded must meet at least one of the Department of Housing and Urban Development HUD goals as stated. Decent housing, suitable living environment, or expanded economic opportunities. This year, the city is receiving $1.3 million, approximately, with reprogramming and revolving funds. A total of $1.497919 is available to program. The City Council appointed a Community Development Citizens Committee, CDCC. We love acronyms. I'm really good with them. Reviewing the applications, the CDC reviewed applications, heard presentations, and have provided tonight's recommendations. So the HUD regulations on CDBG is that only 15% of the allocated funds, or just over $201,000, can be allocated for public services. This year, the city received 370 in public service requests, which led to a lot of difficult decisions by the board. Oops, see, kept up with my promise. So, I'm matching Alice Chang's chart, so I was really proud of myself that I could match her chart. And as you can see, sorry for the small chart, the city received 14 applications, and CDCC recommends funding for 9 of the applicants. The CDC's policy is a minimum of $7,500. If you receive less than $7,500, just the requirements of paperwork is not as effective. All applicants were worthy, and like I said, tough decisions. So going through some of the simple ones, fair housing services. As part of receiving HUD funds, the city must provide fair housing services, and the Fair Housing Foundation is recommended to provide those services. Due to the requirements of administering the CDBG in-home programs, it's also recommended that the city allocate HUD required 20% for administration, which includes both city and fair housing services. The city also provides outstanding housing rehabilitation programs, both grants, loans, and a lead reduction program. These programs assist our aging housing stock, I'm going to use that word again, and allows many of our seniors to remain safely in their homes. The total program is approximately $369,000. And we were really excited last night. Last year, the City Council approved a special code enforcement program, and we'd like to continue this program. Last year was due just to length of time. They just started like end of the year, and it's been very, very impactful. To continue the program, we're recommending a total of $145,000. As part of the CDBG program, in approved census tracts, area funds can be utilized for infrastructure improvements. This year, Olive in the Iris-Roberta area was designated. In addition, it is recommended that CDBG funds be utilized for the first phase of the ADA improvements to the Fullerton Transportation Center and the final phase of the ADA transition plan. So the home allocation will receive approximately $539,000. We're recommending that you fund more of the housing rehab programs in 6 months of the tenant-based rental assistance program and administration. For any projects for home funds, it'll come back before the City Council as part of an affordable housing agreement. So tonight's recommendations are that you approve the 2021-2022 annual action plan and authorize staff to submit the documents to HUD. They are due by May 15th. And you also authorize the Community and Economic Development Director or designee to execute all agreements required. And staff is here to answer any of your questions.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I have a question.
Pardon 1 second. I do want to thank you for your time-efficient report on this. And I will want to open the public hearing right away. And
okay, I'll wait until after.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we will open the public hearing. Yeah.
Yay. All good things come to those who wait. Okay. Well, gosh. Well, let me start over, everybody. Oh, my goodness. Good evening. I actually live in Pasadena, but I work here in Fullerton, and I appreciate all of you, the mayor, city council, taking the time to listen to what I have to say. This may be a moot point with the CDBG grant, but I wanted to hopefully have the city council reconsider our grant funding request. And I just wanted to mention that, Care Housing, we've been affiliated with this SRO for about 20 years. For a lot of that time, the residents that were coming in there just wasn't a lot of problems, the way I understand it. This is before my time because I've been with the company 7 years. But as time progressed, the resident population got more difficult to the point where it was causing a problem for the city. And at that point, the city asked us to step in and do social services, of which we did. We did it for part-time. I started with a part-time social worker. And then it was very apparent that we needed a full-time worker. And about that time is when the grant became available. And the city encouraged us to apply. So we did. And we were awarded for 3-4 years, whatever it was in a row, the full amount requested. And it was great. And it really helped these people. These people have alcohol problems, mental health problems, food shortages, their food challenge. This is a very difficult resident population. I would encourage any of you to go and spend a day at Fullerton City Lights and see what we deal with. I spent all day with COVID testing today. These people can't go get COVID tested. They can't get vaccinations. We're bringing everything to them. But sadly, COVID has hit us hard as well, too. All of our salaries have been cut back next to nothing. We're just trying to do the best we can for this population. And I was really saddened to see that the committee, for whatever reason, did not see the value in what we were doing in helping this organization when it's the city that originally really asked for our help. So it's a little disconcerting on our end. And I was just hoping that perhaps there is a way to rethink that through. I could have taken my mask off. I'm probably running out of time here. But, at this point, I know what I was going to say. We've run out of funds because last year, due to a clerical error on our part, I won't go into details because it makes me so mad, we missed the deadline. And so we funded everything to keep the social services in place. And then with COVID, we got hit really hard. So there is not going to be anybody to do the wellness checks. There's not going to be anybody to help these people with food. There's not going to be anybody to help them with their mental and health issues. It's just going to be a mess.
If you could wrap up. I don't want to foreclose if council members have any questions of her at this stage. That's fine. But do we have any other speakers at this stage, Madam Clerk?
Do we have any Zoom comments on this item? You know what? I bet you can't hear me because I'm on the wrong screen.
Okay.
There you go. Do we have any Zoom comments on this item?
I see no hands raised, thanks.
And no one else to speak on this item. All right, then I guess we can probably discuss. I will.
It's just sad. It just breaks my heart because the former before the city council used.
Question from Mr.
Let me ask a question. So, just to understand a little bit more about this dynamic, the city was funding the services that you were providing. Now, that's to residents of this particular property. Was that on behalf of the property owner, or what were the conditions surrounding this relationship?
I'm not sure exactly.
Okay.
I can't always hear everything.
So now,
take this off 2 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So your question, the funding, the extra $20,000 that we were getting, is what really kind of helped us keep or turn the part-time social worker into full-time.
Okay.
And it's not that we're not looking for more funding, because we are, but if we can't get it all together, pulled it all together in time, I've been told that we will have to leave the building. Our services will no longer be available as of the end of June, early July, because we have relied on this funding from the CDBG, and we've been granted it, and the city council loved us. Like they said, we were like the darling of this program. I'm not kidding you. And so I was shocked when they said, and I listened to the comments on, I mean, I'm just going to be really honest with you guys. I listened to the comments of the Zoom meeting, and I was kind of shocked. I mean, they started like, yes, we're going to fund them, and by the time they're done, they talked themselves out of it, and they said, no, they don't get anything. I'm like, oh, I don't know if they know what they're saying, because if we pull out, it's just going to be a problem for the city again, and it's crushing me. And I sat here for 5 hours waiting for my 3 minutes. So thank you for giving me 4.
Let me ask you another question. Actually, this might be
Yes.
either for Director Folks or perhaps Ms. Fritzl. You can help me with this. This is a tax credit community, I believe, or was originally developed under the low-income tax credit program.
That is correct.
So the property owner receives a property tax exemption, essentially because there's a nonprofit involved or affiliated with the property providing some type of social services. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So how will this impact? I mean, are there still going to be, and perhaps you could speak to this, or Ms. Fritzl, I mean, will they still be honoring that agreement? Will there still be services provided to the residents?
We will have to mandate that the property owner steps up and does this. Currently, we're paying for what the property owners probably by law should be.
Okay, so do you know if that's under the regulatory agreement or the terms of the regulatory agreement? Do you know if that's specified?
I do not know. I've not read the regulatory agreement.
Okay.
I believe we are past the regulatory agreement. I believe the owners are not subject to have to provide social services.
Gotcha. Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay. So are you the nonprofit or 501c3 affiliated then with the, okay.
Yes,
gotcha. Okay.
correct.
Okay,
And,
thank you.
Mr. One
Thank you.
one question.
Councilmember Silva.
Yeah, during that discussion, I believe there was a discrepancy in who was the treasurer, who was the official person that was supposed to sign it, and so that was one of the reasons that they said, well, who is running, who is the treasurer, who's being accountable, and so there was a discrepancy in the application, and that was a concern for some of the CDBG trust community members.
Yeah, there was a hiccup there. Actually, I had previously been the treasurer, but I was not supposed to be the treasurer. I was supposed to be taken off, and there's some clerical issues, and I'm not the treasurer. I don't know who it is right now, but I'm not officially the treasurer, and it's on there that the person who's treasurer now is on there. But it was just a clerical kind of snafu thing, more or less. I don't really know what else to say. I think they probably got hung up on that a little bit, but that's really doesn't have to do anything, I don't think, with what we've been doing there for years. So
No, it may not, but I think the concern was, well, who is keeping tabs on the funding if we don't know who the treasurer is? I mean, and I think that was from what I gather.
Right.
This
Right.
being
No, I understand.
spent wisely and so forth, so that.
I understand, and of course our lawyer Michael Stein and our bookkeeper and other people, they could like for any like money issues or whatever, they have it all in place. We're in good standing with the DOJ. I know that was another concern. I think the gal, she had looked back several years, 2017 or something, and we missed a deadline for something, but it got rectified right away. And I think somebody mentioned that in the comments or during that meeting that that was taken care of. And
Yeah, that was the other concern, that you were out of compliance with the DOJ.
No, we're not. We're in compliance.
Okay.
We're in compliance.
And just one other question, because I do know, and I'm sure some of us might recall, I mean, this property has had, quite the past, I think, in our, right in the community. And, it was not long ago that, it seems like you couldn't drive by without seeing police cars out front. And,
Exactly.
So I would be curious, and perhaps Kelly, you could speak to this, or Chief Dunn. Can you talk a little bit about their involvement with the property and maybe the performance as relates to, the impact on or the calls for service and things like that?
Actually, we don't have I'm not receiving a lot of complaints regarding the SRO, which is unusual. We do receive complaints because a lot of their residents go right outside and, kind of congregate on the sidewalks there, smoking and all, but, if there wasn't a care provider there, it would probably be a lot more calls for service.
I think what happened about 8 years ago, it got to be with the problem. So the city, because the police and the fire department were being exasperated by these residents, and so when the city called us and said, "Hey, we need to have a meeting," it was the mayor and the city manager said, "We need to get together." We came up with a plan. Yes, social services is definitely needed. So now without this funding and with COVID and all the cuts we have to pull out. I know 20,000 isn't a whole lot in the big picture, but it's enough to keep us there and to help. And we still operate a little bit at a deficit with that as well. So anyway, I don't know if they could reallocate those funds. It's probably a lost cause at this point. I don't know, but my heart is breaking for these people because I spent all day with them today, and trust me, they need social
Well, we
services.
appreciate you hanging in to clarify, the situation, and thank you very much for that. We will.
Well, thank you.
At this stage,
Mr. Mayor, I'm still waiting for my
sure,
turn.
go ahead. I didn't see. Go ahead.
Okay. So I just had a question for Kelly, if you don't mind. I have two questions here. Some of the organizations receiving the funds they serve a lot of people versus some who are receiving also large amounts with very small number of people. So could you clarify, maybe shed a little light on what decision was made there? So that's one part. And then the other part, I know that it not only the SRO program here did not receive it, and I'm glad you're here to explain your point of view. But also I know that Pathways of Hope didn't receive anything, and I'm wondering why. I know they serve a lot of folks in our community, and I know this particular funding would have gone to provide support for the hub, which is the food distribution center down by Richmond Park. So, and that's an essential service that's being provided in that area.
The CDCC had a very lengthy conversation, and they discussed the fact that Pathways of Hope received these county grants to implement the TBR, tenant-based rental assistance program. That was the federal, 3 months of assistance of, over $1 million. They felt that with that funding, Pathways of Hope didn't need additional funding. The concern is that funding is very specific, and there's, very, federal, state, county ties to that funding and cannot be used to fund the hub at Richmond. But that was the decision of the board. And again, this was over an hour and a half of discussion for those that watched it, and it did go very much around about. And there was a lot of compromises that were created. There were two of them served less than 10 people, and one received almost all of the funding requested. They received 35 of the 45 requested, funding 8 people, and the other one received only $7,500 funding 7 people. So that was a concern, but the one was the first time funding, and they wanted to give this nonprofit a chance. They also looked at some of the ones that were new to the community. But you can tonight, as City Council, make changes to the recommendations to answer the Mayor Pro Tem's question.
I mean, is there potential adjustments that we could make to fund? I mean,
it's up to the council.
Yeah,
no question. Of course, it's helpful to know what transpired, when these decisions were being made,
sure,
because we're countermanding their judgment on it.
Of course, yeah. No, it's it is important to note. I mean, obviously, that's I think one of the benefits of having this, public discussion is we're able to weigh in and, based on, I guess my past experience or understanding of the city lights, it serves people who are, really, many who are formerly homeless, certainly transitional living in that sense, and
145 residents currently.
Thank you. So I think as we look at return on investment of CDBG funds, you know, $20,000 to help support the needs of 145 residents is going to get us a lot more bang for our buck than the 7,500 for 7 or what have you. And so, you know, we could look at maybe some adjustments.
And Mr.
Sure.
Mayor Pro Tem and Mayor, I've got a suggestion here, if
Okay.
I may. Would you mind, Kelly, putting up the spreadsheet? And we'll, I'll make some recommendations and then we can see where it goes.
I'd like to close the public
Okay,
hearing
okay,
if we
yes.
could at this stage, all right?
All right.
So
I got it,
with that, we're back to the council for decisions on this matter.
Okay, so if you would,
Lucinda, if you want to put the
the
PowerPoint back up.
spreadsheet where I had all the, yeah, just so we, what I would suggest, because I do agree with Councilmember Zara about, and Councilmember Jung about the Pathways of Hope. So real quick, I would suggest that we fund Pathways of Hope, the homeless, with 25,000, and we would take 10 from the Boys and Girls Club, 5 from Meals on Wheels, and then 5 from the YMCA.
What Meals on Wheels, sorry?
Oh, I'm sorry, the Richmond, let me hold on a second. The Meals on Wheels Fullerton, the maintenance of meals supporters.
I thought we were doing 10 from Boys and Girls Club.
Yes, we are.
15 from Monkey.
Okay.
Got
Yeah,
it.
so 10 from Boys and Girls Club, 5 from the Meals on Wheels Fullerton, from 28 to 23, and then 5 from the YMCA, so we'll go 15 to 10, and then the Boys and Girls Club will go from 42 to 32. And then, am I doing my math right? Oh, and
From the top.
from the top, yeah. And that would get us 20, how much would that get us? I lost count. Again.
That's
So it get us
20,000.
20,000, and then take 15 from Monkey Business and give that to the SRO. So that, they wouldn't get, nobody would get everything, but everyone would get something, or just about everyone. And I know Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap, you had an issue about, or concern about the 7,500, but. So,
Well, no, I mean, that, yeah.
Yeah, but that would be
it's
my
essentially-
recommend, because that would get us 20 for the hub and 15 for the SRO, if my numbers are correct, which I've been scribbling all night, so,
They are correct, sir.
okay.
So Councilman Silva, just to clarify, the Giving Children Hope, We've Got Your Back program continues to not receive any funding, and the Radiant Health Nutrition Services program continues to not receive funding. Is that correct?
Everything, the only zero that we, yeah, it would be just the SRO would get 15 and the hub would get 20 and.
And we
the
can
other
always go,
zeros
we
would stay
can,
zeros.
if you guys can all agree that where we end, we can always go back and watch the video and make sure the math
Yeah.
works.
Yeah.
Very good. Is that a motion?
So I would move for those adjustments.
Yeah, I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Any further comment?
Does that also include the approval of action plan and
Oh, yes.
Right.
authorize execution?
Thank you.
Yes.
With that, we're ready for a roll call vote.
Councilmember Jung.
Aye.
Councilmember Silva.
Aye.
Councilmember Zara.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Demlap.
Aye.
And Mayor Whitaker.
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
All right, another 5-0.
Unity.
To our regular business items, item number 8, Brookhurst Road street improvements. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. David Grantham, Principal Civil Engineer. A little, hopefully a positive discussion on streets tonight. So I'm here to talk about Brookhurst Road, street improvements. A little background on the project. It's going to be from Orangethorpe north to Commonwealth. This is the final project that was funded by the one-time revenue for the sale of the properties and the Rule 20A funds that was passed by council back in 2019. There are two reasons why, people ask why did it take so long. There are two reasons. One is to deal with the Sci-Fi Networks company, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. The second item is I purposely made this the last project because I wanted to ensure that the other four projects, Maple, Brea, Little Chapman, and Jacaranda Malvern area, were completed, and we had sufficient funds to do this work because this is the only project where I had a little bit of flexibility in the limits if we ran out of money. All the other projects are now complete, and we have sufficient money to move forward with the complete limits of this project. So the scope is a typical street improvement project, doing all the curb and gutter repairs, the required curb ramps, and of course, the most important, pavement surface rehabilitation. There is some sewer work. We're going to be consolidating some sewer pipes out there, nothing too serious. But we are needing to take out some trees, including some private trees. The private property owners have been notified they are in agreement to take the trees out, so we'll be taking care of that. I want to point out that my staff did the design here in conjunction with our on-call survey team, Stantec, and our on-call geotech Twining. So a couple of items I want to point out. Sci-Fi, this is the first project that we're dealing with Sci-Fi facilities in the street where we're basically working with them to hopefully protect their facilities, but if they are not protected, Sci-Fi has to come in and make the repairs to their facilities. We have coordinated that with Sci-Fi. They are required to make the repairs before the final layer of asphalt goes down, so they will not be coming back and cutting our street once we've paved it. The also item I want to point out, we talked about it a little bit in the study session. This project, because we have a very thick existing AC section, we're using a process called cold-in-place recycling, where essentially we're taking the top 2 inches, taking it away, and then the next 5 inches we're rejuvenating. So we're basically keeping it in place. Just we're not trucking it away. We're mixing it in place, putting it back. It's a big train. So the front of it digs it up, the back end puts it back down again. And it's going to save us quite a bit of money. And I actually have plans for that money on another street, which I'll bring to you later. Just real quickly, I want to point out how this feeds into our other arterial projects. Commonwealth and Raymond will be finished on Thursday. All the paving will be complete. And Euclid is underway for phase 1. Phase 2, we're finalizing design. Brookhurst, obviously, and then Valencia and Rosecrans were approved for next year with the funding for next fiscal year. With that, we have recommendations. Approve the plans and specs, the necessary budget transfers, awarding the construction contract to PALP, and then allowing the Public Works Director to make any change orders if anything comes up during construction. Any questions?
I move the item.
Yeah, I would ask for public comment at this stage. And no one attending is seeking to comment. Do we have a Zoom comment on this?
I do not see any hands raised, no.
All right, we'll bring the item back to council, and Councilmember Silva, you
Moved it.
I'll second.
made a motion. It's been seconded by Councilmember Zara. I just wanted to comment that this is something to celebrate a little bit, I think. When you show the map, we see what's under construction now. We are making some major improvements to our arterials, which we all experience so much. And I've been hearing unusual new complaints now that we have too much construction going on in the city. And we've been awaiting to hear that kind of a reaction for some time. So appreciate your efforts at planning responsibly, intelligently on what comes first, and eventually we'll get to all of it.
Hope so.
But thank you for all your fine work on it. We have a motion and a second. If there's any further conversation, seeing none, Madam Clerk, a roll call vote.
Councilmember Jung.
Aye.
Councilmember Silva.
Aye.
Councilmember Zara.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap.
Aye.
Mayor Whitaker.
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
Item number 9, proposed speed lump policy. Consideration of a proposed city policy for the installation of speed lumps.
Yes, good evening, Mayor
Good
and
evening.
members of the City Council. My name is Dave Roseman, City Traffic Engineer. So here we go. So we're talking about speed bumps, speed humps, or speed lumps. So the picture on the left is what you typically see as a bump in a parking garage. We're not talking about those type. And then speed humps are the middle picture, which is a much more gradual rise and fall that you see typically on streets. But we're talking about the third one, speed lumps, which is the furthest to the right, which essentially is a speed hump with two channels cut in it so that an emergency vehicle can go through and without having to slow down. So this is a typical drawing here looking at that speed lump from the air as you look down. See that there's two channels going through there and some markings. And then this is kind of a side view on the bottom. It only goes up about 3 inches over 6 feet and then goes down 6 feet. It's designed to lower speeds to 30 miles per hour or less. And it also comes with some signs. This is a typical installation actually in the city of Brea. As we move forward, as you approach the lump, we actually sign them as bumps, so that's why there's some confusion. And here as you go over, you can see that there's channels in the middle there. So this speed lump policy has some key aspects. There's a 3-page document in your package that actually outlines the policy and the procedures, and I just want to highlight these key elements. The first is a resident consultation where we would sit down and talk to the residents that are interested in controlling speed on their street, give them the pros and the cons of pursuing speed lumps, and also some estimated costs, and in just a engineering judgment as to if their street may or may not qualify under that. And then there's an actual physical and operational criteria, which we'll go over in a second, which includes some traffic studies, a public safety review, which includes the chief of police, the fire marshal, and the city traffic engineer, myself, to make sure that there isn't any public safety aspects that we're overlooking. All 3 of us would have to agree to move forward. And then the resident petition process. And then it would go to the Transportation and Circulation Commission for review or on concurrence or denial, and then come to this body here at council for final approval or denial, and we would seek full cost recovery of the project. So the speed lump valuation criteria, I'll go over this relatively quickly. There's street characteristics we look at. The type of street, we're looking for a residential street with 2 lanes on it. It has to be long enough to accept street speed lumps and the types of uses on that street. So there's all those characteristics we look at. We also look at the traffic volume because you don't want a street that has real low traffic volume. So you want to have a certain level. Also speed, we want to make sure that the people that are driving on that street actually have a speed problem, and we classify that as 15% or more of the traffic traveling over 35 miles per hour. And we also don't want to put something on a street and divert the traffic to another street that doesn't have a problem, just move the problem from one to another. And there could be unique and unusual conditions that we need to consider. And that's where that public safety review comes in. The resident petition portion, the city would provide the petition to the requesters to make sure that the language is proper and that all the addresses are correct on the petition. And it would only be circulated to the affected or benefited properties. There would be a 90-day circulation period where the requester would have 90 days to get the signatures. We would look for a 90% contact rate. That means that they actually contacted 9 out of 10 properties on that location, and a 2/3 level of support. And then the staff would review the petition and validate that those numbers are correct. So the decision process is really fivefold in this policy. First is the requester's consideration after having that consultation, deciding to move forward. The second would be that public safety review to make sure that it's a safe place for speed humps or speed lumps. Then the petition would be the decision of the residents that they say they really want that. And then there's a TCC review and final council consideration for approval. So that's the 5 steps. And as for cost recovery, there was a lot of discussion about this at TCC and in consideration of budget issues and other things and equity amongst neighborhoods, how best to handle it. And what you have before you is that there would be an administrative fee, which is already set by council at $438 to cover that initial traffic data gathering that we would have to do. There would be a preliminary engineering design to determine how many lumps are necessary on this section of street, where they would go, so that everyone would know what it is that they would be voting for on that petition, if they want it or not want it. There would also be an engineer's opinion of probable cost. How much would this set of speed lumps cost? And then we would seek written concurrence from the requester that they understand the cost implications. And then we would request a project deposit before it comes to this body. But they could also request a waiver from that in order to request to City Council that they have either a part of that fee waived or all of it waived. So that is essentially the policy in a nutshell, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Mr. Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
If you were to put one speed lump, what average cost or round ballpark figure if you have something?
But generally, we don't want to do less than 3.
So 3.
So 3 sets.
3. So okay. So what are you looking at?
It's around somewhere between $7,500 and $10,000 for a set of 3.
All right.
Yeah.
And then so then we will be asking for the full recovery on the 10 plus the waivers, give or take. Okay. Yeah. And then when you talk about permission from the residents, does that have to be property owners or can it be apartment renters who live there?
Generally, we're looking for a property owner or somebody that resides in the house that has the authority to sign on behalf of the property owner.
Okay. Because and so the reason I asked this is because one of the areas that they've been asking is up in the Gem neighborhood, Garnet Lane there from Placentia to the end of it, and that's just full of apartments. So
generally, in that case, when you have larger apartment buildings, we look for an apartment manager's signature or owner's signature, not every single resident of that property.
So if there's 20 apartments with 20 signatures, we would need 13, 2/3 to...
No. So if you had a single property that had 20 units on it, and apartments, we would look for the property manager's signature or the owner's signature attesting for that entire property.
Right. So so there's 20 properties with, because I think we got about 20 properties, that have multiple apartments on that street.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So no, I understand. Okay. And then so because the concern is there that, I guess it wouldn't be, the owner would pass the cost on to the residents, which if it's $12,000 and you've got a lot of apartments, it may not be, could be a one-time fee that they would charge, because sometimes they add it to the lease and they get more than they should. I mean, the owners, if you will. Mm-hmm. But you also said that they can come back to council and we could perhaps waive that.
Yeah, ultimately, council has the authority to make these financial decisions.
All right, and then, bike lanes.
Yeah.
There was a concern that these lumps may obstruct or put the bike riders in danger. One of those pictures, did this lump go all the way into the bike lane?
Yeah, that's the picture that I showed previously was in Brea, where they actually put the lump or the bump into the bike lane. We wouldn't do that here for 2 reasons. One is we're leaving a little bit by the gutter, 3 to 5 feet, so that a biker can just go around the hump if they want, or they can go through the channel, either way. And we wouldn't put it on a street that has marked bike lanes.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, thank you.
We appreciate the edification of the council and your regard on this. It seems very data-driven and the process very fair, the 2/3 majority, some democracy going on there as well. So I think it's very well considered. I know for those who, like me, have been to Jamaica, they refer to these as sleeping policemen all the time. And they, it appears as though some of these methods have conquered that age-old problem that we had with emergency vehicles having to travel at high speed. So I appreciate what you've provided here. I get some complaints saying that they're very needed on Page Avenue.
Okay.
And it's not a very long span, so I just didn't know whether off the top of your head whether that's been considered or not.
I'm not sure. I don't know. Dave Langstaff, who's been with the staff for many years, would
Right.
know. We could get back to you with an answer on that.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
I'd appreciate that. Mr. Zara.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for this presentation, and I know I've talked to Dave in length about this, Mr. Langstaff, and I know in my neighborhoods, and in the areas in South Fulton and many around town, we get a lot of calls about speeding, and this has always been something that I'm very interested in. Certainly in my old neighborhood, we had our share of people speeding as well. So I'm very happy that this is coming here tonight, and I want to thank you and thank also our commission for their input. I think they did a tremendous job. I think I share some of the commissioners' concerns about cost, but I believe the waiver could potentially provide some sort of assistance if they qualify and they can come to council. I just wanted to get a little bit more information on that, if you could elaborate a little bit on how that would work.
Yeah,
and
so-
what sort of criteria there is for them.
Well, we don't anticipate having any evaluation or criteria on the cost. What we're doing is we're saying, if you want a waiver from council, please write a letter to council that we will include in your packet so that you can see their arguments as to why it should be city funded. I've heard all types of arguments that speed humps bring safety, and because it's a safety device that, maybe the city should be a contributor. And we also have the other issue that if we spend on speed humps, we don't have that money to spend on Grantham's asphalt projects. So there's a balance, and that's why we would like to have that decision made here.
Right. No, and I appreciate that. And is this? I know this is going to be very important, especially in areas that are low income and folks who can't maybe afford even a partial cost. On that, when folks come in with a petition. And who gets the bill for this? Ultimately, let's say it gets all the way through, and then there's a fee, a cost recovery fee. Who pays it? Is this the petitioners, or do they have to make the agreement amongst themselves initially? Or
well, to keep the city out of trying to figure out who pays for what, all we're saying is that we would need to receive a deposit for that full amount. However they decide to figure it out themselves. Okay. Some residents may want to pay more, some may not want to pay more, and really the city doesn't need to be involved in those discussions as to how that comes up. And if they come up short, then they can write a letter and bring that forward to the council for
Fair enough.
consideration.
Any other questions, council? Seeing none.
We'll move the item.
Thank you. Councilmember Silva with a motion.
Second.
Pardon?
we did not do.
I guess not. Okay.
No.
Not
All right.
I don't think we have any in-chambers comments.
Will all the commenters please line up over next to him?
Do we have any Zoom comments on this item? Do we have any Zoom comments on this item?
We do, yes. I'm going to call caller with the last three digits 168.
Good evening, Mayor Whitaker and Council. My name is Jane Rands. I'm on the Active Transportation Committee. I appreciate Council Member Silva bringing up the concern that had been submitted in advance about impact to cyclists. I would like to request that the Active Transportation Committee be included in the implementation initially. If it's found that there's a consistent implementation that's not going to impact cyclists. But just for the beginning, I think it would be helpful so that it doesn't accidentally get installed in a way that would have a negative impact. And having just a quick review and understanding of how this will be done, I think would be very helpful. So I'd like to add to that process that it's also got to be reviewed by the Active Transportation Committee, and with the potential to no longer have to bring it to the Active Transportation Committee once it's been sort of perfected. Thank you.
OL.
Maybe I missed this, but I'm hoping that these bumps are designed such that people that are speeding don't just have to hit a certain speed limit to have these almost inactive. As I've seen with other speed lumps or speed bumps, enough people realize that if you hit it at a certain speed, it's almost negligible to your vehicle. The other thing is, how are they designed for motorcyclists? And then the third thing that I would like to at least bring up for consideration, there are a lot of streets, residential streets, where people are driving well in excess of 25 and sometimes double the speed limit. My street, for instance, is almost a half mile long. It would take several of these, and from what it looks like, a cost of $20,000-$30,000 to put several of these down that street. There's no way I could get my neighbors to pay for this. And while I think that you guys are putting in a process for people to get these fees waived, I still think the exorbitant cost would be very difficult to get enough neighbors to agree to put in, even though more than 2/3.
I'm sorry, sir. It seems we have lost your audio. I don't know if you can come closer to your device.
How about now? Can you hear me better?
Yes.
Sorry, I admit I was brushing my teeth, so my hands were a little wet. In any case, I'm hoping that even though you're putting in a process for people to get fee waivers or reductions, that this would be based more on how effective these speed bumps are going to be and what speeds are actually being traveled on these roads, not just the residents' ability to pay, because my fear is that they'll end up in areas that may be just lower income with fee waivers and not places where more of us are middle class. With that, I appreciate you guys even looking at this as a solution.
No more speakers.
Okay, we'll bring the item back to council for discussion.
Mr. Mayor, I think there was a motion and a second by me.
Okay, motion and second. Any further comments?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, yeah, I think I'd like to ask if, considering the cost and just like the gentleman spoke, are there other considerations or options for cost reduction other than the waiver, or is like, what are the options? Just like in that scenario that the gentleman's talked about, which is in his street that potentially could cost $20,000, which is not a small amount of money, even for folks who could afford it. It's still a lot of money. Do you anticipate any scenarios like that?
Typically, for the speed lumps to be successful, they have to be designed at a certain spacing in order to fit them in. So if you skimp on not putting in the right amount of speed humps, they lose their effectiveness. So I don't really see reducing the number of lumps as a good alternative. However, we may be able to do different treatments along that roadway as well, such as if it's a long half-mile stretch, maybe there should be a stop sign in the middle, lumps on one side, lumps on another side. And then that way, a combination of doing some traffic control along with the lumps have a good chance of success. So we're going to look at all of those things. This is just one tool in the toolbox to try to address speeding on residential streets. Right now, we don't have this, so it's not even an option.
Yeah, it's just the concern is that the cost would prohibit folks from actually moving forward with a tool that could be quite useful. But all right, thank you.
Okay. We do have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Councilmember Jung?
Aye.
Councilmember Silva?
Aye.
Councilmember Zara?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap?
Aye.
And Mayor Whitaker?
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
May we give staff direction, Mr. Mayor, on making sure we include the active transportation committee?
Oh, yes,
If we
yes,
can
I
give that
think that.
direction as well. Thank you.
We are providing that direction as well. And with that, we are at our last item on the agenda this evening, since item number 11 was pulled or postponed. Item number 10, Safe and Sane Fireworks Sales Lottery Process. It was Councilmember Jung that made the motion on this, so Councilmember?
Mr. Mayor and Council, I was integrally involved with Measure X in 2012 when it was passed by the voters. Indeed, my name shows on the ballot in that regard. I wanted to make sure that that the original intent of these safe and sane fireworks sales were carried out. I think that there are other municipalities that do this. Anaheim and Huntington Beach have found a really good roadmap for us to utilize. There are 15 applications right now, and what I would recommend is 3 categories: civic, high school/college, and youth sports or youth recreational activities. This, by allocating 3 spots to high school and colleges, it gives our high schools and our college here a very good opportunity to utilize this as a fundraiser when they need it desperately. To give 6 to youth sports organizations would give them an opportunity to have much needed revenue to act as a gap measure between their budgetary shortfalls and not having to raise registrations on our community. And again, the final 6 going awarded out to civic organizations. Doesn't change the lottery process or the fact that we have one. It just allocates the lottery in a more equitable manner, I think, from the original intent of the ordinance.
Council member, I think that's a good point, and I know in speaking with some of the the groups who were unsuccessful in winning a lottery ticket this year or lottery pool, a few suggestions were made to me, and there was this idea that potentially Fullerton groups who are in fact nonprofit, with entirely volunteer staff who aren't paid, maybe there's the opportunity to show preference there, or perhaps there's the opportunity to show preference to not just Fullerton-based groups, but Fullerton groups that are serving mostly Fullerton residents. So in terms of I don't have numbers necessarily, but would be curious if there's any room based on maybe this process here for us to work something out there, so that the volunteer-driven Fullerton groups serving Fullerton residents, perhaps within that the breakout have more entries or what have you.
Well, surprising you should ask, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I happen to have some data points on that. Based on our vendor that is contracted to do all 15 stands, TNT fireworks, if we divided the current lottery recipients from 2021 into those three categories, there were 4 high school / the college. So all 3 high schools had 1 application and the college had 1. There were 7 youth sports groups and 17 civic organizations, of which 3 or 4 have co-mingling LLCs or not LLCs, but
501s?
501Cs. So that if that helps with your data points, sir, I think
Sure.
that makes a little bit more clarified sense.
Yeah.
I will note that the regulations do require that the groups serve Fullerton residents primarily too. They do self-certify to that. And if I could also ask, elementary schools also apply? Would they fall under the civic group?
They would.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
how it is in Huntington Beach and in Anaheim.
This would be moving forward with our next.
Next one, yes.
Next one, yeah, okay.
And if that's the direction council would like to provide, we usually come back in February with the annual report and the final wrap-up and plans for the upcoming process. We can present the resolution and update the groups at that time also, or we can do it before then, whatever your preference.
Perfect, thank you.
We'll do that when, February then?
Yep.
Yeah, all right.
Sure.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. With that, we have completed our agenda this evening, and we will adjourn to our next regular scheduled closed session meeting at 4 p.m. on May 18th, and to our regular session at 6:30 p.m. also on May 18th.
Mr. Mayor, I'm
full
sorry.
agenda, yeah.
One final thing. I wanted to, I know that Councilman, it's late and we all want to leave. There's a couple of things I wanted to address, and if I can get some council help from the dais on, I'd certainly be grateful. I've got some concerns about outdoor dining in specific places in downtown. As we are reopening, I've got some public safety concerns, primary to which our police officers cannot drive their squad cars in these important alleys to break up gatherers there after last call and 2 o'clock. This has gotten to be a pretty significant burden on our public safety. It's clearly evident that the stimulus that was given by the federal government's working. It's certainly working through our economy. But I'd like to see if we can give staff direction to perhaps open up some of these alleyways and increase, even look at increasing fines for drinking in public and for jaywalking. All things I think may curb some of this behavior, because I think the last thing we want to be known for is Orange County spring break every Friday and Saturday night.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
You know, I actually had an item, as we've seen now, I think some of the enforcement begin with the RVs and the overnight towing or overnight ticketing and such. Would like to, I guess, maybe get a review of a potential ordinance to look at, enforcement of what that could look like. I know right now there's just seems to be, there's a consistent ticketing, I think, as somebody had noted earlier, and obviously that's not doing much to move things along. And so to the extent we could, explore what towing might look like for, if it's in fact for a prolonged period, it would very much like some ideas there.
And just a point of clarification, we have towed RVs who are in violation of the 72 hours if they didn't move. There were 4 exceptions made in that particular area based on folks who were working with Chaplain Phillips and company, and they were given a deadline of today to finish that process. So if they haven't been towed and they're still in violation, they will have been towed. We just gave them a little bit of extra time in that particular area to work with the faith base to move along to something more positive for them.
And then just for clarification, so Mr. Jung, you want a report back to see which alleys we want to open up or look at?
Yes,
Okay.
there are some significant problem areas that I think all of us know, and certainly just by speaking to our police chief, he could give direction on where the problem spots are. I'd like to mitigate that as much as possible because this has gotten to be a serious situation that we need to address, and before we become viral videos every single weekend, I think it's incumbent on us to make some good decisions here.
Right, to provide some direction is fine. I'm a little concerned that we'll have a full discussion here on non-agendized items.
All right. Oh, no, I just was
We can certainly-
clarification of what direction we were given.
All right.
Thank
So
you.
with that, we are adjourned.